Alright, stick with me here. On the day of the ceremony, nobody expected the Ryan family's biggest gamble to become an absolute disaster. Young Lucas Ryan steps right up to the altar. In his hands, a sword supposedly belonging to Volcanus, the literal fire god. The exact second that blade touches the altar, the sky completely shifts color. The crowd holds their breath, totally expecting a legendary blessing. Instead, massive flames erupt around Lucas. His soul gets scorched, the sword burns to ash, and he collapses, totally unresponsive, while his family cries for answers. Meanwhile, far away in another world, our main guy here lost his dad and constantly gets pushed around. Still, he keeps fighting for his mom and little sister. Then, tragedy strikes. Truck-kun hits him on his way home. Fading fast, with blood pooling on the asphalt, he makes one final wish. If a next life exists, let him protect the people he loves with his own two hands. His soul transfers straight into Lucas's broken body. Over in Volcanus's domain, the fire god throws an absolute fit over the sword. He sneers, calling this foreign soul pure trash not worth burning twice. But in the martial god's domain, the spirits react entirely differently. Treating Lucas as their sworn duty, they fire the martial god's blessing into him like an absolute weapon. Going overboard, they shatter the old limits, granting maximum power. Lucas suddenly wakes up. Two past lives collide in his mind, leaving him terrified that he will be cast aside as a god-abandoned child. Then Julia rushes right in, hugs him tight, crying that everyone said he would never wake up. Lucas gently pats her head, steadies his erratic breathing, and makes a quiet vow. Given this second chance, he vows to protect what is precious no matter what. Staring up into the sky, Lucas lets the martial god know he is heavily counting on his help. Meanwhile, far away. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets interesting. A certain demon, turned to stone, suddenly revives after sensing the martial god is gone. Blood drips down her cold body as she struggles to regain her strength. She quickly realizes she has barely any power left. Even so, she does not care. With the martial god out of the picture, she is absolutely certain this entire world belongs to her and her dark emissaries. Fast forward 9 years. Lucas is strolling through the family estate, heading to pick up his sister from her training, when he gets completely ambushed. A vicious thorn vine violently grabs him. Instantly, Lucas figures out the only person arrogant enough to pull this off: Jeremy. Meet Jeremy Ryan, the family's fourth child. He is a magic student packing a level 5 blessing, and yeah, he is Lucas's terribly annoying half-brother. Even Jeremy's snobby attendant openly mocks Lucas, loudly wondering how he has not been kicked out of the main house yet. Jeremy rudely orders Lucas to stay out of the backyard. He claims it is strictly reserved for family members who can actually use magic. Stepping closer, Jeremy even threatens to snap a few of Lucas's bones just to teach him a brutal lesson about trespassing. As he cruelly tightens the vine, Lucas casually yells out, reminding Jeremy that his sister's magic practice is completely done. He strongly suggests Jeremy let go before he ends up getting roasted alive. Jeremy flinches, clearly terrified, but he tries hiding it, mocking Lucas for constantly hiding behind his powerful little sister for protection. Jeremy tries acting tough, boldly claiming he isn't scared of a little lightning. You and I both saw this coming, right? Before finishing his sentence, massive lightning strikes. Jeremy screams in pure agony before eating dirt. The attendant screams in sheer panic as Julia suddenly appears in the distance. Pointing her glowing magic staff, she warns Jeremy she absolutely will not hold back next time. With a quick flick of her magic, Julia strips those vines straight off her brother's body. While Lucas calmly pats his sister's head for a job well done, a charred Jeremy finally struggles back to his feet. Smirking, Lucas mocks him, telling him to learn his lesson right now so he avoids suffering the exact same embarrassing fate next time. Jeremy and his cowardly attendant run for the hills. Looking back, he yells that he will never forget this massive humiliation. Lucas just smiles, telling Julia she definitely held back since Jeremy still had enough strength to run away. Once they are gone, Julia asks why he didn't fight back, fully knowing he could easily crush Jeremy. Lucas gently reminds her that his overpowered strength is their little secret. On top of that, he playfully teases his sister, saying she will be his big protector, which Julia confirms with a bright smile. Lucas then thinks back to his first day awake 9 years ago. Turns out, his father came to visit his bed. Lucas was terrified he would get kicked out of the family for ruining their massive expectations. But nope, his dad just hugged him tight, tearfully thanking the gods his son woke up safely. It turns out Hole actually leads a night order. He is constantly on the move, which explains why he rarely has any free time to watch over his kids at home. Even so, he is a genuinely good father who cares deeply about Lucas and the others. When Hole finally heard that Lucas started intense martial arts training, he sent a letter packed with training tips. And that's where we leave it, trust me. It gets crazier. Stick with me here, you are about to see an insane glow-up. Holt tipped Lucas off about ancient martial arts books in the library, throwing his full support behind him. And thanks to this letter, our guy hatches a bold plan. For the next 6 months, Lucas actually digs a massive secret training ground right beneath his room. Meanwhile, the estate staff are completely clueless about where he keeps vanishing. With all that underground digging, everyone just assumes somebody is practicing their earth magic. He divides this massive new basement into 4 distinct zones: a study, a training zone, storage, and a makeshift bathroom. Since he blew all his cash on high-end training gear, he can only afford a simple bathtub for the washroom. With the hideout finally finished, he locks himself in and secretly grinds every single day. Turns out, he has this routine of soaking in pure medicinal baths. In this world, that is literally the ultimate training hack. Over the next 3 straight years, he perfectly masters a manual called Chow Stempering Arts that he dug out of the library. This makes his body so durable that even level 5 magic attacks bounce right off him. He realizes his absolute defense is finally taking solid shape. Now for the offense. Lucas tests his pure attack power, whipping out a sword and slicing the heavy training dummy with absolute blinding strike speed. He switches to the spear, completely shattering the target to pieces with his totally overpowered, heavy thrusting techniques. At this point, his mastery over the spear has already reached a legendary tier. Finally, he moves on to pure hand-to-hand combat. Over 9 years of constant improvement, he only has one single worry. According to those ancient martial arts manuals, fighters always hit a massive power ceiling once they reach a certain level. Watch closely here. The only way past that limit is pure, absolute mental enlightenment. But achieving that mental state is brutally hard, forcing most typical fighters to quit. That is exactly why true martial artists are incredibly rare, even though their raw power easily rivals high-tier magic. But Lucas is built entirely different. He proves it by completely obliterating a massive sandbag with one punch. His insane dedication pushes his fist technique straight to level 5. And get this, Lucas has 0 power ceiling. His stats just keep climbing smoothly upwards. Basically, every single technique he uses is leveling up. He firmly believes this crazy growth is the martial god's direct blessing. Wrapping up his workout, Lucas suddenly remembers his dad is coming home today. They are having a big family dinner together tonight. Freshly washed up, he takes his spot at the dining table. His dad smiles warmly, pointing out it has been 6 whole months since they last met. He tells him to sit down, and Lucas calmly takes his place. Meanwhile, his brother Jeremy is absolutely seething nearby. Holt drops some big news. The elite Allen Magic School just opened a martial arts branch, and he already enrolled Lucas there. He knows the physical path is brutal, but he completely believes in his son. He tells Lucas to get ready for next week's big entrance exam. Lucas just smiles and genuinely thanks his dad for the massive opportunity. But deep down, he already made a promise. No matter what crazy world he is in, he will always defend his loved ones. I know what you are thinking. Time to show off, right? Nope. He actually wants to stay totally hidden to avoid any unnecessary drama. Suddenly, his little sister Julia raises her hand. She tells their dad she wants to attend the exact same academy as Lucas. Holt praises her ambition, but he gently reminds her she is only 11 years old. She is simply too young for the standard magic enrollment. But Julia smirks, revealing that the academy has a special elite course with absolutely 0 restrictions. She literally whips out an official acceptance letter from the school, proving she is already invited to join the top ranks. Holt is completely stunned, but honestly, it makes sense. Her genius reputation must have easily reached the academy directors already. Their mother smiles brightly, saying it looks like a legendary mage is about to rise up from the Ryan family very soon. Julia bursts out laughing at the huge compliment, while Jeremy just sits there, boiling with pure rage. Their dad proudly wishes both of them the best of luck. Meanwhile, Jeremy is furious that an ordinary guy like Lucas gets any kind of special treatment. Right then, his mother Jessica grabs his shoulder. She whispers for him to calm down, pointing out there is 0 guarantee Lucas will even pass. 1 week later, Lucas and Julia pack up for the academy. His mom tells him to stay safe, promising she will visit him the second he settles into his new dorm. She also hands Lucas a very specific lucky coin from his father. This ancient relic is from the legendary Martial Fortune dynasty, the exact empire that unified the globe 10,000 years ago. Holt originally scored this rare item after slaying a massive magical beast. The front face clearly shows the very first emperor, Mars. The back shows his weapons. You and I definitely gotta see what happens next. Back when Lucas saw this, it clicked, Mars is actually the martial spirit god. Before hitting the road, Holt tells Lucas to keep that coin on him at all times. Let's dive right into this one. Our guy Lucas considers himself insanely lucky. Great family in his past life, and an even better one now. A few hours into the trip, the butler, Fordone, calls it. The sun is setting fast, so he suggests setting up camp in a nearby clearing. As they kick back and get dinner ready, Fordone breaks down the plan. If they wake up and leave early tomorrow morning, They will easily reach Dacktown and the Academy by nightfall. Julia's eyes light up. She immediately asks Fordon if there is actually anything fun to do in Dacktown. Oh, absolutely. Fordon smiles and tells her there is definitely something to look out for, the insane magical dodgeball tournament held every single spring. Plus, he mentions the place is a total foodie paradise. Hearing that, Julia is practically drooling, already imagining all the epic snacks she will inhale. But suddenly, Lucas goes on high alert. His senses flare up 12 horses, 13 people, heading straight for them at crazy speeds from 2 kilometers out. He casually asks Fordon if bandits roam these parts. Fordon nods, but says the odds of actually running into them are super low. Little do they know, Lucas is tracking this threat perfectly, all thanks to his chaos-tempering arts. His senses are sharpened to an absolute peak right now. There is zero chance he is making a mistake here. Watch closely here, because this is where everything shifts. He runs the numbers, they are massively outgunned. One wrong move means death. Lucas jumps to his feet. He warns Fordon that they need to get weapons ready right now, because a sketchy group is closing in fast. The 2 guards just stare at him. The woods are completely silent, so they figure the kid is just trying to spook them. Even Fordon is caught off guard, but he doesn't risk it. He draws his sword and orders the guards to do the same. Sure, the old butler is a little skeptical, but he knows it is way better to be paranoid than end up dead. A few seconds later, bandits burst from the tree line. The guards realize instantly the kid wasn't making it up. The bandit leader charges right at their camp with this sick grin, bragging about how they just scored some fresh prey. Their eyes lock onto Julia and Lucas hiding behind the guards. Instantly, those 2 become the prime targets. Fordon furiously warns them what happens to people who attack nobles. The leader laughs, he doesn't care. He orders his men to slaughter the guards and take the kids alive. Fordon and his men brace for impact. At first, the guards actually hold the line pretty well against the thugs. One bandit gets too close to the kids, and boom, Fordon slices his head clean off. Julia wants to jump in, but Fordon yells at her to stay back. He and his guards keep pushing the attack back. Things are getting too hot. Fordon screams at Lucas to grab Julia and run. But then a massive blast of magic roasts the guards alive. I know what you are thinking. A bandit mage? Yeah, that ruins absolutely every plan Fordon had in place. Pure panic hits the butler. Terrified for the kids, he begs Lucas to take Julia and vanish into the woods. But taking his eyes off the fight costs him. A bandit slashes Fordon right across the chest, badly slowing him down. The leader steps up. Smiling, he tells Fordon he is about to burn him to ash for killing his man. Fordon doesn't flinch. He is fully ready to die right here on this dirt, as long as the kids get away. Off to the side, Lucas does the math. With a mage on the field, Fordon is a dead man walking. Lucas wanted to keep his real power a secret, but he looks at Fordon. This man has treated him better than almost anyone. All that loyalty and kindness, Lucas straight up considers the old man family now. And if you are family, Lucas is absolutely not going to stand by and watch you get slaughtered. He quickly orders Julia to stay hidden while he helps. She nods, terrified but trusting him. Lucas finally makes his move, while a bleeding Fordon somehow keeps fighting off the massive mob. But the old man hits his limit. He collapses hard to his knees. A bandit sneaks up from behind, leaping into the air to run him through. But out of nowhere, splat! His head is completely gone. The rest of the crew freezes in shock. Before they can even blink, another guy loses his head to a supersonic strike. Total panic sets in. Nobody can track where these lethal shots are coming from. And spoiler alert, it is all Lucas. Our boy is just smiling. Good thing he spent all that time grinding his Gale Strike skill up to level 4 by sniping birds. Thanks to that power. Dropping a basic level, 1 thug with a tiny pebble, is literal child's play for him right now. Furious that his crew is dropping like flies, the leader raises his staff. He blasts a massive fireball straight at Fordon to end this. So what do you and I make of this? Fordon sees the flames coming, but he is too exhausted to move. He thinks a mystery hero is saving the kids, so he can finally die in peace. But right then, stick with me here, because Lucas steps up right before that fireball hits and completely erases it. Fordon is speechless, and that bandit leader is absolutely stunned. His magic just vanished. But the bandit thinks he actually has time to charge up another attack. Nope. Lucas tells him it is game over, instantly tearing right through him with one absolutely devastating strike straight to the chest. With the bandit boss totally wrecked, Fordon just stands there questioning reality itself. Watching a kid slaughter a high-level mage? It is totally unheard of. But Lucas just casually turns around, shooting the old man a smile and jokingly saying he has a real talent for martial arts. Fordon is still hyped up, but suddenly, an intensely sinister aura creeps up behind them. What is left of the bandit leader starts mutating into this incredibly ugly, super dangerous-looking creature. Seeing this terrifying new threat, Lucas decides he needs to crush this thing immediately. There is absolutely no way he is letting little Julia see something so horrific. He wastes zero time, leaping right at the beast and landing a heavy punch. But surprisingly, it does zero damage to the monster. The creature instantly counters, firing off sharp spikes that force Lucas to quickly dodge backwards. Insanely enough, the monster starts eating the dead bandits to power up. Wondering what he is fighting, Lucas activates his all-seeing eyes, spotting the exact magic insignia that is controlling the beast. Now pay close attention here, because this thing rapidly mutates into a massive four-legged giant. Since basic physical hits are basically useless, Lucas realizes he has to try something else. He channels explosive chi straight into his body, lunging forward to deliver one unbelievably powerful strike. A blinding golden light completely swallows the creature, instantly shattering the hidden core controlling its dark magic. With the threat finally dead, Lucas sits back to catch his breath while Julia comes rushing in for a massive hug. She praises her big brother, telling him how completely amazing he was beating the bad guys. Fordon? He is still just standing there frozen, totally unable to process what just happened. Then, one of the bandit horses starts making noise, grabbing their attention. They spin around and are totally shocked to find a young girl tied up on the saddle. Meanwhile, that demon from 9 years ago is only getting stronger, and she just sensed that one of her dark emissaries was killed. She wonders who managed to take her pawn down, but quickly brushes it off. Right now, her only real focus is recovering her full demonic power. Back on the road, Julia finds out the girl they just rescued is Maya Rasta. Hearing the name Rasta, Fordon notes that it sounds super familiar, and Julia actually agrees with him. Lucas quickly explains that the Rasta and Ryan families are both nobles living near Dagtown. Julia confirms it, saying he is totally right, then gently asks Maya why bandits targeted her. With tears streaming down, she explains the nightmare. A few hours ago, bandits ambushed her carriage out of nowhere, slaughtering every single guard. Her loyal maid tried everything to protect her, but ended up meeting a truly tragic fate. Maya says she desperately tried warning them she was a noble, but they completely ignored her pleas. It actually seems their whole goal was kidnapping noble kids. Julia quickly steps in to comfort her, promising she is safe now since those bandits are dead. Later that night, I know what you are thinking, this is getting suspicious. While the girls sleep, Lucas asks Fordon for his thoughts. Fordon suspects these bandits are professionals, clearly targeting young noble kids for a while. Lucas points out that a demon must be helping them. Normal bandits definitely cannot use high-level magic or randomly control dead bodies like that. Fordon tells the boy to relax, assuring Lucas he will personally report this entire messy situation to Hull. He firmly believes the Rasta family will also lend their full support once they hear what happened today. Lucas just nods, telling Fordon he actually has a smart plan to avoid any future trouble entirely. The very next day, they finally arrive at Dagtown, but Lucas shuts down any sightseeing ideas to keep them all under the radar. He warns that bandit scouts might still be lurking, so playing it safe and heading straight to the magic school is their best bet. Julia pouts, clearly disappointed. Lucas begs her to understand this is strictly for her and Maya's protection. Maya completely agrees, though Julia still stays a little grumpy. To cheer her up, Lucas promises to buy her absolutely any treat she wants from the gourmet district once they safely pass through. Julia instantly lights up at that, while Maya is just amazed seeing how close these two siblings really are. Fordon then smiles, suggesting they crack the window open so the girls can finally get a good look outside. Julia eagerly looks out, completely amazed by the beautiful, lively streets alongside Maya. And that is where we leave it, trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, let's jump right back in. Lucas secretly agrees with them. Why? This town perfectly matches the vibe of his past life city. Hitting up the food center, Lucas spoils his little sister. He buys Julia absolutely every snack she wants. Minutes later, they roll up to the massive academy gates. Fordon stops right there, telling them this is his final drop-off point. Lucas grins and tells Fordon not to stress. He promises to keep Julia completely safe. Julia bounces up and down, declaring she will protect her big brother too. Lucas just laughs, telling her he is totally counting on it. Standing there, Lucas actually tears up a bit as he waves goodbye to them both. Maya, meanwhile, is practically beaming. She is super happy she met Lucas and Julia, finding the siblings really fascinating. Flashback to last night, Fordon dropped a massive bombshell. Maya actually used to be Lucas's fiancée back in the day, but they called the whole thing off after that crazy incident left Lucas completely talentless. Now, pay attention, because this matters. The Allen Magic School sits south of Dagtown, ranking as one of the Carmina Empire's top 3 academies. First-year students face a brutal exam. Based on how they score, they get sorted right into specific departments, starting with the Earth Magic Division. Then comes the Fire, Wind, Water, and the Special Departments. Grind through 6 intense years here, graduate, and boom, you officially earn your elite mage qualifications. Plus, the top-tier prodigies basically get the royal treatment. Even better, If you pass the official mage exam early, you can graduate way ahead of schedule. Back at the main plaza, Julia looks pretty bummed out. Sad that Mia already took off. Turns out, Mia finally reunited with her real family. Julia totally thought they were taking the entrance exam together, but Lucas is actually super relieved. Mia finding her family means she is finally safe and out of danger. He pats Julia's head, saying if they pass, they will see each other as classmates every single day. So, zero reason to be sad. That logic works perfectly. Julia instantly perks up, realizing her brother is completely right. Dashing around the plaza, little Julia basically steals the spotlight. Everyone stares because she is just ridiculously young and adorable. Suddenly, they bump straight into Mina, the ice-cold vice president of the student council. Mina gives off major boss energy, and Julia instantly catches her eye. She asks if the kid just tagged along with her older brother, but Julia proudly declares she is taking the exam too. Mina freezes. Hearing this little girl is actually an examinee? That proves she is the legendary prodigy handpicked for the elite course. Mina immediately asks if she belongs to the famous Ryan family. Julia gasps, totally shocked that this stranger knows her name. Mina just smirks, telling Julia she will figure it out soon enough. Then, she offers to personally escort the kid straight to the reception desk. Lucas just stands there, stunned. Mina completely ignored him, treating him like an absolute walking ghost. Thankfully, Julia speaks up, reminding the vice president that her brother needs registering too. Mina flinches, realizing she totally forgot he existed. She nervously turns around, asking Lucas about his weird choice to test for martial arts. The second she says martial arts out loud, the whole crowd stops dead. Whispers instantly break out. Students start trashing Lucas, calling him an absolute idiot. One guy literally laughs, mocking how insane it is to study martial arts at a magic academy. Lucas raises an eyebrow. Even in a top-tier magic school, martial artists get treated like absolute trash. He knows exactly how arrogant mages are, acting like gods, but to him, they are basically fragile weaklings. You and I both know the truth here. No mage alive can match his power, they are literal insects to him. Honestly, Lucas wouldn't even be at this stuck-up school if his parents hadn't practically forced him to enroll in the first place. Mina cringes, realizing her loud mouth just painted a massive target right on Lucas's back. Trying to fix her mess, Mina quickly tells Lucas to follow her. She promises to guide him to the exam venue after registration. Lucas is honestly surprised, realizing Mina is actually pretty decent. Meanwhile, the haters are dropping their jaws seeing the vice president treat him so nicely. Seconds later, Mina grabs their registration forms and hands over their official academy emblems. She explains their examinee numbers are magically stored inside, warning them to wear it proudly. So, here is the rundown 3 tests total. Test 1 uses magic light to measure raw potential. Test 2 checks elemental compatibility, using elemental spirits to figure out exactly which magical attributes fit the student best. Trust me, you and I will love the final test destroying dummy dolls to measure raw magical power. Lucas asks if the martial arts candidates have to take this exact same test, and she nods. Mina explains that every single department follows the exact same process for fairness. Lucas calls bluff on that. If they actually cared about fairness, they would have made a specific exam just for the martial artists. But stick with me here, Lucas isn't sweating it at all. He's about to drop just enough power to shatter their prejudice completely. A few minutes later, everyone heads over to the potential measurement area. The test is simple. Each candidate just places their hands on the magic light. Lucas touches the orb, and his potential reads 0. Even the examiner is stunned, since this literally only happens once every 1,000 years. Instantly, the crowd turns on him. The other students start laughing and throwing absolute insults. But Lucas? He doesn't care. He completely expected this exact reaction. Then Julia steps up to the orb. It immediately explodes into a bright purple glow, locking in a massive 7 out of 10 potential value. The examiner instantly declares she'll be top of the class. The crowd is absolutely losing it, but Lucas just smirks. He already knows exactly what his little sister can do. Actually, he knows she's hiding her true strength, so he casually tells her to stop holding back. Now watch closely, this gets crazy. Julia pumps more mana in, instantly triggering a blinding golden light that leaves everyone speechless. The examiner is sweating now. The last student to produce golden light was 2 whole years ago, and she was way older than Julia. Test finished, Julia runs straight back to her older brother with a massive grin, eagerly asking if she did a good job. Lucas just gently pats her head, telling her she was absolutely incredible. He even promises she's destined to become an archmage one day. But while the siblings are busy having a sweet moment, some bitter candidate starts running his mouth, calling Lucas a totally talentless piece of garbage leeching off his genius little sister. His buddy immediately slaps a hand over his mouth, panicking. He warns him to shut up before the terrifying genius sister overhears them. Lucas hears this and just smiles. Everything is playing out exactly according to his master plan. He purposely shoved Julia into the spotlight so he could just coast through a perfectly peaceful academy life. For 3 whole years, he secretly trained her to boost her massive talent. Seeing it pay off now is a total win. With the potential exams finally wrapped up, the entire group is ordered to move into the spirit hut next. Deep down, Lucas knows this is the exact moment his long years of hard work will finally bloom. This place hosts the magical compatibility test. And right on cue, literally every single spirit starts swarming Julia, leaving the entire room completely speechless. One guy in the crowd, who actually holds a level 6 wind god blessing, angrily complains that not a single wind spirit approached him during his turn. Because every spirit is flocking straight to Julia, the crowd realizes she must be perfectly compatible with every single magical element. You and I both know this isn't just a random coincidence. Lucas actually custom-built a unique mana circulation technique specifically for Julia, which single-handedly skyrocketed her hidden magical potential. Even if she's technically only at level 2 right now, Lucas knows this massive display is an easy ticket into the academy. The stunned examiner announces Julia's compatibility score is a 90, easily the absolute highest among every single candidate today. He officially congratulates Julia on her insane success, but while she's soaking in the praise, she glances back. The rest of the students are glaring at her with pure jealousy. Feeling totally overwhelmed, Julia sprints straight to her older brother, whispering that the hateful stares from the crowd are really scaring her. Lucas sighs and calmly explains it comes with the territory. When you're a literal genius, you're going to attract some really nasty looks. He tells her not to stress, but she needs to toughen up. Nodding, Julia promises to get even stronger, swearing she'll use her magic to protect him from now on. Honestly though, Lucas is a bit worried about her gentle nature. He knows he has to help her build some serious mental armor. So while the entire room continues worshipping Julia's godlike talent, they also loudly trash-talk Lucas for being completely useless. See, during his compatibility test, the spirits stayed miles away, acting like they were totally disgusted by him. But one observant student whispers something completely bizarre to his friend. He nervously claims that right after Lucas left the zone, one of the fire spirits literally lost its arm, terrifying him. His buddy just laughs it off. He tells him he's hallucinating, since the spirits are incredibly tiny. There's zero chance he saw a microscopic arm get ripped off. Overhearing this, Lucas is genuinely surprised someone in the crowd actually caught that. And trust me, that guy wasn't seeing things. During the test, those fiery little spirits actually caught a major attitude with Lucas. Most likely because the fire god himself had completely rejected him. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness. Lucas tries leaving the test, but a bitter spirit actually spits on him. Bad move. Lucas instantly teaches it a brutal lesson, casually ripping its arm off with a single pebble. With the compatibility test completely wrapped up, Lucas suggests heading straight over to the final testing arena. He turns to Julia and asks if she thinks she can grab first place this time around, too. Julia just smiles. She humbly tells her brother that first place is totally hers as long as he doesn't go all out. Lucas grins back. He has zero plans to try hard, mostly because he fully expects his sister to protect him. They finally arrive at the destructive power testing ground. Several heavy metal dummy dolls are already lined up for the exam. Nearby, Lucas catches a student bragging. The guy plans to hit the dummy with absolutely everything he has, desperate to stop Julia from taking first. His buddy warns him that Julia might just obliterate the doll entirely, but the arrogant kid brushes it off, calling that completely impossible. He points out that these dummy dolls are forged from special metal coated in heavy defensive magic. This means they can withstand any attack below the cursed class. The guy is super confident. He doubts a kid Julia's age has the raw power to unleash that kind of strike. Hearing this, Lucas closely inspects the metal dolls. He admits they actually look incredibly sturdy. Perfect chance to test out his brand new level 6 skill. Lucas finally realizes that coming to this academy might have been a genius decision, simply because he gets to freely play around and absolutely wreck some seriously expensive equipment. Right on cue, Lucas hears a huge commotion behind them. Some students are yelling at a newly arrived girl to stop cutting the line. The new girl just activates her magic. She glares at the loudmouth with an aura so absolutely overwhelming that pure fear paralyzes the student. Completely unfazed, she struts right over to our duo. She instantly hits Julia with mental magic, flooding the poor girl with sheer terror. Julia immediately ducks behind Lucas, whispering that this girl is terrifying. Lucas steps up and asks who she is. She arrogantly introduces herself as Iowa Miranda, the proud granddaughter of Duke Miranda. Watch closely, we are about to uncover exactly who this girl really is. The Miranda family? They are one of the 3 massive houses ruling the Northern Empire. It is a legendary clan that actually produced a god-tier mage. Breaking it down, Iowa is the daughter of his own mother's younger brother, Cyan Miranda. Figuring out the family tree, Lucas bluntly asks Iowa her age. She glares back with a completely stern face, stating she is 15 years old. Lucas just sighs, telling her to stop glaring like a hawk since they are literally cousins. Iowa freezes in absolute shock. Nobody ever told her she even had any cousins. Furious, she immediately decides to completely humiliate Lucas in public. She cranks up her mental magic, trying to make him wet his pants. But Lucas? He doesn't even flinch. She is completely stunned. Lucas shakes his head, scolding her for using mental tricks on family she is meeting for the very first time. He straight up mocks her, questioning what kind of garbage education the Miranda family teaches. Iowa is panicking. That was literally her strongest mental attack, yet Lucas just brushed it off. Honestly, he is baffled. She thought flimsy magic could ever control a martial artist with an iron will. Before things can escalate, the examiner finally calls Lucas forward for his exam. The second he leaves, Iowa snaps her attention to Julia. She warns her not to get cocky, swearing she is taking first place today. Lucas walks up, checking the live leaderboard. He sees Iowa sitting pretty in second place. This whole stunt was basically her declaring total war on Julia just to steal that top spot. I know what you are thinking right now. He definitely has to step in, right? Absolutely. To protect his peace and keep Julia in first place, he goes back and hands her what he calls candy. Julia happily takes it, totally expecting a nice sugary treat. Nope, it is a super bitter medicinal pill. As she gags, Lucas gently pats her head. He explains it is actually a special magic medicine crafted from incredibly rare ingredients. He smiles, assuring her she will feel its true effects very, very soon. Losing patience, the examiner shouts for Lucas again, demanding he get into the testing arena right now. Stepping right into the designated zone, the examiner orders him to hit the metal dummy with maximum magical power to properly calculate his final grade. But here is the catch. Lucas has zero magic. So, he casually asks if physical attacks are allowed instead. The whole crowd immediately bursts into laughter. They cannot believe this guy is actually trying to pass a magic exam with a simple physical punch. They mock it as a totally barbaric art, loudly trashing martial artists as absolute meatheads. One snobby kid jokes that Lucas is going to shatter his own hand and fail miserably right on the spot. But Julia hears every word. She shoots them a terrifying side-eye, and the bullies instantly shut up and step back. She is absolutely furious. If Lucas hadn't told her to behave, she would have happily beaten every single one of them into the ground. Iowa asks Julia if he seriously has zero magic. She cannot believe a magicless guy blocked her attack. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You will want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Julia is busy telling Iowa that her magicless brother is still completely amazing. But Iowa is not buying it. She thinks Julia got tricked, since there is no way a martial artist can actually pull off anything impressive. Suddenly, a massive bang echoes through the entire test area. Everyone freezes in absolute shock, wondering what just hit them. 2 minutes earlier, the examiner had just told him his attack method did not matter. Lucas nods at this. He figures he should use just enough raw power to crush the testing dummy. Getting into position, he blasts forward in a blur. He lands a devastating punch, sending the heavy dummy flying into the distance. Smash. The dummy slams the wall, and a golden light flashes on its head. Iowa is completely stunned. Lucas moved as fast as top-tier wind magic. Plus, that glowing gold light, it means his bare-handed strike hit with curse-class destructive power. Now watch closely, because things get wild. The other candidates are totally speechless, refusing to believe a talentless guy just wrecked a dummy. It suddenly hits Iowa. She is the only one here who actually noticed his true, monstrous strength. She also realizes Lucas is actively trying to hide his insane abilities, seeing how he is not even bragging about the crazy hit. Meanwhile, the examiner just assumes the dummy broke down. Still, he tells Lucas that he is giving him a perfect score anyway. Lucas thanks him for the passing grade, then asks where he should dump the broken dummy. The examiner waves it off. He tells him not to worry, since it is incredibly heavy and they will just move it using magic later. Lucas quickly flashes a peace sign to his sister through the monitor. He successfully hid his crazy strength while securing a high enough score to lock in his academy admission. As the exams keep rolling, everyone completely forgets about Lucas. All eyes lock onto Julia's overwhelming talent. When Julia confidently steps up to the front to perform, she unleashes pure red lightning. It is insanely powerful, ranking just right below legendary Gold Thunder. The watching students are completely blown away. One girl even mutters that she hopes to reach Julia's current level before she finally graduates. After flexing that terrifying power, Julia sits back down, totally dazed by her own crazy output. For her grade, the examiner announces a massive score of 9.5. Reuniting with her brother, Julia immediately brings up the red lightning. She admits she could only ever spark purple lightning in the past, even when she was pushing maximum effort. You and I know the truth here. That pill Lucas secretly gave her earlier boosted her strength, but he decides to keep his mouth totally shut. See, in this world, both mages and martial artists have unique pharmacy skills. Mages brew alchemy potions, while martial artists practice intense Dan refining. Basically, magic potions always need a medium to work. But pills forged by martial artists absorb directly into the bloodstream. There used to be tons of these pills floating around. But after martial arts fell off, Dan refinement basically became a dead art. Finding a martial artist who can craft a magic storage pill to boost someone's abilities like Julia's is insanely rare nowadays. That is because a fighter has to hit level 6 before they can even attempt it. Right now, there is literally only one other person in the entire empire who makes them. And that is the only living level 9 martial artist, Duke Retuzan, the Minister of Martial Affairs. Even the most legendary mages swallow their pride and beg this guy for magic pills. So if word ever gets out that Lucas can casually make them, absolute chaos would erupt, which is exactly why he has to keep it hidden. Shortly after, the siblings take a breather on a bench. Lucas promises she can fully rest at the dorms right after their upcoming class assignments. Suddenly, Mina walks up to them, and Lucas casually asks what she is doing here. Mina says she is posting the class assignments. She excitedly congratulates them, revealing they both scored absolute first in elite and martial arts classes. Julia celebrates like crazy hearing this news. Lucas smiles, congratulating his sister, and telling her he will be counting on her. Then, Mina asks Julia if there is any specific department she wants to join next year. Seeing Julia's confusion, Mina quickly explains the 5 main departments: Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, and the Special Division. She adds that after their first year, every student gets sorted based on another brutal testing phase. Julia thinks it over for a second, then points out that given her attribute, picking the Wind department makes the most sense. Mina totally agrees, especially since she has the Thunder God's blessing. Shaking her in pure hype, Mina grabs Julia and declares she will be waiting in the Wind department. Lucas is shocked they are already hustling to recruit her. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive right into this next part. Mina escorts Julia to the girls' dorm, and Julia waves her brother goodbye, promising to catch up later. Lucas waves back, trusting Mina to look out for her. He then heads toward the martial arts dorm. Meanwhile, Iowa just finished checking the exam results. Seeing Julia take first place definitely stings, but Iowa refuses to quit. She is absolutely determined to claim that top spot in the coming years. Shortly after, Lucas finally arrives at the martial arts department. He honestly kept his expectations low, but this is just sad. The entire building basically looks like an abandoned rat house. He seriously wonders if students can even survive in this dump. The walls literally look ready to collapse. But looking on the bright side, at least he can live in total peace without anyone bothering him. Stepping inside, he immediately bumps into a white-haired guy. This loud dude excitedly introduces himself as Kai, claiming he is also in the martial arts department. Giving the guy a quick handshake, Lucas just wants to get this over with, moving toward the front desk. But Kai sticks to him like glue, hyping up how completely insane it was when Lucas punched that test dummy. Playing it cool, Lucas completely brushes off the praise, telling Kai it was nothing special and just pure luck. The dorm attendant then hands over their keys, assigning them both to room 205. Yep, Lucas and Kai are officially going to be roommates. While Kai is absolutely hyped about this, Lucas is already dreading his life. You're going to want to see this. Walking through the lobby, the place somehow looks even worse. Pushing open their door, they get another brutal surprise. It turns out they actually have to share this tiny space with 2 other guys, Collins and Sharp. And if that wasn't bad enough, the entire room is an absolute disaster, like literal pigs lived here. Utterly disgusted, Kai pinches his nose shut. He nearly passes out cold when a massive spider suddenly drops down from the wall. Completely fed up with this trash heap, Kai whips out a solid gold coin, offering it to anyone willing to clean the room. Without missing a single beat, Collins and Sharp instantly jump at the offer to start scrubbing. Lucas totally expects this reaction. Since Collins and Sharp are both commoners, that gold coin will go a massive way for them. Plus, it turns out Kai's Toroi family is actually one of the 3 incredibly powerful noble houses ruling over the entire Northern Empire. While Collins and Sharp hustle to clean up, Kai continues loudly venting his endless frustration, screaming that he never signed up for this dump. Trying to keep the peace, Lucas assures him things will probably improve soon, considering the Academy's elite reputation. Kai nods along, but the second he relaxes, another huge spider drops down. He screams at the top of his lungs, whining that this dorm is literally a prison. Just a bit later, Sharp and Collins finish making the room spotless. Keeping his word, Kai pays out the fee, and even Lucas pockets a small cut. Honestly, for an overly arrogant noble, Lucas has to admit the guy is actually surprisingly generous. Right on cue, the attendant returns with their official academy uniforms. He tells the boys to hurry up and get dressed so they won't miss the grand entrance ceremony. Unfolding his clothes, Kai's blood pressure absolutely skyrockets. The uniform they gave him is dirty and completely tattered. Collins and Sharp think it looks totally fine though. Seeing Kai raging, Lucas casually mentions the academy has a special system completely dedicated to handling any student requests. If he just asks nicely over there, Lucas swears they will definitely swap out his ruined clothes. Falling for it instantly, Kai demands they sprint to the main hall so he can formally complain. I know what you're thinking, the dude is ridiculously gullible. Soon enough, they enter the hall rocking absolute trash. Looking around, Collins is totally stunned by the overwhelming luxury, but Kai smirks, claiming his house is way better. Meanwhile, Lucas starts scanning the crowd for Julia. Catching him looking, Kai points her out right away. She is sitting in the very front row, reserved entirely for the elite core students. Seeing their drastically different uniforms, Kai suggests going down to talk to her before things kick off, especially since the martial arts section is placed miles away from the front. Waving it off, Lucas says there is really no need for that and suggests finding their seats. But deep down, he is super proud seeing her wear that prestigious uniform. Once the guys finally sit down, Lucas immediately notices a quiet girl seated nearby, who also seems to be in the martial arts department. Just seconds later, the student council president, Theod Formal, makes an incredibly flashy entrance to break down the academy's crucial point system. The entire crowd goes absolutely wild over how cool he looks. Reaching level 6 before graduation basically proves without a doubt that he is an absolute monster genius. Taking the stage, Theod starts explaining. So what do you and I take from this? Points are everything here, buying you magic skills, rare books, beasts, and premium materials. In fact, listen up, because you and I are about to see how this academy really works. Top-tier masters, cost points. Earning them through basic chores only gets you 1 to 5 points an hour. Total rip-off. Manual labor? Total waste. It is way more efficient to rack up points by joining department events. He says today's freshman orientation is basically a goldmine for the senior students. Hearing this, Lucas finally realizes exactly why Mina was helping them out earlier. Theod adds that grabbing a spot on the student council guarantees a solid, stable income of points every single month. The president rakes in 500 points monthly. Vice president, 200. And regular council members score a clean 100 points. Finally, he drops the ultimate high-risk, high-reward method. Hunting down raw, wild monsters. Turns out, there is a massive magical beast mountain range right behind the academy. It is completely packed with all kinds of dangerous creatures. Theod explains that taking down beasts and trading in their dropped materials pays out some serious points. Lucas instantly lights up hearing this. To him, this isn't a deadly forest, it is a personal training ground. A few hours later, Lucas burns some tranquility incense to knock his roommates out cold. Once they are sound asleep, he sneaks right out. Stick with me. He's hyped for this deadly mountain. Out back, a massive wall blocks his path. But come on, a simple wall cannot stop a determined Lucas. He leaps right over. Grinning from ear to ear, he touches down right inside the magical forest. First up, a horned frog. Lucas playfully dodges its attacks before casually ripping off its horn, leaving the monster completely disabled. These poisonous black froghorns are super valuable for brewing magic potions. Lucas knows this material is going to score him some massive points. See, Lucas discovered the academy keeps a stash of legendary martial arts manuals hidden away. That is exactly why he needs points. He wants those god-tier skills once wielded by the legendary martial god himself. Since time is ticking, Lucas decides to immediately scan the area and track down every magical beast nearby. Activating his overpowered eyes, he instantly pinpoints the exact locations of every single monster hiding in the shadows. He spots a level 1 shell mouse, a level 2 one-eyed bat, and a level 3 magic crest leopard. But honestly, they are garbage. Lucas trashes them all effortlessly. Every monster crossing his path gets completely one-shotted. In just minutes, he has secured an absolutely massive haul of loot. He is hyped to trade these materials for points, giving him everything needed for his Dan refining. But something feels off. Lucas stops, noticing the entire forest has gone dead silent. You and I both know what that means, right? There is a massive, overpowered boss hiding out nearby. Lucas expands his razor-sharp senses to scan the area, quickly locking onto a massive presence lurking in a cave. The beast senses him too. Does Lucas back down? Nope. He instantly dashes straight toward the cave, 1 kilometer away. Arriving at the entrance, he spots a level 6 Icefire wolf. And yeah, this thing looks incredibly lethal. Being a wolf, its territorial instincts are insane. But Lucas is an absolute battle maniac. Grinning, he wastes zero time and lunges right at the beast. The wolf meets him mid-air, blasting an ice breath that completely freezes his right arm. But that cannot stop Lucas. He slams a devastating punch straight into the wolf's jaw, sending it flying backward. Honestly, Lucas is disappointed. He only managed to send the beast flying, instead of punching a clean hole straight through its chest. Hyped for a real training session, Lucas taunts the wolf to get back up, fully knowing the beast is not done yet. The wolf recovers, roaring as it unleashes a massive torrent of fire that completely engulfs Lucas in blazing flames. It keeps blasting that scorching fire breath for several minutes, making absolutely sure Lucas is dead. Thinking the annoying human is finally burnt to crisp ashes, the wolf throws its head back to howl in victory. But out of nowhere, Lucas appears right behind it. Before the beast can even react, Lucas closes the gap, smashing a Kai-infused punch directly into its spine. The impact is so heavy, the wolf violently coughs up blood. The raw force of the impact launches the beast flying violently into the distance. Pinned on its back, the wolf listens as Lucas calmly praises its insane ability to flawlessly mix fire and ice attacks together. But the wolf isn't proud. Looking up, all it sees is a horrifying demonic predator standing casually right above it. Desperate, the beast fights back, blasting both ice and fire to create a blinding smokescreen of thick water vapor. Lucas blows it away instantly. The terrified beast bolts, but trust me, you and I know he's hunting it down. Lucas effortlessly grabs its tail and delivers an absolute WWE-style smackdown. You and I would be terrified, right? But fighting this massive magical beast, Lucas feels zero threat. He's actually loving it. He is already looking at this wolf like a massive pile of free points. But suddenly, the beast blasts him straight into the wall with a brutal shockwave. Thinking it finally has Lucas totally cornered, the wolf unleashes a devastating flame breath. Lucas easily dodges the fire, leaping right back at it. Totally desperate to keep him away, the beast fires off another massive blast of flames. But this time, Lucas pushes straight through the blazing fire. Riding right through the heat waves, he instantly closes the gap between them. He punches the wolf with insane force, completely shattering the ground beneath its feet and setting off a massive shockwave. Not giving it a second to breathe, Lucas smashes the wolf in the head again. Right then, the beast finally realizes if this keeps up, it is going to die. So it immediately pulls out its absolute last resort. It actually raises its arms to surrender. The giant wolf bows deeply before Lucas, then spits out a glowing blue and red core. Lucas is completely caught off guard. In this world, some magical beasts are actually born with a core hidden inside their bodies. It is incredibly rare, basically the beast's lifelong power source. But here is the crazy part. If a single drop of human blood touches that core, the beast instantly becomes their subordinate. Now pay attention here. Spitting out those cores means this massive wolf is literally begging to be his subordinate. Since the beast has already totally submitted, Lucas decides to go ahead and accept it. He knows this is an insanely lucky catch. Even for top-tier mages, having a level 6 magical beast as a pet is extremely rare. Still, he figures this wolf must be pretty dumb. Usually, powerful magical beasts have too much pride to ever submit to a human, giving the beast exactly what it wants. Lucas drips his blood onto the cores, sparking a blinding flash of light. Once the intense light fades, the wolf swallows its cores again. Out of nowhere, Lucas hears a voice calling him master. He is totally confused, until the wolf straight up tells him it is the one speaking. It finally hits him the blood pact, actually lets him understand the wolf's language perfectly. Really pleased with his new pet, Lucas names it Uru. And since he is officially the boss now, he realizes that everything in this territory belongs to him too. He immediately starts wondering if Uru has hoarded any valuable loot. Right on cue, Uru tells Lucas to follow along. It turns out, all the good stuff is hidden deep inside the cave. They finally reach the supposed treasure room, and Lucas finds a massive pile of loot, everything from animal pelts and bones to shining gemstones. I know what you're thinking, absolute jackpot, right? Lucas is literally drooling over this treasure, but then Uru drops a bomb. This isn't even the real stash. Uru leads him to the actual vault, packed full of level 3 beast cores. There are even 2 insanely rare level 6 cores sitting right there. Uru casually mentions that it actually ate the water and fire attribute cores to power up. When Lucas hears that insane detail, he pieces it together. To evolve and level up, a beast has to eat cores from magical beasts of equal or even greater strength. That means Uru actually took down at least 2 equals, which is a seriously impressive achievement. As a reward for being awesome, Lucas feeds his new pet some high-grade recovery medicine. He then orders Uru to keep watching over the treasures in the cave while it slowly heals up. Uru proudly tells its new master not to worry. It will handle this first mission perfectly. The very next day, Lucas rolls up to class. Despite staying awake all night, he feels completely fresh, all thanks to some special tranquility incense. But soon enough, the other students start grumbling. Time is ticking, and their teacher hasn't even bothered to show up for the first lesson. Kai is getting seriously mad. He quickly assumes the totally useless academy administration just forgot to assign them a martial arts teacher altogether. But moments later, a completely drunk guy stumbles into the room. He introduces himself as Seagal, casually dropping that he is their new homeroom teacher. Seeing this absolute mess of a man, Kai is in total disbelief. The guy is filthy, and there is no way he is actually qualified to teach them. Without warning, Sigil screams out, practically deafening Kai on the spot. But Lucas watches closely. Based on how he moves, Lucas realizes Sigil is actually a level 5 or 6 expert. Sigil instantly glares at Kai, warning him that nobody speaks in his classroom without permission. With that settled, Sigil starts calling out roll. Tishi, the girl Lucas noticed back at the entrance ceremony, is the very first one to answer. Once Sigil finally finishes taking the attendance, he seems pretty happy to see everybody present. But right as the lesson is supposed to start, he realizes he forgot his textbook. So he randomly makes Tishi the class representative just to fetch it from his lab. Tishi is completely stunned, asking if he's actually serious. And trust me, you'll definitely want to see how this plays out next. Alright, let's jump right in. Sigil confirms the pick, but Kai, absolutely furious. He jumps up, demanding a fair competition for class rep. Kai starts bragging, going on about his elite pedigree and raw talent, claiming he deserves the spot. Smack! Sigil chucks a projectile right at his head, completely shutting him down. A brutal reminder, no talking without permission. Before walking right out the door, Sigil casually orders Tishi to hand out all the textbooks. The rest of class? Self-study. Tishi is beaming with pride. Not only did she ace the entrance exam, but she bagged the class rep title too. She secretly vows to use this epic opportunity to completely rewrite her destiny. Meanwhile, Kai is still rubbing his massive headache. Lucas points out that something feels totally off about their teacher. Kai instantly agrees, plotting to report Sigil to administration and get him fired. But Lucas is quietly analyzing everything. He figures out that Sigil must have suffered some brutal injuries in the past. It completely explains his stiff, unnatural movements, which leaves Lucas wondering just how insanely powerful was Sigil before he got hurt. Now watch closely, because Lucas refuses to report him. Deep down, he's actually hyped to see what Sigil can really do. Hours later, the boys hit up the school cafeteria. Kai is still whining about being abandoned to self-study for hours on end. He thinks Sigil is a totally irresponsible joke for handpicking the class rep himself. While Kai throws a tantrum, Lucas spots his sister. He gives her a gentle head pat, asking how her very first class went. Julia smiles, saying her homeroom teacher Linda is incredibly sweet. Linda actually cheered her on, motivating her to aim for class rep next week. This just fuels Kai's rant even more. Normally, reps are strictly chosen a full week after enrollment. Julia is totally shocked that the martial arts rep was picked on day 1. She immediately asks if Lucas snagged the title. Lucas just laughs and lets her know it wasn't him. Changing the subject, Lucas suggests they grab some grub. He heard the cafeteria food here is actually top tier. Turns out, school meals run on a strict point system. Freshmen without points can trade cash for them, but it is a one-time only deal. Crazy enough, the exchange rate changes depending on your department. Julia scores a massive, delicious feast and happily digs right in. Here's the catch, one coin gets other departments 100 points. Martial arts, a measly 10. Kai is absolutely stunned. Even the staff blatantly discriminates against the martial arts track. A staff member bluntly tells the angry students that outside status means nothing. In this academy, points are absolute law. Choking down a piece of dry bread, Kai dramatically decides that enrolling here basically stripped him of his basic human rights. Taking pity on his miserable face, Julia offers him some food. Kai literally bursts into tears, declaring she is an absolute angel. Just then, Mia walks up. Julia warmly invites her to join, but Mia politely declines, saying she has already grabbed a bite. However, Mia pulls out some homemade cookies. She baked them as a thank you for their help earlier. Julia excitedly takes one. Lucas grabs a cookie too, totally impressed by her skills, and calls them absolutely delicious. Kai, being himself, swoops in for a taste. His eyes go wide, claiming the quality easily rivals the Troy family's legendary luxury sweets. I know you and I are both laughing right now. Kai teases Lucas for knowing such a gorgeous girl, completely oblivious to the crazy truth Mia is actually his ex-fiancée, a secret Lucas definitely can't spill. After handing out the snacks, Mia heads off. Lucas finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. He quickly realizes this cafeteria is basically a magnet for bumping into everyone you know. Right on cue, Mina strolls into the dining hall. Then comes Theod, literally hovering around with his fire magic just to flex his aura. Lucas takes one look and pegs him as a massive show-off. But Lucas has zero respect for the guy. After the ceremony, he totally overheard that Theod relies on medicine just to cast level 6 magic. Mid-bite, Lucas spots Sigil quietly slipping out of the cafeteria, leaving him wondering where he is off to. Elsewhere, the faculty is trashing Sigil's reckless behavior. Though, a few teachers sympathize, knowing that a past tragedy completely changed him. Sigil soon regroups with the staff and the headmaster. Once settled, the headmaster drops the day's main agenda. They need to prep for the upcoming magical beast taming tournament. And that's where we pause, trust me. With monster attacks constantly plaguing the Carmina Empire, this taming tournament is going to be absolute chaos. Alright, stick with me here. It is officially time for Allen Magic School's annual beast taming tournament. Julia's homeroom teacher drops some heavy news. They have prepped over 2,000 level 1 beasts. She suggests kicking off the whole competition in exactly 6 days, keeping the usual schedule. But then Greg, another teacher, suddenly cuts right in. He is totally cool with the 6-day timeline, but argues the martial arts class should sit this out. Why? Because they supposedly cannot handle real magical beasts. Segol completely disagrees with that garbage. Greg tries playing the good guy, claiming he is just protecting the students. But Linda steps up, shutting him down and backing Segol entirely. She looks Greg dead in the eye. As new students, the martial arts department is absolutely participating. Another teacher chimes in to agree. Every single student deserves total equality here. Deep down, Greg is absolutely fuming. He cannot believe these teachers, especially Linda, are actually siding with a guy like Segol. Greg assumes Linda is just blindly hoping Segol somehow returns to his former glory as a legendary level 8 powerhouse. Forced to back off, Greg just smirks. He figures those martial arts kids will just cry facing real monsters. The vote is unanimous. The headmaster officially declares the martial arts students are joining the tournament. Right after the meeting, a teacher pulls Linda aside, genuinely concerned. Was she truly okay throwing the martial arts class into this? Greg actually made a fair point. He admits that martial arts definitely requires intense real-world combat experience, but he reminds her that this beast tournament is incredibly brutal. Now watch closely. Linda just smiles. Someone once taught her that cowards dodging hardship aren't real martial artists. And that absolute legend? None other than Segol. She casually adds that Segol will definitely expel any student who gets too scared to participate anyway. When Segol returns to class, he drops the news about the beast taming tournament. Because of this event, they are doing outdoor combat training immediately. He plans to force them to get strong enough to crush those magical beasts. Naturally, Kai opens his big mouth to complain about the class representative situation again. Usually, this tournament decides who gets to be representative. He argues they have zero reason to fight since their rep is picked. Segol just smacks him over the head to shut him up. I know what you're thinking. Lucas is terrified. Right? Nope. He is just stressed about holding back so he does not accidentally obliterate his classmates. Moments later, they all report to the outdoor training grounds. Watching Tishi spar for a few minutes, Lucas realizes she is seriously strong. Honestly, he is the only one stronger. This just proves Segol exactly knew what he was doing by making Tishi their leader. After hours of brutal practice, the lunch bell rings. Segol finally calls off the training. Kai practically thanks his lucky stars, super excited for a break. Collins and Sharp head straight for the cafeteria. Collins promises to bring Kai his lunch as agreed. Sharp is completely shocked by this. Did Collins seriously make yet another shady deal with Kai? Kai proudly explains he pays Collins 2 coins for 2 points worth of good food. Basically, Collins gets to save real money, while Kai saves his school points. A total win-win situation. Sharp instantly regrets missing out on this sweet deal. Collins just laughs, telling him he can totally take the next food run. Lucas watches them, thinking Collins is secretly a genius. He makes easy cash while keeping everyone happy. Kai struts over to Lucas, completely bragging about his mastermind business deal. He even tells Lucas to follow his lead. Lucas completely ignores him, walking away cold. Kai feels insulted for a second, but figures Lucas has a rich sister in the elite class, so points do not matter. But Kai is dead wrong. Even without Julia's help, Lucas would never starve in here. The guy can literally stroll into the dangerous forest and hunt beasts for lunch. While roasting fresh meat, he suddenly remembers Mina trying to approach Julia again. Because of that, Lucas knows he must stay on high guard against her bad intentions. We will see what happens next. For now, Uru is just drooling over the roasting meat. Let's dive right back in. Since Lucas is actually a nice guy, he feeds his beast first. But he tells Uru the bad news after eating. They are sparring. Don't worry, he promises to go easy. Poor Uru is practically crapping himself hearing that. Meanwhile, back at the Ryan family estate, Holt notices his wife, Catherine, looking totally heartbroken over the kids. She misses them like crazy, so he suggests a trip. Since he is passing through Dagtown for work anyway, he offers to take her along. Catherine's face lights up. She immediately hugs her husband, incredibly grateful. Elsewhere at Count Grind's estate, a shady group of masked noble ladies is meeting up. And guess who is there? Holt's second wife, Jessica. The ringleader? None other than that terrifying demon lady. She has been slowly, quietly gathering her power. She passes around drinks, calling it the new Jade Dream. She promises that the second they drink it, their entire bodies will literally start glowing. But joke is on them, it is actually her own demonic blood. She knows these vain nobles will do literally anything for the perfect glass body, playing them completely. Once every single one of them downs the drink, she kicks off the day's sick game. Later, the demon lady pulls Jessica aside into her room. She wants answers about how exactly Julia survived that bandit attack. Jessica spills the tea. She claims Julia wiped out the bandits herself because the girl woke up a crazy level 7 blessing. That is when it finally clicks for the demon lady. Julia actually inherited Miranda's broken family talent. But wait, she is not buying it entirely. Even a level 7 should not be able to solo the bandit leader like that. She then offers Jessica a dark deal: kill Catherine and Julia to claim the Baroness title. Jessica doesn't even hesitate. She is all in, asking exactly what she needs to do. Now watch closely, because this is where she sets her trap. She violently brands her insignia onto Jessica, permanently making her a puppet. Cut back to the academy. Tishi announces to the class that morning combat training is continuing as scheduled. Kai and the rest of the guys immediately start groaning about how brutal it is. One guy whines that his entire body is aching. Another student says the pain was so bad he couldn't even sleep all night. Tishi admits the regimen is totally ruthless, but she reminds them it is the only way to level up their skills, pushing them to give it their all. Meanwhile, Lucas's roommates are perfectly fine. Of course, their massive egos make them assume they are just built different than everyone else. Little do they know, the only reason they feel so great is that tranquility incense Kai burned in their room. Even Tati is impressed, assuming Lucas's crew just has insane stamina. Moments later, training kicks off, and Kai pairs right up with Lucas. Kai charges in full force, but he gets effortlessly pushed straight backward. The spar heats up. Kai actually thinks they are evenly matched, but he has no idea Lucas is holding back about 90% of his power. Right in the middle of the clash, Lucas suddenly senses eyes on him from a distance. And you and I both know his instincts never miss. There is an old man sitting quietly under a tree, analyzing their every single move. Kai spots Lucas getting distracted and tries to seize the opening for a quick strike. But Lucas's reflexes are on a completely different level. He easily dodges the punch, sending Kai crashing face first into the dirt. Unfazed, Kai scrambles back to his feet, declaring that this fight isn't over until one of them clearly wins. Lucas just slides right back into his stance, accepting the challenge. Turns out, that mysterious old man spying on our boy is named Otani. On his way back to the library, he bumps into Mina. She kindly offers to escort him, but the old guy waves her off. Why? Because Otani has already seen right through Lucas's act. He knows the kid is hiding his true power, and decides he is going to keep a very close eye on him. A grueling few hours later, combat training finally wraps up. Luckily for the class, Seigold taught them some special massage techniques. Everyone gets to work, finally soothing out those completely wrecked muscles. Lucas is actually relieved. With everyone focused on relaxing, they will totally forget that his crew were the only ones full of energy earlier. Now, Lucas decides it is finally time to set up his very own private training ground. But to pull that off, he is going to need some serious materials to build the place right. Conveniently, the Academy's official magic shop stocks a ton of ultra-rare items you literally can't find anywhere on the outside. Stepping inside, Lucas is blown away by the massive size. It feels like an entire shopping mall. But after checking the tags, he quickly realizes these items are ridiculously overpriced. At this rate, he calculates he might end up burning through a massive 100 points every single month. Sure, Julia brings in points like crazy, but Lucas refuses to just leech off her. If her allowance dries up, they will be in serious trouble. So for today, he plays it smart and just grabs a few magic potions. Stick with me here. Next time, he is planning to cash in all the hidden loot from Uru's cave for massive points. Let's jump right in. The shop attendant is dozing off when Lucas suddenly drops a massive pile of items right on her desk. She rings everything up and tells him the total damage. 5 whole points for the entire haul. She spots his uniform right away. He is clearly a student from the martial arts department. They only get 10 points total, meaning he is blowing half his budget instantly. He pays up and casually heads out. Right as he hits the door, she calls out. She warns him to watch his spending before he ends up totally broke. Lucas just flashes a grin. He tells her this is barely enough, and he is definitely coming back for a second round soon. The attendant is completely baffled. Why buy so many potion ingredients when the martial arts kids do not even brew anything? She has absolutely no idea what his plan is. She figures he is just some rich noble burning through his cash for fun. Cut to Uru's cave. Lucas mixes those exact ingredients into a bath and starts soaking up all those sweet medicinal buffs. Once he steps out, he notices the water still holds some serious power. Dumping it out now would be a total waste. But at the exact same time, he cannot exactly offer someone his used bathwater. While he is standing there trying to figure out his next move, he suddenly senses something strange creeping up right behind him. He whips around. Uru is actually chugging the bathwater, and before Lucas can even blink, the beast drains the entire thing. Disgust hits him first, but then he just laughs, giving Uru a pat. That magical water will definitely boost his physical strength. Uru happily thanks his master for the treat, then immediately demands some beef. Lucas is just relieved the leftover water problem is handled. Next up, trading his cave loot for points when nobody is around. He decides to stash his newly bought shop tools near his dorm room first. Once night falls, he will quietly move everything. Flashback to the shop. Lucas effortlessly hoists a heavy training dummy right over his shoulder. The attendant had even offered to use magic. Instead, she just waves happily, telling her favorite new customer to come back any time. Lucas totally dodged any suspicion here. She fully believes all his materials are just handouts from a wealthy noble family. A little while after that. Now watch closely, because things are heating up. Sigold is screaming at his slacking students, reminding them tomorrow is the huge taming tournament. Drop out now if you are weak. Sigold patrols the training grounds like a hawk, barking harsh advice at anyone falling behind. He tears into Kai for being hopelessly weak. But Kai fires back, loudly bragging that he already beat Lucas, Sharp, and Collins. That stupid comment earns him a brutal flick right to the forehead. Kai hits the dirt crying. Sigold glares straight at Kai's roommates next. He is completely disgusted that they actually managed to lose to this total weakling. What the teacher does not know? Sharp and Collins took a dive for cash, and Lucas just wanted to avoid pointless drama. To settle this absolute mess, Sigold orders Tishi to spar with Kai. Kai marches up with crazy confidence. He warns Tishi he will not hold back, eager to prove he deserves the class representative spot instead. The match kicks off. Kai makes his move, charging blindly forward with zero actual strategy. He thinks he has her trapped. Nope. Tishi effortlessly sidesteps and drives a brutal counterattack right into his stomach. Panicking, Kai throws a desperate straight kick. Tishi just answers with a vicious kick to the head, resetting whatever is left of his brain. He tries to stand back up. Tishi finishes it, launching him straight into the solid wall with a devastating palm strike. You and I knew she was a beast, right? The class finally realizes exactly why Sigold picked her to be their representative. Sigold warns everyone to wake up. Out in the wild, magical beasts are never going to show them an ounce of mercy. Meanwhile, Lucas has the whole fight figured out. Kai dumped everything into his attack, leaving his defense wide open for Tishi to exploit. The dust settles. Tishi walks over to the beaten kid, casually asking if he is all right. Kai just sits there in absolute silence. Sigold assumes the kid is completely furious. Sigold then drops the hammer. Tame at least one magical beast tomorrow, or pack your bags. Fail, and you are kicked out of the department. Before storming off, he barks one final order. Stay on this field and train until the sun goes down. With the teacher gone, Lucas approaches Kai. Before Kai can even complain, Lucas bluntly states that his defense is absolute garbage. He gives him a solid tip. Fix that reckless habit, aim for the weak spots, and he might actually survive the tournament. Out of nowhere, Kai tells Lucas he is completely missing the point. Kai boldly confesses that he is madly in love with Tishi. Why? Because she is the first girl to ever kick him in the face. So what do you and I make of this? He is so obsessed with her cool moves, he is already naming their future kids. Alright, stick with me here because Lucas just realized his buddy Kai is an absolute, hopeless masochist. The next day, the students arrive at the arena. It is absolutely massive. Everyone just stands there, mind blown, wondering exactly how many magical beasts are locked inside. Kai practically soils himself. Why? Because literal, terrifying beasts are roaring directly beneath their feet. Over on the other side, Greg's magic students are absolutely furious that martial artists even got invited. They start aggressively trash-talking the martial arts class. But Sigold actually steps up. He snaps at the mages to focus on the tournament rules instead of running their mouths. Honestly, Lucas is shocked to see his teacher defending them. Kai, on the other hand, he is shaking with nerves, but Lucas calms him down. He tells Kai to just picture the magical beasts as giant seagulls. Naturally, Kai is completely lost by that advice. Lucas grins and explains he should just picture their teacher, Sigold, while fighting the raging beasts. Suddenly, Kai is totally pumped up. He is beyond ready to go. The funny part? Sigold can hear every word, but he just ignores it. Lucas keeps handing out the solid advice. He tells Kai that low-level magical beasts simply cannot break through his solid defense. If he stays completely focused on blocking, he is guaranteed to win. Kai nods, swearing he will not repeat the dumb mistakes he made fighting Tishi. Listening in, Sigold realizes something. Lucas is actually incredibly smart when it comes to coaching others. Moments later, the main examiner arrives. The rules are simple, tame 10 magical beasts, and you walk away with a flawless perfect score. But there is a catch. Anyone who actually kills a beast will lose points immediately. The time limit is strict exactly 10 minutes, and if things go south and someone gets hurt, they need to scream for the teachers waiting outside. With the rules set, he officially kicks off the tournament, calling the very first group of competitors down to enter. Julia steps up first. Right away, she notices a massive spatial barrier completely covering the testing zone. It all clicks. That is how the school managed to stuff 50 giant magical beasts into one tiny building. You are going to want to watch this. The second she enters, monsters roar from every side, but Julia is absolutely hyped. She sprints straight at the pack, blasting them with a massive wave of lightning. Back outside, the examiner explains a secret detail. The beasts in this taming tournament, they are all coated in a highly specialized magic potion. The second a beast submits, vivid smoke will instantly rise from its body. The teachers wait outside the barrier, using intricate magic circles to sense exactly what is happening. This lets them track every tame and hand out perfect scores in real time. Just 3 minutes later, Julia casually strolls right out of the exam venue. Perfect score secured. She runs straight over to Linda, who is freaking out about her insane 3-minute clear time. But Julia just smiles, saying she wants to go check on her big brother. She asks where the martial arts test is happening. Linda points her toward venue number 10. But there is a catch. The martial arts class goes dead last, meaning they are in for a seriously long wait. Hearing that, Julia logically decides to go and grab some snacks first. Meanwhile, Iowa is practically buzzing, hoping Lucas pulls off another insane stunt like the entrance ceremony. 2 long hours pass. The martial artists are still waiting, and Kai is stressing out. However, I know what you're thinking, mages are stronger, right? But Lucas shuts that down. In pure combat ability, martial artists are definitely not inferior to mages. Siegel hears this and literally stands up to clap for Lucas. He looks around, telling the rest of the class to stop looking down on their own potential. He drops a truth bomb. The only reason nobody has gotten hurt yet is that level 1 beasts simply cannot pierce human skin. Siegel doubles down. When it comes to raw physical strength and close combat, martial artists absolutely destroy low-level mages. The students are completely shocked. Seeing their grumpy teacher actually encouraging them? Totally weird. Just then, Tishi walks over. She checked the medical tents, 0 injuries. Honestly, most mages are just passing out from draining their magic reserves way too fast. Plus, she managed to gather some incredibly important intel on the sly. Turns out, the beasts have restricted movement ranges inside the barriers. That means getting swarmed is actually impossible. If a fight looks totally unwinnable, you can literally just run away and hunt down a much weaker beast instead. Tishi smiles, assuring everyone that as long as they manage their stamina and stay sharp, they are guaranteed to score points. The whole class lights up, cheering for their representative. They are calling her the absolute greatest class rep ever. Deep down, Siegold is smiling, knowing that picking Tishi was a genius move. But then, Greg struts over, loudly mocking the class and saying they rely on garbage tactics to pass. Siegold frowns, genuinely surprised to see his rival. He demands to know what Greg is doing here. Greg sneers, announcing the martial arts department enters next. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss this. Stick with me here. As this guy walks away, he totally mocks the students, claiming their department might just vanish. He even twists the knife, saying he wouldn't care if the martial arts track got scrapped entirely since it was a mistake anyway. Lucas, absolutely fuming. Looking at Greg, all he sees are the exact same scumbags who made his past life a living hell. So, Lucas stands straight up. He tells Siegold he's going into the arena first, claiming the spot since he ranked number 1 at the ceremony. Siegold tries to give him an out, saying someone else can go if he's sweating it. But nope, Lucas insists on leading the charge. Lucas makes a promise. He's going to crush this exam, pull off a flawless score, and shut the mouths of everyone mocking the martial arts students. Hearing that, the whole class lights up. They immediately start cheering him on, telling him to go out there and wreck it. Siegold is actually blown away. These kids went from looking totally terrified to completely fired up in seconds. 10 minutes later, Lucas steps into the exam venue. Immediately, his eyes catch at a massive detection magic circle glowing right above the arena. He quickly pieces it together. If he just dodges that detection grid while moving around, the teachers outside won't see a single thing happening behind the barrier. Total blind spot. Here's the trick. When a magical beast accepts a master, their souls link up. That means communication. Plus, Lucas can temporarily borrow the beast's raw power. Meanwhile, Uru is chilling in his cave when he feels it. Lucas is actually channeling his aura, even though Lucas is way stronger anyway. Watch closely. The second he drops Uru's aura, the exam beasts completely lose their minds. They start running for their lives, terrified an apex predator just crashed. That was the whole strategy. Corner them mentally, break their spirit, and crush their will to fight before throwing a punch. Faking an alpha-level threat makes this a breeze. Lucas is honestly thrilled that Uru's terrifying aura is coming in so handy, forcing every single magical beast in the zone to submit without a fight. But he's not leaving yet. Lucas isn't stepping 1 foot outside until every last beast in this venue bows down. On top of that, He carefully blocks the potion smoke from leaking out. Pinning down this giant owl beast, Lucas casually tells the terrified bird that they'll definitely be seeing each other again. Deep down, though, that bird is practically sobbing, praying to never see this absolute demon again. 5 agonizing minutes pass. 0 points on the board. Kai starts sweating, terrified his friend might actually fail. But then, Julia walks right up. She tells Kai to relax, completely confident that Lucas is going to bag a perfect score, exactly like she did. Loving the scoreboard, Greg immediately takes the chance to trash talk. He laughs at the martial arts class, saying they're too pathetic to even scratch the lowest tier monsters in there. Greg smirks, claiming this proves why mages are just superior. Julia shuts him down fast, warning him not to mock her brother. Sure, Lucas can't cast spells, but she knows firsthand the guy is an absolute powerhouse. Greg blinks, totally shocked a mage is defending a martial artist. He mutters that teacher Linda's garbage logic is clearly infecting her students. He sneers at Julia, saying she can argue all day, but you and I know what's coming. The loudspeaker chimes Lucas just scored his first point. The scoreboard finally updates. Kai lets out a massive breath of relief. 1 point means Lucas actually gets to stay in the martial arts program. Greg just rolls his eyes. He mocks them for cheering over a single point, bragging his class peaked at 5. Suddenly, the intercom beeps again. Lucas just locked in 4 more tames back-to-back, bringing him to a solid 5 points. Greg's jaw practically hits the floor. A sword-swinging freshman just matched the exact 5 points his elite mage class could even manage. Inside the arena, Lucas realizes he's successfully terrified the entire monster roster. Now, his classmates can just walk in and score free points. With the prep work completely finished, he decides there's only one thing left to do. Grab that shiny perfect score. Lucas goes on an absolute rampage. He blitzes through the remaining beasts, taming them effortlessly until he hits the maximum 10 points. Greg is left standing there looking like a complete idiot when Lucas strolls out. Perfect score on the board. Julia cheers loud for her brother, not even slightly shocked. She always knew exactly what kind of monster he really was. She sprints over and gives him a huge hug, and Lucas gently pats her head. Greg starts screaming, throwing a massive fit. He yells that there's 0 chance a martial arts rookie could tame 10 beasts. He whips around to Seagold, straight up accusing the teacher of rigging the exam from behind the scenes for Lucas. Seagold opens his mouth, but the chief examiner steps up, eyes cold. He asks Greg if he's really calling him a corrupt official who takes bribes. The color drains from Greg's face. He instantly realizes these head examiners are the absolute last people he wants to piss off. Greg stutters an apology. And that's where we leave it, karma never misses. Alright, let's jump right back into the madness. Greg actually claims that Lucas's perfect score is totally suspicious, blaming it on a broken dummy. Greg keeps whining about the venue's integrity. So the examiner finally suggests inspecting the barrier space themselves. Kai is absolutely mind blown. They are seriously holding a formal review just because a martial artist scored perfectly? But Lucas just brushes it off, telling Kai not to stress. Let them inspect everything, he's got absolutely nothing to hide here. 10 whole minutes pass. The examiner cracks open the barrier space. Instantly, the beasts try making a desperate run for it, but they're quickly restrained. He admits the monsters are super agitated, but definitely not weakened enough to justify changing the venue. Another examiner asks the chief if Lucas really earned those points legitimately. The chief straight up admits he couldn't find a single thing wrong. Even so, he knows something definitely traumatized those magical beasts. With 0 evidence, he suggests continuing the tournament as planned, while the 10 beasts Lucas completely destroyed are pulled aside for a deeper inspection. Just like that, the official exam continues. Lucas sighs. He's honestly disappointed they found nothing, yet these guys still refuse to acknowledge his actual, raw capabilities. He's not sweating it though. Stick with me here, because the real show is just starting as Tai and the rest finally enter the arena. Tishi rushes into the venue, totally hyped up and dead set on not losing to Lucas. The second she enters, she locks onto the beasts, planning to force a 30-second submission. But the moment these monsters see Tishi, they literally hallucinate Lucas standing all around her and absolutely lose their minds. Before she even lays a finger on them, they surrender. She's stunned a level 3 Dark Wolf just submitted without a single hit landing. She actually wonders if this is pure coincidence, or proof that martial arts students aren't the weaklings everyone assumes they are. Wasting no time, Tishi charges the beasts, completely forcing their submission. In an instant, she secures her own perfect score of 10 points. The martial arts crowd goes completely wild. Another perfect score on the board, and her clear time is somehow even faster than Lucas. The examiners are visibly baffled by this anomaly, immediately sending these defeated beasts out for another deep inspection. Taishi steps back out, grinning from ear to ear as she remembers Lucas claiming the beasts weren't scary at all. This gives Taishi massive confidence that martial artists can definitely rival mages. Following her, Sharp, Collins, and even Kai too all smash perfect scores. Honestly speaking, by the tournament's end, every single martial arts student hits a perfect score, dominating the upper rankings. Seagal smiles, proud his underdogs completely crushed it. A bit later, you and I both saw that coming, right? But the clueless headmaster finds zero beast abnormalities, wondering why only martial artists absolutely dominated. The chief examiner finally drops his working theory. He assumes the beasts were simply terrified by the flashy magic attacks from the mage students who went before the martial artists. His colleague quickly pushes back. They've hosted this tournament for years, and absolutely nothing like this massive sweep has ever happened before. But remember, this is literally the first tournament ever since the martial arts department was officially established. The examiner figures the brutal, close-quarters combat from the martial arts students likely amplified the monster's fear. Hearing this, the headmaster decides the martial arts department will just compete first in next year's event. Regardless, he firmly declares that this year's current exam results will stand exactly as recorded. Greg suddenly bursts in, furious. He argues this means the martial arts department will push past mages and tie the elites for first. The headmaster calmly confirms the ranking, directly asking Greg if he actually objects. Nervously, Greg mumbles no. But he bitterly complains it's entirely unfair for the martial arts department to claim first place through pure luck. Right then, Otani, who's been chilling in the room, cuts in. He bluntly states that luck is absolutely a part of true ability. Otani reminds everyone they literally can't revoke the scores. None of this is the students' fault, after all. The headmaster fully agrees with Otani, ordering the teachers and examiners to officially announce the final results. Greg is incredibly salty about this massive upset, silently vowing to remember this exact moment for later payback. The headmaster turns to Otani for insight. As a legendary level 9 martial artist, he assumes Otani must have figured out the real cause behind this entire crazy situation. Otani calmly replies he can't share the specifics, but confidently assures the headmaster that this definitely isn't a bad thing for the academy. Here's what stays with me. Otani knows all about Lucas's monster strength, but he's happily keeping the kid's secret completely safe. Let's jump right back in. Elsewhere, Kai and the martial arts crew are celebrating their perfect scores. Lucas quickly passes all the credit to Seagal, claiming it was all thanks to his special training. He is doing this to stay under the radar, obviously. Kai then turns to his friends, asking what they plan to do with their massive 20-point first-place bonus. Sharp laughs, saying he is saving it up since he still owes Kai some free meals. But Kai thinks differently. He says the smartest move is buying premium gear for next month's intense combat training. Lucas is totally caught off guard by the mention of combat training, so Kai explains the Allen Tower event. It is the Academy's totally unique, hardcore trial ground. Inside that tower, a massive phantom world packed with magical beasts, beast people, and even towering giants. Since the monsters are just phantoms, nobody actually dies. It is the perfect simulation to build real, raw combat strength against entirely different races without the fatal risks. But here is the catch. Only 100 freshmen get in, and 12 elite students get automatic passes. That means everyone else is fighting tooth and nail for the leftovers. Kai explains that the taming tournament rankings decide the participants, and since their entire squad just aced the test with perfect scores, he is completely confident they will get picked. Right on cue, Sharp and Collins jump up, excited to hit the campus material shop for some new training gear. Watching them go, Lucas realizes these martial artists are seriously determined to push their limits and level up. Seeing their drive makes him even happier that he helped them secure those flawless scores. Kai grabs Lucas, hyping him up to join them at the shop. But Lucas declines, pulling out the shiny pendant Seagal gave him. It looks exactly like a beast's fang, and Lucas really wants to study it. Apparently, this rare item was only gifted to the top 3 perfect scorers in the tournament. Kai grins, playfully teasing him. He says if the rankings shifted even slightly, Tishi would have gotten it. Lucas just smiles, admitting his luck is insane. Kai then gives a quick wave, heading off to the materials shop to catch up with the guys. Now pay close attention here. Over in the mage department, they just learned the martial artist scored perfectly, and Greg's class is absolutely furious. One furious student named Leia starts venting about their grand dream to dominate for 3 straight years and become the undisputed top class. She is completely losing her mind right now because her dad poured 10 years of effort into this. Another guy storms in, completely enraged that the martial arts weaklings stole their precious Allen Tower event slots. One student steps in, trying to cool everyone down. He reminds them that the martial artists did not technically cheat at all, but another guy immediately yells that they must have bribed the examiners. In seconds, he totally manipulates the whole room into believing it. They suddenly remember Kai is in that department. Since his family has endless money, buying off the teachers would be child's play for him. Then, a guy with glasses named Andre speaks up, saying he just spotted Sharp and Collins. He tells the group that those two just bought out the last training gear at the shop. He furiously warns his friends that once the martial artists get their massive 20-point bonus, they are going to buy up every single precious resource that rightfully belongs to the mage class. You know where this is going, right? Leia sneers that martial artists have meridians weaker than glass. She orders an ambush, and soon, her trio corners Sharp and Collins. Sharp drops to the ground first. Collins sees the nasty wound on his back and panics it is poisoned, and his friend needs a doctor right now. Desperate, Collins shouts that they will hand over all their points if they just let them go. But Leia blasts him with a poison shot anyway, laughing that they do not care about points. Agonized, Collins screams, asking why she is doing this. Leia coldly reveals her totally twisted demand. She wants them to crawl all the way back to their martial arts department just like this, and announce to the whole class that their pathetic lives are worth less than weak insects. A few hours later, Lucas and Kai are still out searching for their friends. They scour the courtyard, shouting their names. Lucas is getting a terrible feeling, though Kai assumes the guys are just running a bit late. But Lucas stops dead in his tracks. He tells Kai this is totally different. He can smell a thick, overwhelming scent of fresh blood coming from the path ahead. His senses lock onto the exact source of the metallic stench, and he instantly bolts in that direction. Kai is totally shocked seeing him sprint off like that. He chases after him, and moments later, they find Sharp and Collins lying bloodied in the bushes. Pure rage instantly takes over Lucas. He drops down, grabbing them to check their vitals while furiously demanding to know who did this sick stuff. Barely conscious, Collins whispers that Leia's mage gang ambushed them. And trust me, you are going to want to see Lucas's revenge. You and I are about to watch things get incredibly dark. Lucas realizes their meridians are completely severed, and his rage just explodes. Kai panics, but Lucas confirms they're unconscious, but barely alive. He immediately orders Kai to hunt down some medicine. Meanwhile, he desperately tries to stop the heavy bleeding. Kai nods and sprints off. With him gone, Lucas finally gets a moment to truly assess the grim situation. He realizes their bones are completely shattered. This isn't a normal injury, it's the signature bone-crushing technique used by black market assassins. Seeing this brutal method used on his friends, Lucas swears absolute vengeance. He is going to completely destroy whoever did this. To him, this isn't just schoolyard bullying anymore. This is straight-up attempted murder. Sharp gasps for air, weakly crying out for his mom. Hearing this breaks Lucas, who softly promises him not to worry, bloody revenge is coming. Just moments later, Kai comes rushing back into the room alongside Tishi, who he bumped into outside. Tishi gasps in pure shock seeing the unconscious boys, but Lucas quickly calms her down, confirming they will survive. Still, he admits they're going to be bedridden for several days. Kai breathes a massive sigh of relief, saying they are incredibly lucky Lucas was there to provide emergency first aid. Furious about the attack, Tishi declares she is marching straight to the student council tomorrow morning. But Kai thinks that is absolutely pointless. Even the academy teachers are intentionally turning a blind eye to all their suffering. Lucas just coldly replies that he doesn't care, and right as the words leave his mouth, his entire vibe darkens. Watch closely here, because things just shifted. Tishi immediately notices his gentle personality is gone, replaced by something genuinely terrifying. With chilling confidence, Lucas vows that he will settle this bloody grudge himself, no matter what it takes. By the next morning, Lucas storms straight into the student council room, demanding a formal duel against Greg and his class. If they win, they want a public apology. But if they lose, Lucas offers up their highly coveted S-rank bonus as the ultimate prize. Theod smirks and casually brushes him off, claiming there is zero hard proof that Greg's students did anything wrong. He mocks Lucas, asking if that S-rank bonus is just the useless pendant. Theod actually tosses the pendant to the floor, calling it complete garbage. He leans in, telling them to wager something actually valuable if they seriously want this fight. Kai almost goes absolutely feral seeing the precious pendant tossed on the floor, but Lucas physically holds him back. Calm as ever, Lucas asks Theod exactly what he wants them to bet. Theod doesn't hesitate for a second. He demands they risk their Allen Tower qualifications. The loser will permanently forfeit their right to enter the Allen Tower. Without missing a beat, Lucas accepts the crazy terms. I know what you're thinking, this is a massive risk. The duel is locked in for 2 days later, and the academy is buzzing. Bitter freshmen who hated the martial arts department for hogging the tower slots immediately start rooting for Greg and his crew. Behind closed doors, Greg actually praises the 3 thugs who brutally ambush Sharp and Collins. Meanwhile, Sig stays completely quiet about the drama, but he secretly pushes their combat training into absolute overdrive. Finally, the day of the highly anticipated duel arrives. The arena is already completely packed, and just as expected, almost the entire crowd is loudly cheering to support Greg's class. Leia starts running her annoying mouth as always. She boldly mocks Lucas, warning him that with this massive crowd watching, he is free to forfeit before getting publicly humiliated in the arena. Lucas simply smirks, stating they have absolutely no idea how this match ends. The referee steps up, ordering both sides to prepare for the official showdown. Kai is the very first to step into the ring for the martial arts department, facing off against the ice mage, Andre. The second the match starts, Kai explodes forward. Andre instantly launches a barrage of freezing ice attacks, but Kai flawlessly deflects every single strike. Andre is visibly stunned by his speed. Kai completely mocks him, asking if that weak little move was his absolute best. But Kai has no idea Andre already planted a hidden trap, fully banking on Kai being a hot-headed idiot. Before Kai even realizes his massive mistake, he is suddenly boxed in by towering, razor-sharp ice spikes. Andre just laughs, arrogantly declaring that there is absolutely zero escape for him. He viciously tightens the icy prison, driving the sharp spikes right into Kai's body, drawing fresh blood. Andre starts bragging, shouting that this is the deadly price for disrespecting a mage. Kai is left dangling miserably from the frozen blades. Andre slowly strolls up to his trapped opponent, asking if he is finally ready to surrender. Outside the ring, Leia immediately bursts into laughter, loudly calling Kai complete and utter trash. She even taunts Lucas, promising to spare him if he just begs for mercy now. But Lucas just hits her with a death glare, coldly asking how much longer she plans to spit garbage before she shuts up. Meanwhile, in the arena, Andre gets right up in Kai's face, completely oblivious until he notices Kai is clutching volatile lava from a mountain beast. Leia spots it too and screams in panic, begging Andre to run for his life. But it's too late. A massive fiery explosion erupts from the lava. Miraculously, Andre manages to leap backward just in time, avoiding serious injury. But this leaves him totally rattled. And trust me, you'd be shaken too, realizing Kai is literally crazy enough to detonate lava slime at point-blank range, risking his own life. Andre is completely distracted, and that's when Kai ghosts right behind him, slashing his underarm with a knife. Andre stumbles back in agony, but the entire arena is staring dead at Kai. His legs? Completely charred black. Let's dive right into this madness. Can you believe Kai literally blew up his own legs just to escape? Turns out, he's following Lucas's playbook to the letter. Lucas already mapped out exactly how to break Andre's defenses. Meanwhile, Andre is absolutely furious. Taking a hit from a mere martial artist? Humiliating. But he's convinced Kai is totally trapped now since his legs are fried. He launches another massive long-range strike, but Kai intercepts it mid-air with a fresh bag of lava slime jelly. Boom. A massive explosion fills the arena with thick smoke. Kai uses the cover to charge right at Andre, looking like an absolute madman. Coming out of the smoke, all Andre sees is this terrifying, unhinged beast diving straight for him. He screams in panic, throwing up an ice barrier, but Kai violently smashes right through it. Closing the gap, Kai flashes a wicked grin. He tells Andre he hates ice users mostly because they always slip up. Andre squeals like a baby, begging him to stay back. Too late. Kai delivers a brutal headbutt, shattering his glasses and knocking him out cold. The sheer impact sends Andre flying backward, smashing hard into the arena wall. As he fades out, Andre's mind is reeling. Destroying an ice shield with pure brute force? Losing to a basic martial artist? It's just completely impossible. And just like that, Kai secures the win. He struts back over to Lucas, totally hyping up his own incredible performance. Lucas tosses him a recovery potion. Kai catches it, mentioning how he's been in absolute peak physical condition all day, though he has zero clue why. Now here's a secret between you and me. Kai is only this strong because Lucas slipped a custom enhancement drug into his breakfast. With the first match in the bag, Tishi steps onto the stage next. She is set to go up against a mage named Leia. Kai instantly gets nervous, asking Lucas if Tishi is going to be okay. Lucas brushes off the panic. He tells Kai to relax. If there's one person who can handle this, it's definitely Tishi. Down in the arena, Leia is completely arrogant. She thinks Andre only lost because he went easy on someone from the Troy family. Hearing this makes Tishi's blood boil. She is sick and tired of everyone refusing to admit Kai won on pure, raw skill. While Tishi is distracted by her anger, Leia suddenly launches a cowardly sneak attack. Tishi barely dodges out of the way, but she knows instantly one direct hit would have shredded her. Leia starts running her mouth, mocking martial artists for their silly moral codes. She proudly declares that mages only care about one thing: winning. Leia fires off another huge wave of attacks, but Tishi isn't playing around anymore. Tishi violently shatters every single spell Leia throws at her, sprinting forward at absolutely terrifying speeds. Bam! Tishi clocks Leia right in the face. Leia is stunned. She cannot comprehend how a level 1 fighter is moving this insanely fast. Before Leia can even blink, Tishi grabs her arm in a death grip, fully prepared to teach her a lesson. Squeezing her arm tight, Tishi coldly states that martial arts actually value human life, unlike trash mages. Then, in a total blur, Tishi unleashes a brutal barrage of strikes directly into Leia's body, intentionally paralyzing her vital meridians one by one. By the time Tishi steps back, the entire arena is frozen in dead silence. Lucas grins, fully impressed that Tishi lived up to the hype. Leia collapses unconscious onto the floor, handing a second consecutive victory to the martial arts department. The craziest part? Leia had hidden poison needles ready, but Tishi's relentless combo never even gave her the chance to use them. Apparently, it was Theod who secretly authorized those dirty weapons. When Mina finds out, she is absolutely livid. Theod just shrugs it off. But let's pause here. You and I know mages usually run things, so martial artists dominating has the arena in chaos. Even the third student, scheduled to fight Lucas next, is sweating bullets now that his side is getting humiliated. Still, he genuinely believes he stands a chance, all thanks to a highly dangerous secret technique. Moments later, match number 3 kicks off. Lucas's opponent instantly blitzes toward him at blinding speed. This guy specializes in physical combat techniques, which is exactly why he thinks he can take him down. He's incredibly arrogant, fully confident that Lucas won't even be able to track his speed. But up in the stands, Tishi realizes Lucas hasn't moved an inch. He's calmly focusing on his defense, refusing to recklessly attack. Lucas definitely isn't going to reveal his true, overpowered abilities here. But he figures he might as well see what this guy is made of. Suddenly, Lucas teleports right in front of the guy, aiming a brutal punch directly at his face. The speed is terrifying, but Lucas intentionally misses, letting his panicked opponent leap backward. The guy wildly throws his knife into the distance. Pure terror starts creeping through his veins as he finally senses the monster-like aura radiating from Lucas. But the kid isn't done yet. He activates his hidden trump card, using magic to recall that exact knife he just threw away. Stick around for this. The returning blade slices Lucas's neck, but he doesn't even flinch. Let's jump right in. This guy starts bragging about his bone-crushing technique, claiming nobody ever survives it. Seeing Lucas standing completely still, he rushes in for another attack. He is loudly boasting that he is about to shatter every single bone in his body. But right as he gets dangerously close, Lucas casually steps to the side. He warns the guy that he is not walking away from this untouched. The guy is completely stunned. His ultimate technique totally failed, and Lucas is moving just fine. Meanwhile, Kai watches in panic, convinced Lucas is struggling and something is terribly wrong. At the exact same time, the opponent sneaks up behind Lucas, thinking he has already won. He goes to jam his blade right into Lucas's neck to end it all. But Lucas instantly grabs his arm, coldly declaring that playtime is over and it is finally his turn. With a single, devastating stomp, Lucas completely shatters the ground, throwing up a massive dust cloud. Pure fear washes over the guy's face. He cannot believe the absolute raw power Lucas just unleashed with one kick. Now the guy is trapped in striking range, totally hidden inside that thick dust. Now pay attention here. Lucas coldly whispers that nobody can see what is about to happen to him. This idiot actually thinks he can still fight. Instead, Lucas aggressively slams him down and pins his hand to the floor using his own dagger. He screams out in pure agony. Lucas looks down and asks how it feels to get stabbed by the exact same weapon he used to hurt Collins and Sharp. Lucas starts tossing him around like a broken toy. Then panic sets in. The guy realizes he cannot use magic anymore, meaning Lucas completely severed his magical meridians during that attack. Knowing he is about to get beaten to a pulp, the guy desperately begs for his life, screaming at Lucas to just stop. Right on cue, the dust finally clears up. With the crowd watching again, Lucas has no choice but to drop him. Up in the stands, Greg is furious. He refuses to believe his guy is giving up, convinced he still has enough power to win. Teacher Sigelt is incredibly disappointed. He realizes Greg cannot even recognize the severe internal injuries his own student just sustained. Still, Sigelt is quietly sweating. He knows this brutal beatdown might cause serious trouble for the department. Thanks to Lucas, the martial arts department wins all 3 matches. The students immediately start cheering and celebrating their massive victory. Lucas casually walks back toward his friends. Suddenly, that loser launches a desperate sneak attack from behind, aiming a knife straight at his neck. But in a flash, Lucas completely vanishes into thin air, instantly reappearing right behind him. Lucas strikes the guy dead on the neck with a vicious secret technique. Instantly, the attacker feels all his energy rapidly draining out of his body. He violently crashes into the dirt, completely passing out while desperately wondering what Lucas just did. Standing over his unconscious body, Lucas coldly asks if he seriously did not expect to get countered by his exact same move. Up in the crowd, Iowa completely freezes in absolute terror. Julia notices her shaking and quickly asks what is freaking her out so much. Iowa actually recognizes the crazy move Lucas just pulled off. It is the Meridian Severance Technique, a high-level skill from forbidden ancient texts. You and I both know this is huge. Not a single martial artist in the entire empire has used this in 100 years. This revelation leaves her desperately wondering who Lucas really is. Fast forward after the match, the martial arts kids are still loudly celebrating. They finally have maximum bragging rights. loudly calling all mages cowards who only use cheap sneak attacks. Everyone feels fully confident they can easily challenge magic users now, but Sigult suddenly walks in, crashing the party. He bluntly tells the students they are way too full of themselves and getting dangerously cocky. One brave student argues back, pointing out they won the taming tournament too. Sigult quickly shoots that down. He explains they only won because those magical beasts were already mentally broken from taking non-stop prolonged attacks. He flat out tells them they just got incredibly lucky. He does admit the actual duel was pure skill, but he sharply reminds them that only the fighters in the arena have that real talent. Looking at the crowd, he asks a heavy question. Are they seriously going to spend their whole lives hiding behind the truly strong fighters? Sigult demands to know if they want to stay weak and defenseless forever, ending up in the hospital exactly like Collins and Sharp. He makes it crystal clear right then and there. They will never achieve true strength if they just keep coasting on someone else's glory. Turning his back to leave, Sigult delivers one final blow. He tells them to drop out immediately if they are okay with being completely useless. His harsh words hit the students right in the chest. Fired up, every single one of them swears to train harder and prove their worth. Lucas just smiles and stays quiet. He knows their strict teacher is completely right. Having absolute confidence is great for a martial artist. But at the end of the day, having a big ego without putting in work means zero progress. Walking down the hall, Sigult bumps into Linda. She grins and teases him, saying he is finally acting like a real homeroom teacher. Sigult just sighs, quietly admitting he only pushed them so hard to stop those kids from repeating his own tragic past mistakes. He asks what she wants. She hands him a file on Lucas's opponent, and trust me, we are definitely going to want to see this. Let's dive right in. His meridians are completely shattered like a spider web, exactly like the ancient forbidden technique, Meridian Crusher. Brake is thrashing around the infirmary in absolute agony. Why? Because his access to magic is permanently gone. His furious father storms into the school, screaming about his son's ruined future. He demands the attackers face extreme punishment and wants the entire martial arts class disbanded immediately. But right then, Sigult steps in, agreeing that the attackers should be punished. But he flips the script, pointing out that the magic Laya's crew used perfectly matches the brutal attack on Sharp and Collins. Sigult states this proves Laya and her friends are the actual culprits who crippled his martial arts students. He turns to the headmaster, demanding Greg and his mage students face justice since they started this whole mess. Greg is completely caught off guard. Why bring this up at the absolute worst time? He quickly cuts in, warning Sigult not to change the subject. He insists they need to focus on finding whoever hit Brake with a forbidden technique. Sigult fires back. Nothing is confirmed yet, especially since Meridian Crusher is way too advanced for a rookie martial artist to ever use. Brake's dad silently agrees. To him, an incompetent kid like Lucas, who was rejected by the gods, could never master an ancient forbidden technique. But Greg pushes back, arguing that a high-level martial artist absolutely could pull it off. Now watch closely. Greg points out the only advanced martial artist present was Sigult himself. The tension in the room instantly skyrockets to absolute maximum. Sigult steps right up into Greg's face. He coldly states that if he knew the forbidden technique, he would have destroyed Greg ages ago. The headmaster quickly steps in, asking Sigult to explain Brake's shattered condition. Sigult casually suggests bad karma finally caught up to him. He questioned Lucas about everything earlier, and the kid firmly maintained that he never used a forbidden technique. Instead, Lucas had shared a totally different theory about the incident. According to Lucas, Brake paid massive sums of money to black market assassins just to learn new torture methods. Because of this twisted hobby, he was notoriously famous underground as a problematic noble brat. Lucas believes an underworld powerhouse grew terrified that their dark secrets were at risk of leaking to the public. So they took full advantage of the arena duel to make their silencing move. The headmaster actually buys this wild theory, but Brake's father goes ballistic. He refuses to let this crime get swept under the rug over a baseless rumor. Greg argues it is just a hypothesis. Sigult agrees, but smirks, noting it is way more believable than a beginner martial artist suddenly mastering an ancient forbidden technique. Still, Sigult admits the person capable of wielding that brutal power was definitely nearby. He then warns Greg to back off, unless he wants to end up on this mysterious powerhouse's bad side. Sigult drops a chilling reminder. Meridian Crusher is a terrifying move that instantly destroys even the most elite mages. Later on, Otani sneaks into the restricted library section to check the records. I know what you're thinking, and yes, he discovers the book holding the forbidden technique was recently opened. In fact, the exact hand shape Lucas used to strike Brake, it matches the manual's illustration perfectly. Meanwhile, deep in the mountain hot springs, Lucas is actually performing a brutal medical treatment on Collins and Sharp. The two boys scream in absolute agony as the destroyed muscle fibers in their bodies violently begin to regrow. Lucas knows it hurts like hell, but he needs them to endure it just a bit longer, proving martial artists can heal just like mages. Several days later, Holt and Catherine arrive in Dacktown. Holt is super hyped, telling his wife they will finally see their kid soon. But first, they stop at the Grand Miranda estate. Standing at the entrance, Catherine looks incredibly stressed out. Holt asks if she is alright. She gives him a reassuring smile, claiming the old house just brought back heavy memories. Moments later, Catherine's younger brother Cyan rides out to greet them. Seeing him after so many years instantly brings Catherine to tears. 10 years ago, the fierce beastfolk tribes launched a massive, bloody assault on the Empire's borders, sparking endless wars. Humanity united to fight back. After 3 brutal days and nights of non-stop combat, both sides suffered devastating casualties. It was right in the middle of this bloody war that the young Knight Commander Holt and Mage Catherine first met. Facing death side by side sparked something real. They survived, and swore to spend the rest of their lives together. But Catherine's strict father furiously opposed their marriage. It completely severed her family ties. And trust me, seeing Cyan react to the fact that their kids actually met at the academy? Pure drama. Let's dive in. Cyan tells Catherine their father heard a ton about Julia, who supposedly looks exactly like her younger self. Catherine is completely shocked. Her strict father actually acknowledged that Julia and Lucas even exist? Cyan urges Catherine to finally come home, revealing their father has secretly always wanted to see her. Catherine lights up instantly. But Cyan drops a heavy condition: their father only wants to see her, nobody else. Hole catches on immediately. He gently tells Catherine to go visit her family alone, since he's heading to the front lines anyway. Catherine tries to argue, but Hole stops her. He smiles, saying he's just happy his wife can finally go back home. He promises to come pick her up the second his military campaign is completely over. Watching this, Cyan realizes Hole is truly a top-tier husband. The guy swallowed his own pride and secretly begged Cyan for help, just to fix Catherine's broken relationship with her dad. Yet despite all that effort, their father still couldn't care less. Why? Because his precious daughter married a martial artist. Cyan quietly hopes that someday, someone will finally shatter society's toxic prejudice against martial artists forever. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Kai, Lucas, and Julia hit the cafeteria. Rumors about an outside assassin attacking have already blown up on campus. Moments later, Kai takes off to drop food for Collins and Sharp, leaving Julia alone with Lucas. Lucas quickly spots Julia's new hairpin. She explains that Iowa actually gave it to her, claiming it was an official gift from the Miranda family. Lucas smiles at this. He instantly pieces together that the Miranda family is desperately trying to win Julia over, simply because she's a genius mage. He gently nudges Julia to play nice and get along with Iowa for their mother's sake. Right then, Julia suddenly remembers she needs to write their mom, officially sharing the news about becoming class representative. She's mid-sentence when Mina randomly shows up. She heavily congratulates Julia on the big promotion, hyping her up as the absolute future pillar of the entire school. Out of nowhere, Iowa violently pushes back her chair and storms right out of the cafeteria. Let's back up. Here's what you and I missed. Iowa marched into Linda's office, furious about Julia becoming the representative. Linda kept her cool, bluntly explaining that Julia completely outclasses her in every single metric. That makes Julia the obvious choice. Linda urged Iowa to just accept the hard truth. But Iowa? She absolutely refuses to swallow the fact she lost to Julia again. She's now dead set on proving the teacher only picked Julia out of pure favoritism. Watching her storm out, Julia clearly sees how furious Iowa is, noticing she hasn't even touched her lunch today. Mina leans in, asking if Julia is actually close with Iowa. Julia nods, casually mentioning they are roommates. Julia randomly praises Iowa's mental magic, saying it was absolutely incredible to witness it firsthand. Mina totally agrees, admitting mental magic is crazy rare. But before saying another word, she secretly casts a soundproof magic circle. No eavesdropping allowed here. Mina warns that smart mental magic users are actually a massive problem, since they are insanely hard to control. Mina tries to smoothly pivot the chat toward her own wind magic. But Lucas sees right through her fake charm, bluntly telling her to skip the small talk and state her actual business. Mina instantly realizes Lucas has his guard completely up. Still, she's confident she can easily manipulate the situation, as long as sweet Julia still adores her. Smirking, Mina praises Lucas for being so sharp. Fine, she decides to drop the act and be direct. Pay close attention here. She asks them if they know about the deadly magical beast mountain range right behind the academy. She drops a bomb. There is a massive ecological anomaly happening deep inside that forest. Mina reveals the lower-tier magical beasts are vanishing. Even the magic crest leopard cubs, which used to be everywhere, have been completely wiped out. Apparently, just 3 days ago, the Empire's elite scouts actually discovered a high-level magical beast slayer. Julia visibly panics, terrified they might have found Uru's secret hideout. But Lucas acts fast, loudly faking a cough to completely distract Mina before Julia can slip up and say too much. Playing it cool, Lucas asks Mina if she's trying to recruit them for a field mission there. He casually questions just how dangerous this mission is. Seeing Lucas act so dismissive, Mina drops the real bait. She reveals that pulling this off will reward them with a massive 100 Academy points. The second Lucas hears that number, his eyes light up. He smirks, confidently claiming he and Julia can definitely handle the job. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Miranda estate, Catherine sits down for a horribly tense dinner with her brother and father, Soa Miranda. Cyan is internally raging. He can't believe their father is forcing Catherine to sleep in the guest room, even though her old bedroom is spotless. It proves just how ridiculously stubborn the old man really is. Catherine hasn't eaten a single bite, and the whole dining room feels like a funeral. Suddenly, Soa finally breaks the silence. Looking right at Catherine, he mentions hearing all about Julia's absolutely incredible magical talents. Because of that, Soa officially recognizes Julia as his real granddaughter, and Catherine tearfully thanks him. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Stick with me on this one. Catherine points out that Lucas is an epic martial artist, but Soa, he totally brushes it off. Soa makes it crystal clear. The Miranda family only cares about one thing, finding raw talent to become a holy archmage. Hearing that, Catherine's heart sinks. She finally realizes her father's stubborn bias against martial artists is never going to change. Suddenly, an attendant rushes into the room. They bring urgent news from the investigation team stationed out at the magical Beast Mountain range. Cyan and Catherine both freeze. Wait, what? They had no idea an active investigation was even happening out in those dangerous mountains. Soa quickly scans the letter. The scouts found a new area right beneath the monster den, but the actual danger level? Still completely unknown. And Catherine? She immediately jumps up. She asks her dad if things went sideways, panicking because the kids' school is dangerously close to those mountains. Her father quickly calms them. He reminds them the school is fully staffed with teachers and his own elite guards. As long as the kids stay inside, they are perfectly safe. Soa steps out of the room. He firmly orders Catherine to stay put and wait for the dust to settle before checking on the kids. Catherine nods, accepting his strict command. But honestly, deep down, she is absolutely terrified for her children. Meanwhile, back at school, Mina marches to the desk to grab a mission, but gets a nasty surprise. The rules just changed. Now, she needs a full squad of at least 5 members to even qualify for the quest. The desk guy drops the bomb. The student council president altered the rules overnight because some weird, dangerous anomaly popped up in the mountain cave. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Mina instantly realizes Theod changed those rules just to ensure she completely fails. Lucas takes one look at the situation and connects the dots. Mina isn't exactly the most popular girl, making a 5-person team practically impossible. Suddenly, it all clicks in his head. This is exactly why she has been stubbornly sticking by Julia's side ever since the entrance exams. Defeated, Mina walks back and admits they might have to cancel. But Lucas just smirks. He tells her to step aside and let him and Julia handle the recruiting. Mina sincerely thanks them for the backup, though secretly, guilt is already eating her alive for basically using these two as pawns in her game. Right on cue, Lucas pulls Kai into the squad, and the guy accepts with absolute hype. Kai is bouncing off the walls. His parents just bought him some shiny, high-tier equipment, and he is absolutely dying to test it in combat. Julia then goes ahead and loops in Mia. When Mina sees the final roster, she is speechless. She is really about to deploy with complete freshmen. Lucas leans in and subtly asks Julia why she invited Mia instead of Iowa. Looking down, Julia sadly admits that Iowa just isn't ready to listen to her. Even with this totally inexperienced squad, Mina isn't backing down. She is betting everything on her own raw power and Julia's magic to carry them. She pushes the team to move out immediately. Even using acceleration magic, it is still going to take them half a day to reach the beast's den, so they have to hurry. A few hours later, let's pause here, because you and I know things are about to escalate. They arrive, spotting the Empire's survey flags outside, confirming an active investigation. Lucas, meanwhile, is just quietly relieved nobody found Uru's hidden cave. Bam! A monster suddenly drops from above. Before Lucas even twitches, Mina leaps into action, cleanly slicing the beast out of the air with her wind magic. They barely catch their breath before another creature spawns right behind Mina, charging her. But Kai flashes forward. He tanks the incoming hit perfectly with his shield. He smirks, telling Mina to leave the close quarters brawling to him and Lucas. Lucas dives into the fray, effortlessly taking down a pack of monsters. He laughs, telling Kai not to hog all the glory. Kai instantly takes that as a challenge, daring Lucas to try and keep up with his blazing speed. Meanwhile, Mia throws up a massive water barrier. She confidently calls out, assuring the team they can rely on her for support. Mina is absolutely thrilled. This flawless teamwork is exactly what she wanted. Seeing Julia hanging back, Mina hypes her up, telling her to unleash something on the monster. Julia doesn't hesitate. She summons up a terrifying lightning barrier, instantly roasting every single monster flying toward them into absolute ash. Kai is completely mind-blown by how insanely powerful Julia's lightning magic actually is. Even Mina mutters something in pure awe. But when Julia asks what she said, Mina quickly waves it off like it was nothing. The truth? Mina is finally realizing she completely misjudged Lucas and this freshman squad. These guys aren't dead weight, they are fully up to the task. With the horde wiped out, Mia carefully heals the team, and Kai, being classic Kai, starts aggressively praising her skills, literally calling her a goddess. Mia instantly turns bright red. She shyly laughs it off, begging Kai not to exaggerate things. Though honestly, if Lucas had been the one to call her a goddess, she probably would have just fainted on the spot. She quickly shakes the fantasy out of her head. Besides, it is way better if Lucas just avoids taking any damage in the first place. The squad pushes inside the cave, totally stunned by its sheer size. Mina lights the way, revealing a cavern way bigger than anyone thought. And trust me, you and I both know things are only going to get crazier. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the madness. Kai points out that this cave is absolutely massive, but Lucas isn't buying it. He realizes this place isn't natural at all, it was definitely dug out by someone. He warns the team that this underground tunnel is probably swarming with deadly magical beasts. Mina backs him up completely. The deeper they venture into the dark, the deadlier it gets. Right on cue, a goblin pack ambushes them. But before they can even strike, Julia absolutely roasts them with high-voltage lightning magic. Mina pieces it together quickly. These goblins have lived in total darkness so long that they are practically blind now. Soon after, Kai steps up with a wild plan. Sitting around waiting to get jumped just isn't going to cut it anymore. He jumps straight into action. A few minutes pass, and suddenly he comes sprinting back with a massive monster horde right on his tail. It is the perfect bait. Julia and Mina trigger a deadly trap, wiping out the entire monster wave in seconds. Maya is completely speechless at the teamwork, and even Lucas has to admit it is super efficient. Watch closely here, you see what Lucas is thinking? He recognizes this bait-and-switch tactic from video games on Earth. Could Kai actually be a reincarnator too? The strategy is simple but genius. Kai rounds up the enemies, and the two overpowered girls nuke them all at once. Kai brushes it off, claiming he can only pull this off because of his high-tier defensive gear. He even teases Lucas a bit, joking that he is stealing all the main character glory. But honestly, Lucas could not care less about the spotlight. Thanks to Kai's crazy tactic, they push forward with zero issues. They shred through beasts, close in on the dungeon core, and even blow right past a stash of shiny loot. A bit later, the girls finally take a breather. But Kai? He is completely addicted to the grind, sprinting off again to pull more aggro. Soon enough, he charges back with another terrifying mob. But there is a huge problem: the team is gone. They literally hid in a nearby opening just to mess with him. Since he didn't want to rest, they made him run for it. Now he is bolting toward the exit, screaming, with monsters snapping at his heels. Lucas just smirks, joking that they should totally sacrifice him to the dungeon gods. Julia even puts her hands together in mock prayer. Instead of laughing it off, Mina goes full hero mode, swearing to save Kai no matter what. The rest of them are shocked she is taking this so seriously. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes out. Maya panics, thinking Kai got caught. But Lucas narrows his eyes that noise came from the deep center. The survey team just found the dungeon boss. Mina wants to rush in and investigate, but Lucas freezes up. The overpowering, metallic stench of fresh blood is pouring out from the depths. Wasting no time, Mina hands out recovery potions, and the squad immediately pushes forward into the dark. Mina tries to stay positive, saying the elite survey team can surely handle whatever danger is down there. Now, brace yourselves. You and I are about to uncover an absolute nightmare. They find the elite survey team slaughtered. Pure terror hits Mina, demanding an immediate retreat. But then, a colossal minotaur emerges from the shadows. It is gripping the survey leader in one hand and a massive, blood-soaked axe in the other. The beast looms right over Mina. She is completely paralyzed by fear. Nobody expected a literal disaster-class monster to be hiding in this cave. The minotaur swings down to crush her, but Lucas is already a blur of motion. He knows deep down that a monster this terrifying shouldn't even exist on this floor. At the exact last second, Lucas shoves Mina to safety, ready to take the lethal blow himself. But suddenly, a massive ice wall blocks the deadly axe. Julia rushes over, checking on her brother and wondering who just saved their lives. Lucas points up the guy who cast the magic is the soldier currently getting crushed by the Minotaur. The beast is absolutely furious at the sudden magical interruption. The squad is stunned. Even with fatal injuries, this absolute legend still used his remaining mana to protect them. Coughing blood, the soldier begs the kids to run. They need to warn the Imperial Army. The ancient seal hidden deep inside this cave has been shattered. Enraged, the Minotaur squeezes its massive grip. The soldier screams in pure agony before losing consciousness completely. The beast turns its murderous gaze on the kids. Hope is fading fast. But then, the soldier wakes up one last time. He detonates his magic, creating a giant ice cage trapping himself and the monster together. He screams at them to run and survive. Lucas is absolutely gutted. He hates leaving him behind, but silently vows to return for brutal revenge. The team sprints for their lives, but as the soldier finally dies, his magic shatters, and the raging beast breaks free. You and I just witnessed a disaster. The angry Minotaur prepares to eat the fallen soldier alive. Stick with me here, you're about to see an epic fight. Julia blasts the Minotaur with massive lightning, screaming that this warrior isn't some bug it can just swat away. Mina instantly grabs the falling soldier using her wind magic, and they bolt straight for the exit. But Lucas stops right there. He tells the team to run while he holds the monster back. Mina thinks he is crazy. This thing is a disaster-class beast. Lucas knows it won't be easy. While they scramble to escape, the Minotaur catches right up, smashing the cave roof and causing absolute destruction. Lucas spins around to attack, but Mina jumps right in. As vice president, she says protecting everyone is her duty. Lucas is honestly stunned. He totally figured she was just some selfish rich girl, but she is proving to be way braver than expected. Julia refuses to run too. No way is she abandoning her brother and Mina. Maya then drops some good news. She already sent a message spell to Kai at the cave entrance for backup. So yeah, they should all just fight together. Getting ready to clash, Mina admits the harsh truth. Even working together, they might not actually beat this giant beast. But Lucas tells them they have to believe. Charging in first, Lucas ignites his fist with pure chi. He yells out that there is zero chance they are losing today. The Minotaur furiously swings at him, blasting a huge crater into the ground. But Lucas easily dodges the heavy strike. He instantly counters, slamming another brutal chi blow into the monster's body. Mina yells to keep the pressure up so she can land a sneak attack. Now watch closely. The Minotaur is absolutely furious that Lucas is giving it a massive problem. What it doesn't know, Julia has been charging an ultimate attack. She drops from above, screaming at the beast to stop bullying her big brother. She blasts it with a massive lightning bolt, causing the beast to scream in absolute agony. Lucas seizes the opening, punching its weak spots to completely lock down its heavy movements. With the monster totally trapped, Julia unleashes her heavy-hitting spell, the Thunder Arrow Bell. Mina jumps in right beside her, firing off a razor-sharp wind cutter magic spell. Taking both ultimate attacks, the Minotaur coughs up blood and crashes down hard. But it growls a warning once its legs heal. They are dead. Maya steps up, telling the monster that isn't happening on her watch, and blasts it with water. Shockingly, the beast's legs have already regenerated. It mocks them, laughing that a little water won't hurt. Getting even more violent, the monster threatens to eat every single one of them, but Julia floats right above it. She calmly tells the beast it's about to learn why getting soaked before a shock is a terrible idea. Swearing to make it pay for the fallen soldiers, Julia drops the hammer with a devastating lightning strike. And thanks to the water, the electricity surges through the Minotaur, frying every single inch of its body. Lucas is completely blown away by their insane teamwork. The attack is just too powerful. The beast can't tank it, crashing face first into the dirt, totally unresponsive. Lucas instantly jumps onto the beast's back, ready to deliver the final killing blow. You thought it was over, right? Suddenly, a dark aura erupts, forcing Lucas to leap back as everyone watches in horror. In a split second, the Minotaur is standing again, looking 10 times more dangerous than minutes ago. Outside the cave, Kai feels that suffocating pressure radiating from deep inside. This is the exact moment he realizes things have gone horribly wrong. He sprints away to grab reinforcements, praying his squad can just hang tight and survive. Back inside, a glowing demon insignia brands itself onto the beast's chest, blasting out a massive shockwave. Fully healed, the beast now looks like a literal demon from hell. Lucas knows it's serious. His ears are literally bleeding from the shockwave alone. Panicking, Lucas quickly turns around to check and see if the girls are okay. But it's bad. Mina burned her last drop of magic to shield everyone, and they are still critically injured. Completely drained of all her energy, Mina loses strength and passes out. Even worse? Lucas sees his little sister bleeding from the head, completely unresponsive. That does it. Every ounce of restraint vanishes. He charges the demon with an earth-shattering chi punch. The monster tries catching his fist, but Lucas is out for blood now. With raw power, he completely shatters the beast's giant hand. And he doesn't stop there. He blitzes the other arm, shattering that one too. But the demon just keeps roaring. Lucas realizes this thing has lost its mind. It is fighting like it can't even feel pain. Shockingly, it regrows its arms, swinging its giant axe. Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Lucas barely leaps backward, dodging a fatal strike, only to realize he's coughing up blood just from the monster's deafening roar. The beast actually praises his power, then lunges right back. Lucas scrambles around the tight space. But the Minotaur? It just starts smashing blindly into the cave walls. This is bad. Those falling rocks are going to crush the girls. Right on cue, a massive boulder plummets toward Julia, but Lucas intercepts it perfectly, saving his little sister. The Minotaur unleashes another massive roar. The sound echoes off the cavern walls, multiplying the terrifying intensity. Lucas tries to brace himself against the noise, but the pressure literally crushes his insides. More blood spills from his mouth, freezing him in place. And that's exactly the opening the beast needs to charge in for the kill. But wait, Lucas flawlessly blocks the Minotaur's axe and throws a brutal counterpunch. He tells the beast to hold its celebration until it actually manages to put him down. That heavy hit knocks the axe right out of the monster's grip. Lucas snatches the weapon and instantly charges back. He promises the beast one thing: as long as he's breathing, it will never lay a single finger on his team. Lucas hacks right into the Minotaur's head. The monster shrieks in absolute agony. But Lucas? He doesn't stop, delivering relentless, brutal vertical strikes deep into its body. He carves up the front so severely, then immediately vaults behind the beast to continue the absolute slaughter. The axe snaps from the impact. Does he pause? Nope, Lucas just switches to throwing the heaviest, most devastating punches imaginable. The beast finally grabs him, but before it can crush his bones, Lucas breaks free, using a lethal technique that shatters the Minotaur's giant hand. At this point, now watch closely, every vein in Lucas's body turns pitch black. It looks like he has completely lost his mind. The monster looks terrifying, but Lucas looks straight up demonic as he lunges forward. The beast never learns it tries to block the strike, but Lucas completely shatters its defense like glass. He follows up with a chest kick so powerful, it literally obliterates half of the monster's body mass. Raining down punch after punch, Lucas makes it crystal clear that he is going to end its life. Right now, every single shred of his humanity and control is totally gone. His mind is completely blank. The only thought left is the monster standing before him, and the absolute urge to destroy it. Before the beast even processes the pain, its entire upper torso is severed clean off. It just stares, completely bewildered by its own death. The huge body slams into the dirt. But Lucas doesn't back off. He just keeps ripping the corpse to absolute shreds. Those horrific dying screams finally wake Julia and Maya. They open their eyes, totally shocked that they're still breathing. Julia frantically searches for her brother. Instead, she finds him brutally stomping on the dead Minotaur's remains, looking like a monster himself. Pure horror washes over her as she realizes Lucas is completely gone. And that fear gets confirmed the second Lucas unleashes a massive, unearthly scream. You and I both know something's wrong here. That glowing insignia on the monster's chest? It's actively feeding his rage, stealing his sanity. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A wildly powerful demon spawns in the Hall of Wrath, screaming in pure disgust that he's returned to such a filthy world. Turns out, this guy is Valsaba, the demon lord of controlled wrath, and he is absolutely furious that the martial god defeated him last time. Then a demon woman appears. Her name is Jelsida, the demon lord from above, stepping right into the Hall of Wrath alongside him. Jayla seems super impressed that Valsaba finally woke up, all thanks to the specific key they decided to use. Saba marches straight to his throne. He asks Jayla if Lucas actually possesses the potential they need, but she just dodges the question entirely. Saba immediately notices the truth. Lucas is actively fighting to break out of Jayla's magical restraints. Back down in the cave, Lucas is still throwing mindless, bloody punches. Julia desperately grabs onto him, crying and begging him to just wake up. Maya quickly fires off a calming spell, but it does absolutely nothing. Instead, Lucas winds up for one final, devastating strike. Maya screams at the top of her lungs, telling Julia to run before Lucas connects that full power punch. As she gets dragged back, Julia screams out for her big brother. Hearing her voice and seeing her tears, it finally pierces through his rage. The girls watch in pure terror, bracing for impact. Thankfully, Lucas shatters that demonic insignia on his back, snapping all the way back to reality. His very first move? He sincerely apologizes to Julia, gently telling his sister to give him a little space. She steps back. Lucas takes a deep breath, instantly activating a bright, purifying technique that burns away the demonic corruption holding him hostage. The massive burst of holy energy flooding from his body also completely vaporizes the gross remains of the Minotaur. Seeing that the real Lucas is back, both Maya and Julia sprint over to make sure he's actually okay. Julia asks if he's hurt, and he promises he's fine. She admits how terrified she was, and trust me, you and I were holding our breath too. He swears it won't happen again. Right on cue, Kai's message lights up. He's finally arrived, and he brought all the reinforcements they desperately need. Stick with me here. Back in the Hall of Wrath, Jelsa tells Valsaba there is no rush since they need more trials for Lucas. And part of those twisted trials? Murdering Lucas's entire family, with a massive target on Julia. Soon after that, Lucas hears a mysterious voice begging him to wake up. He cracks his eyes open. His family is standing right there in front of him, but looking around, he realizes this environment is completely unfamiliar. Panicking, he throws a devastating punch to smash whatever is in his way. But then he notices his body moving on its own, that blind, monstrous rage is taking over completely. He screams out for his family. When his eyes snap open for real this time, he is just lying in the academy infirmary bed. Turns out, he just blindly punched Kai straight in the face. Kai is standing there, absolutely stunned that half-asleep Lucas just rocked him. Kai snaps back, saying he would have totally wrecked him if he wasn't already injured. Lucas quickly apologizes for the hit, and Kai just storms off with a bright red nose. With Kai gone, Lucas sits there trying to process that insane dream. He starts wondering if that dark, weird power from the cave is still messing with his head. He can feel it. That same loss of control that mutated the dead bandit into a monster. The terrifying truth hits him he completely lost himself because he let raw anger take the wheel. This makes him seriously question if anyone out there can actually suppress their rage mid-fight without completely losing it. Lucas desperately brainstorms a backup plan. He figures he could just keep someone nearby who is strong enough to physically stop him when a fight pops off. But reality sets in fast. That idea is absolute garbage. The only people joining him on missions and training sessions are going to be fellow students. Now pay close attention here, because you and I know how dangerous it is to rely on kids to stop a literal rampage. It hits him hard. The only person who can stop him is himself. Meanwhile, Seagull is casually making his way down to the school infirmary. Walking by, he overhears two nurses gossiping about Mina's severe injuries. They mention how she was left defending two absolute dead weights from the martial arts department. Out of nowhere, Seagull senses an incredibly heavy, advanced martial artist aura leaking from Lucas's room. Instantly on high alert, he blasts toward the room, leaving a massive gust of wind behind. Inside the room, we see Lucas actually manage to pull off the legendary clone technique perfectly. Two identical copies are standing right there. But then he recalls the textbook rules a single clone's max strength caps out at exactly half of the original. Doing the math, if he pushes it to 3 clones, the power splits evenly. That means every single copy would only hold 1/6 of his total strength. Lucas immediately trashes the clone idea. He knows damn well that kind of power output is way too weak to restrain his berserk state. Still, he figures it could at least buy him escape time. But right then, Seagull steps into the room, looking dead serious. Seagull immediately brings up all the insane, unexplainable events happening since Lucas enrolled at the academy. You felt this coming too, right? Seagull drops the act, bluntly asking Lucas what he is and why he came here. Lucas freezes for a second before nervously playing it off, telling the teacher he has absolutely no clue what he is talking about. Sweating, Lucas claims he only came to this school for one reason: to study martial arts and get stronger. Without warning, Seagull vanishes. He instantly reappears behind Lucas for a lethal neck strike, but Lucas instinctively blocks the brutal attack. Seagull locks eyes with him, making it crystal clear that the secret is out. He demands to know what his real ability is before taking this any further. Lucas tries to play dumb again, asking what he means by real ability. But internally, Lucas knows Seagull is a heavy hitter, and having a powerhouse like him as backup would be amazing. But even with that in mind, Lucas hesitates. Before Seagull can press him harder or throw another punch, Catherine suddenly appears at the doorway, demanding to know who this guy is. Seagull suddenly remembers what day it is. It is the academy day off, meaning parents are fully allowed to wander the campus grounds. Her voice is ice cold as Catherine orders Seagull to step away from her son. Julia is standing right there too, asking Lucas who this imposing man is. Lucas scrambles to defuse the tension, quickly introducing Seagull as his official homeroom teacher for the martial arts department. He covers it up, claiming Seagull was just giving him private coaching on why you should never take a powerful enemy head-on. When Seagull hears this excuse, he immediately realizes Lucas is totally roasting him for not noticing his mother's footsteps approaching. Catherine buys the coaching excuse, but firmly suggests her son should be resting on his day off. Catherine turns to Seagull with a polite but lethal look, heavily implying he needs to leave right now. Seagull takes the hint. He knows he has to back off since he hasn't actually caught Lucas causing any real trouble yet. With the teacher gone, Catherine explains she stayed at the Miranda estate because Lucas and his reckless squad decided their next big bucket list goal was risking their lives. Julia is completely shocked to find out her mom has been in town for days. Tears stream down her face as she admits she would have loved to see her way sooner. Julia tackles her mom into a massive hug. Trust me, we are not ready for what's next. Let's dive right back into the chaos. The woman almost gets choked out, begging Lucas for help, but he absolutely refuses to ruin Julia's twisted fun. Lucas then turns and asks Catherine where Hole is. She explains that things on the front lines are looking completely grim. So, right after dropping her at the Miranda estate, Hole headed straight to the battlefield. It suddenly hits Lucas. The Miranda family is perfectly fine taking Catherine back, but they won't accept Hole. Catherine then pulls out a gift. She tells Lucas his father sent it as a reward for grabbing first place in the entrance exam. She pops open the box. Sitting right there is the legendary heirloom sword of the Ryan family. Catherine explains the catch. The blade was actually damaged years ago during a brutal clash with the Beastmen army. Since nobody could repair it, it is virtually useless in real combat. Even so, it remains a priceless family heirloom. Lucas grabs the sword, his eyes practically glowing with pure joy. He promises his mother he will protect it with his life, living up to his father's high expectations. Deep down, Julia is burning with jealousy. Seeing her pout, the other two just start smiling. Julia catches them grinning and looks ready to absolutely rip their heads off. Lucas just pulls her in close. He pats her head, reminding her that their mother actually dotes on her the absolute most. Right then, Catherine opens up a small case packed with beast pills. She hands them over, telling Lucas she brought them just for him. But wait, she also brought home-baked sweets just for Julia. The second the girl sees those treats, her anger completely vanishes into thin air. She jumps for joy, screaming how much she loves her mom. Catherine then pulls out a letter for Jeremy. Catherine reveals the letter is from their father, and he even prepped a batch of pills for Jeremy. It turns out Catherine had to make the delivery herself today, simply because Jessica did not tag along with them this time around. Julia grabs the letter. She agrees to drop it off, even though she really cannot stand Jeremy. Watch closely, here is where it gets interesting. Julia hits the boys' dorm, and Jeremy's friends are completely shocked to see the first-year genius standing there. When the guys finally realize Julia is actually Jeremy's sister, they totally swarm him. They start begging him to bring her along on their next mission. This just makes Jeremy furious, and he violently slaps the dude's hand away. Boiling with insane jealousy, Jeremy storms off. He leaves his friends standing there, totally confused by his reaction. The truth? He is incredibly bitter. In all his time at this school, his parents have never once bothered to come and visit him. Yet they showed up for Lucas, even handing him the treasured family sword just for topping the exam. Jeremy is sick to his stomach seeing Lucas get all the love. Fueled by rage, Jeremy makes a dark vow. He will take back every single thing that belongs to him. Before Julia and Lucas even realize it, their fun family time is up. Their mother has to head back to the Miranda estate, where she will be crashing for a bit before eventually leaving town entirely. Even though they will not be able to see her often, just knowing their mom is nearby makes them happy. Meanwhile, Mina is still badly injured. Lucas brews her a custom potion, lying that it came from the Miranda family so nobody questions its ridiculously overpowered healing effects. Things keep moving smoothly. Exactly 2 weeks later, the massive Allen Tower event finally kicks off. The martial arts students are going wild celebrating, until Segault steps in and demands absolute silence. He makes it clear that touring this tower is a core part of their education, proving the event's massive importance. You and I totally saw this coming, right? The mages instantly start trash-talking the martial students upon entry. Kai is absolutely furious that they are getting bullied again, but Lucas steps in, urging him to chill out. Lucas knows the harsh reality. People hate them being here, mostly because the mages think the martial students just got incredibly lucky securing those slots. Honestly, the first-year mage teachers even whined to the headmaster. They straight up claimed martial masters are completely useless to the Empire. Because of that toxic mindset, they aggressively demanded the martial arts department surrender their slots. Yet through all this drama, Segault does not look worried at all. Lucas wonders if his teacher just trusts the headmaster blindly, or if he is hiding a secret backup plan. Segault quickly gathers his students together to deliver a solid pep talk. He explains the tradition. Every single year, the third-year students enter the Allen Tower first, setting a perfect example for the rookies. A few moments later, those third-year veterans are ordered to gear up and enter the tower. Guess who is in that group? Jeremy. After 3 long years grinding at this academy, the guy is thrilled he finally gets his chance to enter the legendary tower. Honestly, the delay was his own fault. He never even cracked the top 100 rankings until this year. While the seniors prepare to march in, Julia suddenly shows up just to cheer him on. So what do you and I make of this? Everyone else loves seeing the first-year genius, but Jeremy completely ignores his sister. Let's jump right in. Julia looks completely crushed, but honestly, she only did it because her mom forced her hand. The students line up to enter, and Jeremy quietly swears he will surpass Lucas. Stepping inside the tower, everyone has to hold their magic staffs out front and shut their eyes tight. A mysterious voice calls out. Jeremy recognizes it instantly, but just can't pinpoint from where. Turns out, the guy running the show from the control room is none other than Director Otani. With everything set, Otani channels his massive power to pry the tower open. A blinding golden light erupts, and Lucas instantly senses the fierce fighting spirit of a true martial artist. He is genuinely shocked. Someone in this school is actually a stronger martial artist than Segault? It finally clicks. This is why Segault never panicked about losing their entry slots. The only person capable of opening Allen Tower's doors is the absolute strongest martial artist. Weeks earlier, the headmaster pulled Otani into a tense meeting, dropping a massive pile of complaints right on his desk. He reveals that tons of people are furious, actively demanding the martial arts department lose all their entry slots. Trying to understand the panic, the headmaster presses Otani about a strange anomaly, but Otani just brushes it off, repeating that absolutely nothing out there is going to harm the school. Otani walks out, casually telling the headmaster to leave things alone. He guarantees Allen Tower will open right on schedule. That is when the terrifying reality hits the headmaster. If the martial arts department gets banned, literally nobody gets into Allen Tower. Now, back in the present, Jeremy touches down inside Allen Tower, quickly realizing only his consciousness actually made the trip. Everything feels bizarrely real though. Even his magic staff feels exactly like the one he carries back in the physical world. His teammates catch him looking around like a total rookie. But instead of helping him adjust, they coldly order him to hurry up and follow them to continue the mission. Meanwhile, back outside, Lucas unlocks a crazy new trick. By sensing mental energy waves, he can secretly watch exactly what the students are doing inside. Now watch closely, because here is where it gets interesting. Lucas spots Jeremy getting relentlessly bullied by his own squad right out the gate, while Sigult quietly figures out Lucas's secret spying trick. Sigult then steps up to break down the trial's rules for his own students. He warns them that the second the trial kicks off, they will be randomly teleported to entirely different locations across the map. They have a massive choice to make right now: go entirely solo, or squad up. But if they decide to team up, they are strictly capped at a maximum of 3 people per group. And he makes one thing brutally clear. If they want to survive the upper floors, teaming up is practically mandatory. Hearing this, Kai's eyes light up, instantly assuming he and Lucas are about to become the ultimate duo. But Lucas absolutely crushes the poor guy's dreams, flatly stating he is only teaming up with Sharp and Collins. Lucas explains that based on their tournament rankings, they will all be split into different groups anyway. But Kai? He is just panicking about how he is going to end up totally alone. Moments later, 3 third-year students stumble right out of the tower. The first-year students are absolutely stunned. Those seniors did not even last 5 minutes in there before getting kicked out. Sigult casually continues his lesson, revealing the brutal catch. The phantom enemies inside Allen Tower actually scale in strength to match each student's power level. He warns that anyone underestimating this rule gets eliminated instantly. Hearing that, Lucas decides to peek back in and check on Jeremy's progress. Surprisingly, Jeremy has already caught back up with his toxic squad, and they are marching straight toward floor 2, the second they step onto that floor. Savage beasts launch a massive ambush from behind, but Jeremy's reflexes kick in. He uses his power to lock them down, letting his teammates swoop in for the kill, scoring a massive pile of points. You and I both know what that means. The deadly rumors about the second floor are absolutely true. Still, the squad pushes forward, tearing through hordes of monsters and racking up some serious points along the way. Fighting tooth and nail, the squad finally breaches the 3rd floor, but they get absolutely wrecked and quickly kicked out. Back outside, his teammate immediately realizes Jeremy has been weirdly silent. He asks if Jeremy is upset about losing, but Jeremy just smiles and says he is actually thrilled. Why? Because for the very first time, he finally understands the extreme pressure his father faces every single day on the real front lines. In his eyes, that brutal defeat just pushed him one giant step closer to the man he admires most. Hours later, Lucas pushes his mental energy sensing even further, realizing he can now spy all the way up to the 3rd floor. He figures out the trial's twisted logic. Phantom enemies mutate randomly every run, and even familiar monsters get massively buffed on higher floors. This sparks a wild theory in Lucas's head. Are these phantom monsters actually based on real, living creatures out in the world? If that is true, let that sink in for a second. Just how terrifying are Otani's actual combat experiences? He is certain Otani has noticed his hidden powers, just like Sigult did. But for now, those 2 heavyweights are just sitting back, quietly watching his every move. Stick with me here, you and I need to figure out if this is goodwill or a straight-up threat. Soon after, Mina's squad rallies at the tower. The top dogs already hit the 4th floor, and the entire crowd is hyping Mina's squad up to close that massive gap. Classic Julia suddenly leaps to her feet. She is screaming at the top of her lungs, hyping Mina up. Completely ignoring Jeremy's vibe, Mina actually turns to thank her. When a teacher checks on her old injuries, she confirms she is fully healed. The staff totally cheers her on. Meanwhile, the other students are absolutely mind-blown by her smooth social skills with both the faculty and Julia. Someone whispers about Mina's insane talent level. It is exactly why she snatched that vice president title by year 2. Her raw power? Totally unrivaled, except for maybe the former president himself. But popularity? Not her strong suit. Overhearing the whispers, Mina realizes these absolute haters are already talking trash. Bam! Her squad instantly breaches the third floor. But instead of brawling, they blitz straight through the map, dodging useless fights just to hit level 4 as fast as possible. Lucas is absolutely floored. Hitting the 4th level in 30 flat is a massive flex, even for the heavy hitters of the 3rd-year class. The second they breach the 4th floor, elite beastmen block their path. These absolute units are double the size of the previous ones. Now watch closely, this is exactly where most students get completely destroyed. But instead of plotting with her squad, Mina literally one-shots every single monster standing in her way. Dropping them instantly, she realizes that Brutal Last Mission gave her a massive stat boost. Compared to that absolute nightmare Minotaur back in the cave, these basic mobs are an absolute joke to her now. After completely obliterating the first wave, Mina just turns and tells her squad to handle the boring cleanup duty. She breaks off to hunt down the passage to level 5. Along the way, more ugly beasts jump her, and she is forced to absolutely wreck them. After a grinding battle, the squad officially steps onto floor 5. The whole crowd is stunned. Kai watches in total awe, wondering if he will ever reach that crazy 5th tier. Siegel steps in, telling him to chill out. Just surviving up to the 3rd floor is actually a solid win. He explains that if they just keep leveling up their stats, those 5th floor enemies will eventually feel totally harmless. Hearing this ultra-specific advice, Lucas instantly realizes Sigal has definitely run this dangerous tower before. Moments later, Mina's squad exits. I know what you're thinking, total victory, right? But looking at her devastated expression, Lucas knows she actually failed her true goal. Meanwhile, Theod is watching from his high-rise office. He smugly mocks Mina for actually thinking she could outshine a genius. Fast forward to the cafeteria. Julia, Lucas, and Mina meet up, and Julia happily hypes Mina for securing first place in the trial. Lucas chimes in too, praising her insane push to the 5th level, but Mina looks totally crushed. She mutters that she still could not break Theod's record. Julia is super confused. Did Theod not also stop at level 5? A tie, right? But Mina admits that just seeing the 6th floor stairs left her completely drained and out of mana. Theod, on the other hand, that absolute monster climbed those stairs and nearly ripped the 6th floor door wide open. This brutal reality check makes Mina feel entirely outclassed in stamina, strategy, and pure magical control across the entire board. Shaking it off, Mina changes the subject. She asks if Julia and Lucas have locked in their squads yet. Julia lights up, practically shouting that she is teaming with Iowa. Now, Iowa proudly bragged that she only joined Julia because her rich father strictly ordered her to do it. Lucas reads between the lines. He knows the Miranda family finally sees Julia's wild potential and just wants to buddy up to her. Then Lucas drops his own roster. He is teaming with Sharp and Collins. Julia's jaw drops. She totally expected him to carry Kai through this. Lucas sighs, explaining that the massive gap in their power rankings basically forced them into completely different weight classes. Despite Lucas spelling out the harsh reality, Kai is literally clinging to his leg, sobbing and screaming that Lucas is a cold-blooded traitor. But while Kai is having a total meltdown, Tishi randomly appears, offering the crying guy her final squad slot. The second Kai hears that lifeline. He instantly leaps right onto Tishi's roster. Back on the training ground, Seagal is pumped they all found squads. He tells everyone to channel their rage, knowing full well what the absolute haters whisper about them, since they hear the toxic garbage that the elite kids spit behind their backs. Seagal demands they grind hard enough to shove every single insult down their throats. Tishi jumps in with the hype too. She vows they will train like absolute beasts just to ruin every plan the haters have made. The whole group starts roaring, swearing to prove they absolutely deserve those legendary Allen Tower entry tickets. That's where we leave it. You and I can see Lucas is totally impressed by Seagal turning trash talk into pure squad motivation. Stick with me here. Watch this underdog squad absolutely lock in for training. During breaks, Siglet drops crucial knowledge on them. He even steps up as the villain himself, throwing hands and sparring directly with his own students. The regiment is complete hell, but nobody whines. They all know exactly what is on the line. Finally, the massive day drops. The freshman trial is here. The academy gets the official word. The martial arts department is joining the trial, thanks to their insane monster taming tournament scores. Before stepping inside, the entire squad gathers for Siglet's final speech. His absolute main rule? The second those doors close, forget everything else and immediately group up at the central stairs. He orders them to run if possible, but if they get cornered, fight like absolute demons. Take down at least one enemy before you drop. Hearing this, the arrogant mage students immediately start laughing. They mock the fighters, joking that even their own homeroom teacher knows they are completely useless. These guys are literally counting down the seconds to watch the fighters get slaughtered by real magical beasts. They smugly bet the entire martial arts class will get wiped out in 3 minutes flat. But Kai stays totally calm, no rage at all. Lucas smiles, proud to see the hothead has finally leveled up mentally. The prep is over. The examiner orders all 12 students to step up to the plate. Otani watches the whole thing from the shadows. He knows this is it, the war god's ancient legacy is finally about to wake up. Taking charge, Lucas leads the pack right into the towering gates. Their first true life or death trial has officially begun. Now pay attention here. Inside, Lucas watches everyone perfectly follow instructions to dodge monsters and sprint for the stairs. So what does our main guy do? He pivots and heads the exact opposite direction. This first floor is absolutely swarming with goblins. Worse, these ugly creeps use blind magic before going in for the kill. Lucas spots a pack of them lurking ahead. He quickly orders Sharp and Collins to hold their ground. He tells them he needs to test a crazy theory, promising he will catch right back up with them in no time. Lucas fires off a shadow clone to execute a goblin. Just as he guessed, the scoreboard does not budge a single point. He connects the dots instantly. The tower's phantom monsters are made of the exact same raw energy as his own clone technique. This proves the magical beasts are just illusions, forged by the legendary martial artist who built this very place. With matching energy signatures, he realizes his clones can bypass the tower's radar completely undetected. The plan is set. He leaves a stealth clone to guard Sharp and Collins, freeing his real body to speedrun the higher levels. Then, a truly insane idea hits him. What if he morphs a clone into a monster? He tests it out, and the results are absolutely flawless. His shadows literally transform into ugly green goblins. Lucas smirks, knowing he now owns the ultimate cheat code for this dungeon. Watching from outside, Otani is totally speechless. He cannot believe Lucas mastered that high-tier cloning skill at such insane speed. Still, he leans in, wildly curious about Lucas's next move. I know what you are thinking. Is he going to carry them again? Otani worries that constantly babying the squad will totally ruin their growth. A few minutes later, the squad gets boxed in by 3 goblins and 1 massive giant. This is terrible. Their absolute limit right now is barely 2 goblins. Suddenly, one student remembers a crucial detail. These ugly goblins are incredibly stupid and move like total snails. He yells a plan: drag the slow goblins away from the giant, divide and conquer, giving them a perfect window to strike. They trigger the bait, making the horde sprint after them. One guy trips, almost getting slaughtered, until his teammate swoops in with a crazy save. They double-team the monster, violently slamming it down. Back on their feet, the squad braces as the wave charges. In a desperate strike, they completely impale a goblin, getting their first kill. The students are completely shocked. Siglet's brutal training was not a joke. If they actually fight as one unit, they can crush this whole floor. Riding that massive hype, they blitz the next target. But chilling quietly in the shadows, that is Lucas, monitoring every single move they make. Plot twist: that monster they just proudly executed? It was literally just one of his shape-shifted clones. He is secretly giving them a rigged tutorial fight to teach them the pure thrill of battle. Meanwhile, Greg and his arrogant mage crew were eagerly watching this exact monster ambush unfold from a distance. Blinded by their pathetic jealousy, they fully expected the fighters to get ripped to shreds immediately. Greg smugly waits for the martial arts squad to completely embarrass themselves on camera. But when the underdogs actually clutch the win, Greg's jaw hits the floor. The horrible realization hits him. The weaklings are not weak anymore. Down below, the fearless squad is hunting now. Trust me, you are going to want to see what they destroy next. Stick with me here. Together, they push the goblins back and finish them. Greg is absolutely furious when he realizes these students just crushed 2 advanced goblins. But Sigelt, he is thrilled, using this epic win to hype up the rest. The others cheer in total agreement. But those arrogant mage students? They still think it is pure luck. Suddenly, a weird energy completely vanishes around the winning team. Sigelt instantly spots this, wondering if Lucas just pulled off another insane trick. A little later, Lucas finally regroups with Sharp and Collins. The two are super relieved, honestly, because they were getting pretty worried. Lucas explains he got teleported super far away. Then he asks if they have spotted anyone else yet. They tell him one squad is still missing in action, but besides them, everyone else has already made it to the safe zone. Meeting up with the main group, Lucas notices everyone is pretty exhausted. Thankfully, no one is seriously hurt. Lucas knows that Goblin-slaying squad will show up any second. He tells his crew that the moment everyone is accounted for, they are pushing straight to floor 2. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the haters refuse to admit the martial arts department is actually dominating right now. They just assume the team is running for their lives, and that is how they reach the 2nd floor. Greg is practically biting his tongue off in frustration. He cannot figure out how they survived, especially since first-year mages usually wash out on floor 1. With the way things are going, Greg knows the truth. This martial arts department will soon become a massive threat. Now pay attention here. Hitting the 2nd floor, the team gets randomly teleported based on their past performance. Basically, the stronger your squad, the more brutal the trial becomes. To prevent anyone from dying, he immediately summons his clones. They take the form of wolves, sprinting out to track down the rest of the classmates fast. Sharp and Collins suddenly appear, asking Lucas how he is holding up. Lucas warns them about a massive enemy swarm moving in coordinated packs. Sharp nods, admitting it is basically impossible to dodge a fight at this point. Lucas reminds them of the real goal. This trial is designed for raw combat experience. Collins completely agrees, noting that running away defeats the entire purpose. Just then, an enemy launches a brutal surprise attack from above, aiming right at Lucas. Boom! The strike lands hard. Dust everywhere. His teammates scream his name, terrified that he just got crushed. But as the smoke clears, Lucas stands there without a single scratch, casually saying he is fine. Collins is absolutely stunned he dodged that. He did not even feel that monster coming their way. Sharp admits he would be dead meat if that was him. Chaos kicks off instantly, and the squad locks into a solid combat formation. After taking one of them down, I know what you're thinking. Lucas warns them to crush this first wave fast, or the main force will completely swarm them. Panic suddenly hits Collins. He was shaking so much from fear that he dropped his dagger. Another beast sneaks up during the distraction, but Lucas shouts a warning. Sharp manages to block, but the monster literally snatches his weapon right away. This immediately brings back Sigelt's warning. The monsters on floor 2 are on a whole different level. These things are way stronger and insanely smart. They can launch perfect ambushes and even disarm you mid-fight. But is Sharp scared about losing his weapon? Nope. He is completely fired up to teach this monster a lesson. Out of nowhere, the beast gets blasted. Turns out, Sharp secretly equipped a heavy gauntlet before even stepping into the tower. Sharp charges straight at the monster, loudly declaring that absolutely no one can rival his raw strength. He nearly lands the crushing blow, but the monster barely leaps back to dodge it. But guess what? This was a perfectly laid out trap by Sharp and Collins. Collins intercepts the beast, slashing it right from behind. While the monster screeches in pain, Sharp delivers a devastating punch to its chest, securing the win. Super impressed, Lucas actually praises the two for their flawless teamwork. Oh, and Lucas already took down his own target too. He says they should keep pushing forward for martial arts glory. Meanwhile, outside, Greg is losing his mind that no one dropped out yet. Greg knows they should have been swarmed instantly on floor 2. It is an absolute mystery to him how they are still breathing. The mage students start cooking up some wild excuses, claiming the tower's difficulty got lowered just for the weak martial artists. You and I know better. If that were true, the teachers would have complained already. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the second floor madness. Lucas and his squad, absolutely fearless, tearing through skeletons, wolves, and whatever else spawns. No matter how dangerous these beasts look, not a single team member takes a step back. If someone slips up or loses track of their target, boom, another teammate is right there covering their blind spot. Their teamwork is on a completely different level, but endurance has its limits. Before long, Collins and Sharp are practically gasping for air. Lucas hears this and quietly triggers the hero's battle cry, pumping a hidden surge of raw energy straight into his exhausted teammates to keep them standing. A broken support skill, exclusive to the Ryan family bloodline. With that buff active, Lucas is confident they can clear this floor as a unit. But out of nowhere, a monster launches a lethal blindside attack at Collins and Sharp. It catches them totally off guard, zero room to dodge. Right as they are about to get crushed, wham! An arrow rips through the air and instantly drops the beast. The save came from a totally different squad. Working together, both teams completely wipe out the remaining enemy wave, farming a massive chunk of points. Riding this massive momentum, the squad genuinely believes they can push to the third floor. Now watch this. Greg realizes every single martial arts student made it to the stairs, and he is practically sweating bullets. The other teachers are absolutely buzzing. These martial arts kids are fighting with the veteran coordination of seniors, not wide-eyed freshmen. They cannot help but praise Sigel, wondering what kind of insane training he gave them. Suddenly, a smug grin creeps across Greg's face. He claims there is zero chance they pass because their stamina is already rock bottom. He is dead certain they will have to forcibly eject from the tower any second. And honestly, he isn't entirely wrong. Reaching the stairs drained them. Some kids are literally about to black out, barely held up by their friends. Collins is completely running on fumes. He actually tells the squad to leave him behind and push forward. Then, more teammates start dropping to their knees, begging Lucas to carry their hopes to the third floor. But surprisingly, Sharp speaks up. He reminds everyone how much hell they survived to get here. If they cross that threshold, they do it together. Lucas smiles at that. Fully backing Sharp, they ride or die as a unit. Lucas hypes them up, telling them to grit their teeth so they can cross that third floor gateway as one unbroken team. Fueled by Sharp and Collins, the whole squad agrees to burn every single drop of stamina they have left. Just moments later, the system announcement rings out: all 12 students have successfully breached the third floor. But stepping onto that floor is a death sentence. a massive monster swarm instantly ambushes them, wiping out members left and right. The first squad to get ejected is still shaking, talking about how brutally fast it was they couldn't even track the enemy numbers. Turns out, Lucas took a tactical knockout. He used that brief clash to calculate that Floor 3 is the absolute limit for this year's martial arts class. He let his real body get ejected to stay completely under the radar. But wait, let's pause for a second, because this is genius. His clone is still inside. He is secretly boosting the second group to the third floor, inflating the entire department's score without revealing his true overpowered strength. When it finishes, Tishi claims the top spot with 55 points, while Lucas chills at 43. He kept his low profile, sure, but he accidentally turned the whole martial arts department into absolute legends. When Greg sees that literally every single martial arts student cleared the second floor, he panics. He knows he is in massive trouble because only the elite course is supposed to pull off feats like this. Greg is instantly consumed by a desperate need to crush the martial arts class in both points and floor progression. Soon after, the mage class steps up. Right from the first floor, they go absolutely ballistic, spamming their heavy magic attacks everywhere. Watching this, Otani sighs, wondering if it's really such a crime to just take an L from the martial artists. Still, he sits back, waiting to see if these mages have any actual strategy left in the tank for the higher floors. But Otani is purely disappointed. These kids lost their cool on level 1. And right on cue, the mages start dropping like flies. Their best barely scrape by into the third floor, making this an absolute nightmare scenario for Greg. Greg straight up rejects reality. He practically grabs an examiner, screaming and accusing them of multiplying the monster spawn rates just to sabotage his mages. That's when Linda steps in, telling Greg to swallow his pride before he completely humiliates himself in front of everyone. She coldly states the tower is working perfectly fine unless he is openly admitting his own teaching abilities have completely fallen off. Greg just freezes. And that's where we leave it, trust me, you're going to love what happens to his ego next. Stick with me here. Linda is totally hyping up Seigalt for surpassing the mage class, but he humbly credits the students themselves. Seigalt quickly reminds Linda that the elite class is entering the tower soon, so she needs to show up, but Linda just brushes it off. She completely trusts her students, so she feels zero need to be there. Plus, she has total faith in her class representative, Julia. Meanwhile, Julia is busy hyping up her brother, bragging that he could easily hit the fourth floor if he tried. The examiner finally cuts off her fangirling, letting her know it is time for her team to enter the tower. Lucas cheers his sister on, telling her to crush it and to eat her special candy. The examiner raises an eyebrow, shocked that Lucas went out of his way just to mention some random candy. But as Julia pops it into her mouth, the examiner takes a closer look. He realizes it is a crazy expensive pill that rapidly restores magic power. He is completely stunned. Giving a student something that expensive for a basic school trial is insane, especially since martial artists who craft them are incredibly rare. Naturally, Julia swallows the pill and instantly realizes her brother totally tricked her again. Deep down, Lucas knows perfectly well that Julia has plenty of magic power. But since everyone else pops buffs before these trials, he figures sneaking her a power boost is totally fair play. Armed with that boost, Lucas knows Julia is going to absolutely dominate. Now watch closely as they enter the tower. Julia drops a massive lightning strike that leaves Iowa with her jaw completely dropped. Acting like she did nothing special, Julia just smiles and casually tells Iowa to stick close. She then clears out the enemies with zero effort, leaving her teammates completely relaxed. Her teammate Derek is thrilled to have a powerhouse like Julia, but Iowa plays it cool. Iowa casually mentions that out in the real world, she would just mind control these monsters into tearing each other apart. Julia totally agrees, admitting Iowa would be an absolute nightmare on a real battlefield. But since tower monsters have no actual conscience, her mental magic is useless right now. Iowa realizes her best bet is using her powers as a radar to scout for enemies. Iowa feels bad about being dead weight, but she is shocked that Julia is not complaining at all. Instead, Julia totally respects her unique abilities. Classic Iowa. She struts past Julia, joking that she will let her keep the spotlight for now. But then Iowa freezes, making Julia bump right into her back. Julia asks why she slammed on the brakes, but Iowa just brushes it off. Deep down, she is stressing out. She keeps sensing a weird presence that is neither a monster nor a classmate. Soon enough, Julia and her squad finally hit the fourth floor. It turns out that creepy presence Iowa sensed was actually just Lucas. Back outside, the teachers are absolutely mind-blown when the loudspeakers announce 3 freshmen just reached the fourth floor. They shower Linda with praise, but she immediately redirects the glory, saying the students did all the heavy lifting. Lucas hears this and completely agrees. Sure, the magic pill gave her a boost, but climbing these brutal floors proves Julia is a true powerhouse on her own. Fully trusting his sister's raw talent, Lucas decides to just hang back in the shadows and watch. Inside the tower, Julia is absolutely tearing through the enemies. You and I know things never stay easy. 4 enemies suddenly ambush her blind spot. She is nearly finished until Derek clutches up, completely incinerating them. Derek steps up, saying Julia must be exhausted after carrying them through the 3rd floor. He offers to handle the enemies, but nearly catches a fatal arrow. Barely dodging, he unleashes fire and roasts them all alive. Trying to look cool, he strikes a heroic pose. But the girls completely ignore him and keep walking. Suddenly, Iowa drops a warning. Over a dozen enemies are rushing their exact position at terrifying speed, and they need to move right now. But right as they try to sprint across, massive steel bars drop down, totally blocking the exit. They whip around, only to find a massive pig-headed beast and an oversized wolf glaring at them, hungry for blood. It gets worse. Looking around, they realize an entire pack of those brutal pig monsters and wolf minions completely surrounds them. Panic sets in. They assume that heavy gate behind them can only be cracked open by a metal magic user. But Iowa quickly points out there is another way to handle this mess. A monster charges them head-on, but Julia instantly throws up a crackling lightning barrier, blasting the beast backward. Iowa calmly explains that extreme heat melts solid steel. This means Derek's fire magic is their only ticket out of there. But the monster horde keeps throwing themselves at Julia's electric shield. You can see the heavy strain hitting her, yet she furiously holds her ground. Suddenly, she notices Iowa pressing her staff to her forehead, standing totally frozen in place. Julia shouts her name. Iowa says there is 0 time to explain, before perfectly calling out the next enemy ambush spot. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Julia doesn't hesitate. She unleashes a massive shockwave, frying the enemies before they can even get close. Meanwhile, Iowa keeps her mental magic active, trying to fish out any hidden threats. Stick with me here, because Iowa quickly realizes that this 4th floor is absolutely no joke. Iowa analyzes the battlefield and tells Julia to wipe out the right side first. Julia follows her orders perfectly, but panic is setting in. Her magic power is already running dangerously low. She shouts back to Iowa that the best she can do right now is just lock down the giant's movements. Iowa immediately pivots, telling her to wait for a perfect opening to snipe the wolf. Julia nods and charges the wolf. But deep down, Iowa is furious with herself. She feels like dead weight while Julia pushes past her absolute limits. Boom! With a massive burst of lightning, Julia wipes out the wolves entirely, but she barely manages to tie down the giant. Flashing a bright, exhausted smile, Julia asks Iowa if she can totally brag about protecting her classmates like a proper class rep once they finally make it outside. Iowa rolls her eyes, firing back that Julia is already way too full of herself. Julia just laughs it off. Now watch closely. Out of nowhere, a massive monster suddenly drops right in front of them. Iowa is absolutely sick to her stomach. She got way too distracted to even notice a fresh wave of enemies moving in. Smash! Before Iowa can even twitch, the beast crushes her down. Trapped, she screams for Julia to run away. Seeing the whole situation turn into a nightmare, Derek forces an opening, clearing a tiny escape route just for Julia. Julia screams his name, begging him to leave with her. But Derek refuses, warning her not to burn the last of her magic right here. The monster goes completely wild, but that just pushes Derek to go all out. He unleashes a raging firestorm and orders Julia to go on without them. Barely conscious before getting knocked out, Derek mutters to Iowa that his instincts just kicked in to save Julia. Honestly, he thinks they put up a solid fight. Iowa keeps up her tough act, claiming she was just paying Julia back for saving her life earlier. Iowa then vents to Derek, claiming she would have absolutely outperformed everyone else if this tower didn't naturally nerf mental magic users so badly. Watching from afar, Otani is genuinely impressed. This team perfectly split into the right formations to completely cover each other's blind spots. But here's the kicker. Otani actually knows that Lucas still has an active clone running around inside the tower. Lucas is speedrunning this place, and he is already right on his sister's heels. On the other hand, Julia is desperately rushing to hit that safe zone fast because her magic tank is basically empty. Running on pure grit, she charges straight through the enemy lines. She holds absolutely nothing back, blasting devastating lightning strikes at the enemies in her path. She is completely drained, but quitting isn't an option. She refuses to let her friends' huge sacrifices be for nothing. You and I know who this is. A blur passes, and her heavy fatigue completely vanishes. Without her knowing, Lucas just zoomed by, dropping his hero's battle cry to bail her out. This insane skill literally deletes fatigue by pumping up fighting spirit. It also boosts her attack and defense by 30% for 10 solid minutes. Lucas smiles. With this massive buff, he knows his sister can easily clear the rest of the 4th floor. The tower is designed to shut down the second the students finish their exams. So, Lucas knows he has to speedrun this if he wants to reach the top. Seconds later, he hits the 5th floor, an entirely underwater zone. Swimming deeper, he quickly spots a highly lethal aquatic monster waiting for him. Since his only goal is climbing higher, He decides that picking a pointless fight here is just a huge waste of time. So, he sneaks past it and summons a clone, transforming that clone into a terrifying apex predator just to scare off the other beasts. Thanks to this genius tactic, Lucas smoothly breezes through the rest of the underwater level. 15 minutes later, Lucas is still tearing through the floors, while his sister is grinding forward with everything she has left. 20 minutes hit the clock, and Julia finally collapses into the safe zone, letting out a massive sigh of pure relief. Meanwhile, Lucas breaches the 6th floor, but the moment he steps inside, he is standing in an empty void. He's totally thrown off, realizing there are absolutely no monsters spawning on this level. Instead, the only thing sitting in the middle of this massive room is one strange, glowing monument. Lucas steps closer, realizing the stone is literally draining his fighting spirit. The monument reacts, erupting in blinding golden light to reveal the weapon of Mars. Watching from the outside, Otani is stunned that Lucas actually managed to reach the elusive 6th floor. Glaring at the screen, Otani instantly recognizes that monument as the legendary legacy of the martial god himself. But things are looking incredibly grim right now, because down below, Julia is practically running on fumes, and the second she finishes her exam, this whole tower is going to forcefully shut down. Trust me, you won't forget this ending. Lucas watches Mars battle a giant entity of pure evil. Stick with me here. The evil entity laughs, warning Mars he only won a battle, because their dark seeds are already planted everywhere. This twisted monster swears to Mars that even if it takes tens of thousands of years, they will definitely return for vengeance. But Mars is just built different. He completely ignores the villain's monologue, activates his Destruction Fang technique, and punches the guy straight into oblivion. Lucas snaps back to reality, sweat dripping down his face. Did he seriously just witness the martial god's legendary battles from the past? The timeline is totally blurry, but that one chilling detail sticks with him, the monster talking about scattering their evil seeds across the planet. The pieces finally click together. He figures out that those insane monsters, like the Minotaur and the zombie creatures, might actually be from that evil being. Lucas grabs the monument to investigate further. Suddenly, pure killing intent strikes from behind. Relying on his insane reflexes, Lucas leaps backward immediately. But wait, the attacker completely ignores him. To his absolute shock, the target was the ancient monument this entire time. In a flash, Lucas is teleported right outside the tower. It hits him Julia must have finished her trial already. With that crucial monument totally destroyed, Lucas figures there is absolutely zero reason for him to stick around the Allen Tower anyway. Now pay close attention here. He feels a crazy shift inside his body, realizing he actually absorbed something from watching the martial god's technique. With Julia safely out, the Academy announces that the freshman trial is officially over. The tower is now going into lockdown. The crowd goes absolutely wild for Julia, cheering because she is the first freshman in history to hit the 5th floor. Back at the library, Otani walks in to find the headmaster already waiting for a chat. The headmaster demands a full report on the Allen Tower trial. But Otani plays it cool, claiming nothing out of the ordinary happened. But the headmaster isn't buying it. He points out the mage freshman's terrible scores are completely unnatural, since tons of students scored absolutely 0 points. Otani casually confirms that exactly 18 students bombed with 0 points. He defends this by saying last year had 12 failures, so it is still totally within a normal margin of error. The headmaster completely shoots that down, arguing that the number of kids reaching the 2nd floor was literally cut in half. Annoyed, Otani just tells the boss to go interrogate Greg and the other teachers instead. Honestly, Otani says he wants to know how they managed to teach their students to panic and lose their composure so miserably. Otani then flips the script, admitting he was so focused on the mages that he completely missed the massive anomaly over in the martial arts department. Caught off guard, the headmaster immediately asks Otani what kind of crazy anomaly is happening with the martial artists. Otani drops a bomb. 4 martial arts students actually broke past their innate limits during the trial and are leveling up right now. Instructor Sigold is actually helping them manage the breakthrough. The headmaster is absolutely stunned. If this is true, the Allen Tower literally has a hidden buff that accelerates a martial artist's growth. You can see where this is going, right? If this secret gets out, desperate martial artists everywhere will cause absolute chaos just to level up. Deep down inside, the headmaster would have canceled the trial completely, but they desperately needed to find a genius martial artist to become the tower's next administrator. The headmaster orders Otani to keep this massive secret locked down. Otani smirks and promises that his lips are completely sealed. Over with the students, the mage freshmen are hyped that the new record holder is one of their own, Julia. They love having a prodigy like Julia in their class, but they are super disappointed that her brother is just a basic martial artist. Jeremy overhears this trash talk and gets absolutely furious, because somehow, Lucas manages to steal the spotlight in literally every single situation. He honestly cannot fathom that Lucas is Julia's actual brother. A bit later, Theod makes his grand entrance into the cafeteria. The crowd normally cheers for him, so he flashes a proud smile, fully convinced he is still the campus idol despite Julia shattering his record. But his worst nightmare becomes reality. The second the students spot Julia sitting down, they completely ignore him and turn her way. Theod completely loses his cool. He stomps right over to Julia's table, warning her not to get so cocky just because she hit the Allen Tower's 5th floor. But Julia does not care at all. She completely ignores the guy's rant because she is way more focused on enjoying her lunch. He tries to keep lecturing her, but suddenly realizes that basically the entire student body is swarming around Julia's table. Super annoyed, he storms off, threatening that she is going to seriously regret humiliating him today. Julia just blinks in pure confusion, asking her brother what exactly is wrong with Theod. Lucas just smiles and tells her not to worry about it, urging her to keep eating. And that's where we leave it. Theod's intimidation completely failed because Lucas secretly kept his battle cry active to boost Julia's defense. Alright, let's jump right back in. Mina drops by, totally surprised that Thea actually bailed without dropping his famous catchphrase. She praises Julia, calling her talent absolutely unreal. But Julia stays super humble, giving all the credit to her teammates for helping her survive. Mina then wonders out loud. Could Derek and Iowa actually be useful for the upcoming Goddess Memorial Festival? Lucas and Julia just exchange confused looks. They have absolutely zero clue what this Goddess Memorial even is. Mina breaks it down. Their academy, Kyoto Magic School, and Holy Magic School make up the Empire's top 3 magic institutions. Every single year, 9 elite freshmen from these academies face off to crown the ultimate #1 genius. Given Julia's insane skills, Mina is completely certain she will get picked to compete. Lucas thinks it sounds awesome, but honestly wonders if Julia even cares to join. Shortly after that, Lucas gives Julia some tough love. He is done being her alarm clock, trusting she is finally responsible enough to handle herself. Day 1 of this new routine? A total disaster. Julia oversleeps and literally has to use Thunder Dash just to beat the bell. She crashes straight into Iowa, who shoots her a freezing glare and snaps at her to watch it. Once Julia reaches class, panic sets in. She forgot her textbook. She sits there completely helpless, but Iowa notices her panic and slides over. She casually drops her own book between them to share. Later in the library, when Julia struggles to reach a top shelf, Iowa quietly steps in and grabs it. But before Julia can even say thanks, the girl vanishes. Watch closely, because this gets interesting. Julia asks Lucas what Iowa's deal is, but he basically tells her she has to crack that mystery herself. Sometime later, Julia spots Iowa staring at an older man who is casually performing magic tricks. Since Iowa cannot pull off the same trick, she looks totally crushed. Seeing this, Julia instantly uses her own magic to summon a glowing bird for her. Boom! Iowa violently crushes the bird. She lashes out with intense mental magic, nearly crushing Julia and sending her running in terror. Late that night, Julia sneaks back into the dorm to find Iowa fast asleep. But Julia leaves behind a super sweet note. She apologizes for the chaos, drops off some fresh cookies, and asks if Iowa wants to hang out tomorrow. When Iowa wakes up and sees it, a genuine smile breaks through. She agrees. The next day, Iowa actually shows up early, while Julia arrives late. Iowa is just about to start complaining, but then she freezes. Julia brought Lucas along. Julia cheerfully announces that Lucas offered to pay for everything today. Iowa's face immediately drops into pure disgust. She clearly wants him gone, and Lucas completely feels the hostile vibe. As if things were not awkward enough, they suddenly bump into Maya. Julia wastes zero time and instantly invites her to tag along. Hearing that Lucas is going, Maya excitedly agrees. Just like that, the chaotic squad heads straight for Daktown's famous gourmet street. While the girls are absolutely hyped, Lucas is silently weeping. His poor bank account is about to take a massive hit. Walking into Daktown, Julia is practically floating. She knows exactly what delicious snacks she came to devour. Seeing her boundless energy, Lucas is dying on the inside. He cannot even calculate how much gold he will lose. I know what you are thinking. Talk about terrible luck. He is trapped with the hostile Iowa and his literal ex-fiancée. Pure punishment. Hilariously, everyone has a totally different agenda here. Iowa just wanted a quiet friend date with Julia, but got dragged into this massive group hangout instead. Meanwhile, Maya is just thrilled to finally have an excuse to chat with Lucas outside of Academy grounds. Julia eagerly drags them to a sweet shop. But disaster strikes. There are only 2 open slots left today. Julia drops to her knees in pure despair, wailing about how desperately she needed to eat there. Maya quickly reads the room and steps up to save the day. She smoothly lies, claiming her doctor ordered her to avoid sugary foods. She suggests Julia and Iowa take the 2 spots, while she waits outside with Lucas. Julia double-checks, but Maya insists she is fine. Instantly hyped again, Julia shoves Iowa through the front doors so they can gorge themselves on unlimited desserts. Once the girls disappear inside, Lucas thanks Maya for the save, but she brushes it off, saying she is just happy he is smiling. Maya smiles, saying Julia's wild energy brings back so many childhood memories of when the two of them used to play together. Lucas looks confused and asks what she means. She reminds him about that one time they visited Dacktown's exotic beast exhibit with their families. Apparently, as kids, they ditched the adults just to sneak off and explore the dark world completely alone. She looks at him softly. Has he really forgotten that day? Lucas completely freezes up. He only has blurry memories. Because honestly, there is zero chance he can remember things from before his soul possessed this body. Seeing him act so distant, Maya finally confronts the elephant in the room. She asks if he hates her because their engagement got cancelled. That is where we leave it. Lucas is totally stunned, as Maya admits she feels like he is avoiding her. Alright, let's dive back in. Mia actually thinks Lucas got hurt by their cancelled engagement, something she totally didn't get as a little kid. She desperately tries finding the right words to explain her feelings, but chokes up. She finally jumps up, practically shouting that he is absolutely not some incompetent fool. Mia tells him he is the most brilliant martial artist she knows, finally summoning the guts to just ask if they can be real friends. Lucas is totally blown away by her honesty. He smiles, reassuring her that he never held a single grudge against her. He completely accepts her friendship, making Mia the happiest girl alive. Meanwhile, Julia and Iowa are inside inhaling candy, while Lucas and Maya wrap things up outside. The girls step outside, only to catch Lucas and Mia holding hands like a couple. Maya and Lucas instantly freak out, trying to explain it is not what it looks like. But yeah, there is zero chance they are convincing those two that nothing romantic is going on. A little later, they hit the town shopping district. While they are goofing off, Julia's magic candy suddenly starts glowing, reacting to something far away. The glowing candy pulls them to the Five Saints Hall, which Julia recognizes as a dojo. Turns out, the dojo master hoards treasure. If anyone steps inside and beats all 5 trials, they score a super rare magical item. Lucas reminds Julia they are not looking for a fight, but Iowa interrupts, saying a challenge sounds way better than just stuffing their faces. Mia totally agrees, admitting she is pretty curious about whatever loot is hiding inside the dojo. Since the girls are hyped to fight, Lucas basically has zero choice but to tag along. Now pay close attention here. Before they even step inside, 2 scary gatekeepers block their path, barking that this dojo is not a playground. In the blink of an eye, Lucas teleports behind the head guard, tapping his shoulder and leaking an insane pressure that absolutely paralyzes the guy. Lucas casually mentions that they came to take on the treasure challenge, and that is the only reason they are standing there. The huge gatekeeper is completely sweating buckets, terrified by Lucas's overwhelming fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Lucas is actually impressed. He notices this random gatekeeper is already a level 4 martial artist. After that casual flex, Lucas politely asks if they can go in. The guard scrambles to open the heavy doors, welcoming them with maximum respect. Iowa just blinks in surprise, shocked at how fast the tough guard changed his entire attitude for Lucas. Stepping inside the Grand Five Saints Hall, the group is immediately greeted and told their very first challenge is the Beast Trial. A creepy clown is running this section. He basically manages a twisted circus filled with highly dangerous monsters. He smirks, saying they can pass if they beat his game. Then, he summons his fire lion, a massive, terrifying beast dripping with literal flames. The clown snaps the magical chains holding the monster back, ordering the blazing lion to rip the group apart. The beast charges forward for the kill, but Lucas just stands right there at the front, completely unbothered. You saw that coming, right? The Joker suddenly realizes his beast froze. What he doesn't know. Uru's terrifying spirit inside Lucas is crushing the lion with so much pressure it literally cannot move. Furious, the Joker runs over to whip his pet, but the panicked lion just smacks him incredibly hard, sending him eating dirt. The lion instantly sprints back to its cage to escape Lucas. Sweating, Lucas awkwardly asks the unconscious dude if that counts as a win. Iowa is absolutely speechless. Lucas literally won without lifting a single finger, leaving her guessing what crazy trick he just pulled. Walking to the next area, Iowa keeps mentioning how completely insane it was that a fire beast got scared of Lucas. Julia leans in, whispering to ask if Uru was the one flexing back there. Lucas shoots her a quick look, confirming she is spot on. Soon enough, they hit checkpoint 2, the wind corridor. A smug mage steps up, claiming the rules here are super simple. They just need to shoot a magic arrow through moving rings, popping a balloon all the way up at the top. Basically, this trial is a hardcore test of raw magic control, plus razor-sharp timing and judgment. The mage smirks, letting them know he will be personally messing with the wind currents to make this challenge a total nightmare. After finishing the rules, he simply asks the group who among them is actually taking on the challenge. Julia confidently steps up. She volunteers to crush it, and the amused mage hands over the controls. Julia wastes zero time, smoothly guiding the arrow straight through the hoops. Even Maya is totally stunned by her skills. But the mage just laughs, warning Julia that was only the easy warm-up. He slams a button, spawning massive fire cubes designed to ruin her arrow's path and turn up the heat. Chomping her candy, Julia goes all out, dodging the flames and flawlessly threading that arrow through the targets. But a heavy water trap suddenly crushes the arrow downward. She is struggling, and trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Julia realizes she has to go completely all out, even as the smug mage tells her to just quit. In a flash, she is dodging a crazy barrage of deadly fire blasts and slicing wind magic. The playful smile vanishes from her face. It is game time. She suddenly remembers Lucas's advice. He told her that since her magic control leveled up, any sudden resistance means something else is actively interfering with her flow. When she asked him exactly how to handle a situation like that, his answer was simple but brutal: find the source of the interference and completely destroy it. Taking that to heart, Julia unleashes a massive thunder arrow that absolutely shatters everything in its path. The mage is totally stunned. Meanwhile, Iwa quickly realizes this trial has basically turned into an all-out combat zone. Left with zero options, the defeated mage throws in the towel and congratulates them on clearing checkpoint 2. But before they leave, the mage drops a very important warning on them. He warns them that pure strength will not solve every trial. Sure enough, they soon arrive at the third checkpoint, a mysterious alchemy workshop. This stage is all about raw concentration and flawless technique, not firepower. The head alchemist steps up and challenges them to a race. Whoever brews a legendary magic potion the fastest takes the win. She confidently reveals their target. They are going to be brewing an insanely rare legendary item known as Trivia's Tears today. Now pay attention here, because it gets crazy. 108 rare ingredients, 0 recipe, and every single item is highly unstable. One tiny mistake in the mixing process will trigger a massive, room-clearing explosion. Julia just grabs her head in pure frustration. She says it is basically impossible without a proper ratio, and Iwa completely agrees, calling the whole trial nothing more than a blind game of luck. Lucas admits their squad is built for heavy offense, making this a bad matchup. But then Mia steps right up, volunteering to take on the crazy challenge. The alchemist looks totally surprised, but she actually praises Mia for her boldness. The challenge starts. While the alchemist works with mechanical accuracy, Mia completely stuns her teammates by moving with pure, flowing elegance. Using her magic aura, she effortlessly organizes the chaotic ingredients, instantly figuring out the perfect combinations for each. Her lightning-fast knife skills alone leave Lucas standing there absolutely blown away. Mid-process, she notices a bitter scent rising from the pot. To counter it, she casually drops in a sweet ingredient to perfectly balance the aroma. She handles everything so effortlessly that even Iwa is deeply impressed by her flawless flow. You saw this coming, right? She grabs the most explosive ingredient, and the alchemist straight up panics, screaming at her to back away. But Mia stays completely dialed in, carefully continuing her process. And in record time, she finishes the potion, leaving absolute shock on the alchemist's face. In fact, the purity level is so insanely high that the expert begs to know if Mia learned from a legendary master alchemist. Mia calmly says no. She admits this is literally her first time brewing Trivia's Tears. She has zero clue how she pulled it off, but figures her daily cooking experience must have carried her through the whole thing. She explains that she just focused on the aromas, mentally matching the best flavor profiles and proportions, treating the deadly trial exactly like making dinner. To her, brewing this explosive potion felt exactly like whipping up a hearty medicinal soup. The elite alchemist almost loses her mind hearing a legendary artifact compared to basic soup. Julia cheers Mia on, pointing out that this is exactly why her sweets always rock. She swears Mia's last batch of cookies were so good they almost made her cry. Iwa chimes in too, praising her cooking talent as an absolute one-of-a-kind skill. She loudly teases her right in front of Lucas, saying that whoever ends up marrying Mia is going to be incredibly lucky. Mia turns bright red, practically passing out from embarrassment, while stuttering that cooking is just a simple hobby for her. But deep down, she is desperately wondering what Lucas thinks. Sadly, Lucas is dense as a brick. He is just thinking about how great it would be to have her around on long deployments to cook up morale-boosting meals for the entire combat unit. Iwa basically reads his mind, flat out telling him that he is the absolute densest guy she has ever met. The alchemist sighs, admitting she never expected to lose to a young girl's cooking hobby after spending half her life mastering professional mixing techniques. Conceding defeat, the alchemist hands over the legendary potion, telling Mia it belongs to her. Mia hesitates, knowing how insanely valuable it is. But the expert insists she take it since she is the one who brilliantly crafted the thing. She promises Mia that when the time comes, this potion is going to save her life. So what do you and I take from this? Never doubt the chef. Lucas urges her to take her prize, and the squad marches right toward a terrifying lady at the next trial. Stepping right into the fourth checkpoint, Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch this scary lady introduce the fourth trial. Pure mental strength. She drops the rules. They are playing King's Lie, a high-stakes card game super popular with the absolute elites of the empire. The basic rules are super simple. Both players draw a single card, and the highest number takes the win. But there is a twist. The lowest card, the assassin, can actually instantly crush the highest card, the king. You can use magic to forge your card's number. But the bigger the lie, the more magical energy it seriously drains from you. If someone gets caught bluffing, the original, real value of the card is forced to decide the match. Finally, if a forged card matches the opponent's real card number, the fake loses. Basically, this whole trial is one massive mind game to see who can spot lies and deceive the absolute best. Lucas instantly realizes this checkpoint is a nightmare for him. Even Maya straight up admits she is terrible at tense psychological games. Julia can barely remember the rules. So yeah, there is zero chance she survives this. But Iowa steps right up, smiling. She says it sounds fun because mind games are exactly what the Miranda family does best. Iowa casually points out the fortune teller's glowing eyes. She has a special magic circuit, meaning she uses powerful eye-based magic. The scary lady is genuinely shocked. She is actually super impressed that such sharp challengers walked into her room today. With Iowa completely locked in, the lady says it is time to start. Now you are going to want to watch closely. The game begins, and Iowa immediately drops a king card, beating the lady's archbishop. Julia totally thinks it is an instant win, but Iowa stays dead silent. She knows it is never this easy. She senses a super faint, weird magic flow. Using her own skills, Iowa instantly realizes the lady's archbishop card is a total fake. The fortune teller is absolutely blown away. She never expected this kid to instantly see right through her forged card. Suddenly, the lady just bursts into laughter. She tells Iowa her disguise might be busted, but she still loses. But instead of panicking, Iowa starts laughing too. She knew it. Iowa completely predicted this, proving that the sneaky lady actually slapped a second layer of disguise right over her fake card. Iowa casually reveals her hand, and the lady's jaw drops. The assassin card she pulled was totally a fake too. The lady completely freaks out. She perfectly erased every single trace of magic. Iowa smirks, saying she is not the only one who can erase magic traces. She knew from the very beginning this lady would try playing dirty. That is exactly why she locked her eyes on her hands, perfectly making sure she drew a specific card. Iowa reveals her real card is the true assassin. And going by the rule that a forged match always loses, Iowa automatically takes the absolute win. Iowa admits the strategy was clever. Disguising it as the Archbishop 8, the strongest non-king card, was a perfect bait to test the waters. If Iowa's card was actually a king, the lady planned to snatch the win using a double-layered assassin bluff. But you and I know not to underestimate her. That trick only works on weaker opponents, and the lady lost by doubting Iowa. Defeated, the lady admits it was an incredible match. Iowa's insight was flawless, perfectly jumping her disguise from the lowest assassin right up to the king. The lady then points out, Iowa could have easily just waited for her fake assassin card to be exposed, since she completely saw through the plan anyway. But Iowa smiles. As the proud heir to the Miranda family, she never lets anyone else take the lead. Though deep down, Iowa knows it was super close. Her mental strength is basically running on empty right now. The fortune teller looks at her. With that insane talent, she is absolutely going to become a legend written in history. Iowa confidently says she knows. Then, the teller reveals she is bound by fate's threads to Lucas's team. She claims a massive calamity is about to crash down on the continent, and this exact group will have to save the world. Stunned, Iowa demands to know what she means, but the lady totally ignores her, declaring it is time for the final trial. This last test is run by the Hall's master, someone whose power is completely on another level. Hearing this crazy dark prophecy, Lucas is already stressing out over the details. He knows the scary lady is definitely not making a joke here. Walking to the next zone, Julia is just hyped up. She thinks saving the world actually sounds pretty epic. Her brother tells them to focus on the treasure instead. Then, they reach the final room, facing an absolute beast punching iron into walls. Even Lucas is terrified by this overwhelming killing intent. So, do you and I think they can survive this non-human monster? Trust me, stay tuned. Let's dive in. You and I are about to see just how wild this gets. Look at this guy. A massively jacked blonde dude, casually flexing a dumbbell, says he's been waiting for them. Honestly, he's impressed they made it. Proves they aren't just a bunch of spoiled brats riding on family money. Dropping the massive weight, he finally lays out the rules. Everyone can attack him all at once. If they force this beast to take even a single step back, they win. But if they fail, it's his turn. And they have to block his absolute powerhouse of an attack. From there, they just trade blows back and forth until somebody finally hits the floor. The girls completely panic. I mean, look at him. How are they supposed to block a hit from those giant arms? He warns them don't hold back. If they aren't ready to risk their lives, they need to leave right now. But Lucas steps up. He wants a one-on-one. He's absolutely hyped to test this guy, especially since his aura feels way stronger than Siglet's ever did. Julia freaks out, begging Lucas to just go home. No treasure is worth getting completely destroyed over. Maya offers to fight too, but Lucas tells them both to stay back. This is a trial strictly for martial artists. Plus, he really wants to test his own power level. Barzan just bursts into laughter. A fight between men? That means he doesn't have to hold anything back. Now, watch this closely. Barzan warns him a few broken bones won't cut it, so you and I better prepare for a bloodbath. Suddenly, Barzan's familiar, this crazy iron bird, screams at him to use magic gloves. Why? Because he still hasn't paid off the property damage from his last fight. Barzan sighs, completely annoyed, and snatches the gloves off the wall. He tosses a matching pair over to Lucas. These gloves create a barrier to keep the room intact during their brawl. The second they put them on, the shield activates, and Lucas charges straight at Barzan with pure hype. Bam! A solid punch right to the chest. But Lucas freezes. Barzan doesn't even flinch. Nothing. Absolute zero reaction. Barzan smirks. Great form, kid, but you still have a really long way to go. The giant pulls back his fist, and Lucas instantly guards. He braces for a massive impact, but his guard means nothing. Barzan's punch sends him flying through the air like a rag doll. Lucas coughs up actual blood. But Barzan? Zero pity. He tells the kid it's way too late to back out now. Spotting a sword nearby, Lucas grabs it. He floods the blade with aura and charges right back at the monster. He swings with everything he has, but Barzan just inhales, then literally blows him away. The shockwave smashes Lucas right into the damn wall. Wait, Barzan notices a cut on his skin. He praises the kid for landing a hit, but admits this tiny scratch won't win him the fight. Far from finished, Lucas grits his teeth and dashes forward, instantly spawning a whole squad of shadow clones. The clones lock the giant down perfectly, giving Lucas the opening for one massive, heavy-hitting punch. Nope. Barzan just erupts with an insane burst of aura, blowing the kid away effortlessly. He gives Lucas props for having the guts and brains to try different strategies. But against absolute, overwhelming power? Those little tricks mean absolutely nothing. I know what you're thinking, it's over, right? Barzan lunges, ready to end this entire fight. Lucas shuts his eyes, bracing for defeat, but suddenly, a memory hits him, that epic vision from the 6th floor of the Allen Tower. He remembers the martial god infusing his strikes with a completely mysterious, next-level technique. Taking a deep breath, Lucas clears his mind, centers his aura, and actually perfectly replicates the martial god's ultimate attack. Boom! He meets the giant's fist dead in the center. Barzan's eyes go wide. He never expected the kid was hiding something this insane. Shattering Barzan's defense, Lucas throws a lethal punch straight at his heart, but stops the strike right before it actually hits him. Julia screams in pure panic. Seeing her brother frozen there, she thinks he completely lost. But Barzan just takes a deep breath. He stares at Lucas and asks, "Are you Otani's disciple?" Lucas shakes his head no. Confused, Barzan asks why he held back. That strike definitely would have shattered a few of his ribs. The kid casually admits it was his first time testing the move. Plus, if he accidentally killed him, he'd literally lose his chance at the treasure. Laughing out loud, Barzan smacks him on the back, giving him major props and officially admitting defeat. Suddenly, Lucas drops to his knees in agonizing pain. Maya rushes over with Trivia's tears, but he refuses. No way is he wasting a legendary item like that yet. Right on cue, Barzan tosses him a pill, telling the kid to use it to heal up. He pops it, and his injuries vanish instantly. You and I both know what that means. This healing potion perfectly matches his own elixir. Alright, let's jump right back in. Lucas cleared all 5 trials, so he is finally claiming that epic treasure. But instead of actually handing over the loot, Barzan just starts rambling about total nonsense. Even his familiar gets fed up, screaming at Barzan to just give up the reward quietly before he lets the whole thing go to total waste. Shameless as ever, Barzan finally agrees to hand it over, swearing he is not stingy. He tosses Lucas a cute toy bunny, telling him to charge it up. Julia takes over, pumps some magic into the stuffed animal, and boom, it actually starts moving. Julia tosses it into the air, absolutely glowing with a massive smile. It is just too adorable. Lucas, though? Not exactly thrilled. They survived 5 hellish trials just to win a kid's toy. He feels completely scammed. But Barzan just pats his shoulder, hinting that this thing is way more than it looks. He promises that once Lucas grows up, he will realize just how insanely useful it is. He also drops a heavy warning: do not use the martial god technique unless it is life or death. Being careless with that power will only invite massive trouble. Lucas takes the advice to heart, then asks if Barzan happens to know Otani. Barzan says the name does not ring a bell, but they definitely fought beastmen together on the battlefield ages ago. He then suggests they leave before nightfall. Everyone easily agrees that Julia should keep the magic bunny, since it fits her perfectly. As they walk, Lucas keeps wondering why Barzan warned him so intensely about the martial god style. Out of nowhere, a loud commotion breaks out in the distance. They instantly rush over. Now watch closely, because this is where it gets interesting. They head into the black market, only to find Jeremy brawling with a dealer who supposedly scammed him dry. But Jeremy gets absolutely clapped. The dealer steps on him, swearing that the ancient forbidden spell he sold was 100% authentic. The guy just laughs in his face, blaming Jeremy's own incompetence for not being able to learn it. The dealer turns his back to walk away. Jeremy fires off a desperate sneak attack, but the guy easily blocks it and slams him right into a wall. He mocks Jeremy's absolute trash talent, calling him a total joke. The dealer then orders his goons to finish Jeremy off. But boom, they suddenly get roasted by brutal lightning. Lucas and Julia make their epic entrance. Jeremy nearly chokes on his own spit, completely humiliated that his younger siblings caught him getting beaten down like an absolute scrub. Julia, though, is just super happy to help, remembering that their mother specifically asked her to keep Jeremy out of trouble. Before the fight can pop off again, the local patrol squad storms in, demanding to know who started the chaos. The slimy dealer instantly slips the guard captain a fat bribe, pointing the finger at Lucas and falsely claiming they tried to shoplift. The corrupt captain pockets the cash, turns a blind eye, and immediately blames our crew for causing a massive scene. Iwa steps right up. She confidently announces she is from the prestigious Miranda family, but this arrogant captain just laughs. He claims he is the ultimate law here, and her fancy name means nothing. You and I both know this is about to get messy. But then, a booming voice orders everyone to freeze. The captain slowly turns around, absolutely terrified. It is Iwa's father, Cyan, and he brought Lucas's mother right along with him. Cyan glares down at the captain, sarcastically praising his bravery for daring to arrest the Miranda family's own children. He cold-bloodedly states that the patrol squad has rotted from the inside, so it is clearly time for a violent cleanup. Both the crooked dealer and the captain get dragged away, screaming and begging for mercy that they are definitely not getting. Iwa walks over to her dad. She demands to know why he has not crushed this crime hub earlier. Cyan gently taps her shoulder, explaining the slums run on completely different rules, and stopping this deep-rooted corruption is insanely hard. He admits it is basically a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Catherine smoothly cuts in. She tells Iwa not to stress over messy adult business. As long as the parents are around, the kids will not have to deal with this street trash. Julia rushes in for a massive hug. Catherine showers her with praise, saying her spellcasting was absolutely flawless, exactly what you expect from a Ryan family genius. Julia's cheeks turn bright red as her mom gently pats her head. Then, she finally remembers poor beaten-up Jeremy. Catherine asks if he is badly hurt, but he stubbornly insists he is fine. When she pushes for details, Jeremy just snaps, yelling that he is okay. Iwa immediately cuts in, brutally telling Jeremy that his pride is making him act totally crazy. He tries to excuse it as a sneak attack. Iwa is not having it, scolding him for being an elite Allen Magic school student who still lost to a street-level thug. Needing little Julia's protection? Absolutely embarrassing. Trust me, you gotta see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here as Jeremy throws a massive tantrum. Iowa shuts him down hard. He tells him he's an idiot to think a legit forbidden spellbook would be sitting in some trashy black market. Even a toddler could spot that fake. Iowa snaps. Cyan finally has to step in, telling Iowa to just take a breath. Catherine tries to heal Jeremy, but he completely rejects her and bolts. In his head, he pictures them looking down on him like absolute trash. Sprinting away in pure humiliation, Catherine yells after him, but her brother says to let him blow off some steam alone. Cyan then brings up grabbing food to celebrate the kids just crushed the Five Saints trials. Walking out of the alley, Iowa suddenly stops. He senses this weird aura far off, but cannot pinpoint it. Later, Jeremy is screaming in the woods, absolutely losing it. Suddenly, a dark shadow creeps up, calling him a pathetic little kid. He spins around, totally horrified. Who the hell is that? The creeping shadow just laughs, saying his mother sent her to drop off a little gift. Now watch closely, the shadow finally morphs, revealing the one and only Jelsida. Jelsida smirks, claiming Jessica begged for help because her precious son was struggling at the academy. She holds up a glowing pendant. Put this on, she whispers, and you'll get the raw power to snatch back every ounce of your stolen pride. Flashback time. Jessica was actually losing her mind over Lucas playing the hero. That's when Jelsida crashed her room, offering to make her darkest wish reality. Dangling a creepy green snake, Jelsida promised to hand Jeremy the exact insane power boost he desperately craved. She infused that venomous snake right into a necklace. Her promise? Jeremy would become an absolute nightmare for Lucas to deal with. Back in the present, Jelsida hands that very same pendant over, "Wear it," she says, "and nobody will ever disrespect you again." Jeremy snatches it up with wild eyes. He is completely obsessed with crushing Lucas, just to finally get Julia's full attention. Meanwhile, we cut to Greg meeting that same shady black market dealer. He's buying a cursed artifact known as the Slow Snail. The evil plan? Drop this on the martial arts students and make them totally useless. Greg is practically drooling over this evil scheme. He wants nothing more than to see Siegel's absolute despair when this magic artifact ruins everything. A few days pass by. The freshmen crowd around the ranking board. Shockingly, the martial arts department is completely dominating, leaving the elite mage class sitting 2 whole stars behind them. The mages are losing their minds over this. Some are even getting angry letters from their rich parents, demanding they stop losing to a bunch of brawlers. To make matters crazier, the annual Goddess Memorial Festival is being hosted right here at Allen Academy. Elite rival schools, Holy and Kyoto academies. I know what you're thinking, absolute panic mode, right? The mages are terrified of looking like total losers in front of their biggest rivals. While the mages stress over the humiliation, Greg struts into the room. He smirks, telling his elite students to just relax. Let the martial arts meatheads enjoy their 15 minutes of fame while it lasts. Meanwhile, Siegel is absolutely dead set on crushing Lucas's squad, completely unable to stomach the fact that they are thriving. Over at the martial arts department, these students are sparring like absolute maniacs. They go beast mode, pulling 0 punches. And that insane intensity is forcing major level-ups. The craziest part? Nobody is forcing them. They are voluntarily staying late after classes, pushing their own limits in solo training sessions. While cleaning the office, Teshi spots that cursed slow snail artifact, but she completely brushes it off. She literally just tosses it straight into the lost and found box, figuring some careless student must have dropped it. Festival day finally drops. The martial arts class gets stuck on welcoming duty, forced to stand at the front gates for over half an hour. Lucas tells his squad to stay cool. The VIP guests they have been waiting for are finally pulling up. Principal Jerica steps up to greet them, but out of nowhere, the air turns freezing cold. A massive ice dragon roars overhead. Riding it? Kyoto Magic Academy's absolute prodigy freshman, Diane. But right before he steals the show, a blazing fire phoenix erupts onto the scene, directly challenging that frost dragon. That fiery bird belongs to Holy Magic Academy's top rookie, Aurora. Her grand entrance instantly turns up the heat and the tension. The crowd is breathless as these two flex their crazy auras. Seeing Aurora steal his thunder, Diane immediately expands his ice beast. He tries to suffocate the phoenix with a massive frost wave. But Aurora? She is about to show this guy her true power. A majestic aerial clash. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Lucas finally gets why these two are absolute prodigies. But right as they keep toying around, a wild lightning strike suddenly blasts out of nowhere. It completely shatters their defenses. And guess what? That is Julia stepping into the spotlight. They immediately spin around in shock. Julia just summons this massive lightning bird, raining down a total downpour right on their heads. Flashing a brilliant smile, Julia makes it crystal clear that they definitely cannot ignore her. Cyan is absolutely speechless. He never expected to witness such a majestic display of power way before the main tournament. Holy Magic School principal Silwyn Terran completely agrees with him. Den floats down with pure arrogance radiating from him. He gives Julia a weird look for randomly trying to steal the show, but instantly, a heavy magic spell forces him silent. Looking up, he realizes his own principal, Atticus Rosso, just ordered him to keep his mouth completely shut. Out of nowhere, brilliant golden feathers rain down from above. The blinding light completely bathes the arena, leaving the massive crowd absolutely stunned. Right at that moment, now watch closely. Every single eye locks onto a stunning purple-haired woman floating down from the sky. Lucas has zero clue who she is since her face is entirely masked. Aurora and Dean totally recognize her though. Now, they are crossing their fingers, desperately hoping to grab her attention. So they get ready to put on a show. When she lands, even Miranda's father immediately drops into a deep bow. Those golden feathers swirl through the air as she politely greets the massive crowd. She promises this festival is going to be epic. The principal quickly steps up, ordering students to head toward the cafeteria banquet hall, while all the spectators need to clear out. Kai nudges Lucas, pointing out the bow. If Miranda's dad is showing that much respect, she must be a massive VIP from the capital. Lucas just shrugs. He cares way more about her insane magic element than any fancy noble status. Lucas is just hyped for the actual festival. Over at the cafeteria, Allen Academy students instantly spot how incredibly arrogant Den acts. Even his own classmates stay far away from him. Aurora, on the flip side, looks way more friendly and easygoing. Aurora smoothly walks right up to two students, mentioning how she really wants to be friends with Julia. They look super excited at first, but right before answering, their expressions go completely dead, and they just coldly walk away. Aurora blinks in pure shock. It definitely looks like somebody just hijacked their minds. Still, she is determined to dig up absolutely every single detail about Julia. Turns out, Iwa used her high-level mental magic to control those students, stopping them from spilling any academy secrets. Silwyn totally senses the mental magic. She admits it is seriously impressive, but thinks using that raw talent just for security is a total waste. Jerrica sighs, noting this pre-ceremony was meant for relaxing. But clearly, the psychological warfare has already kicked off between these top schools. I know what you're thinking. Oedicus boldly claims Kyoto will absolutely sweep the tournament again. Silwyn cuts him off fast, reminding him they were incredibly close last year. While those two bicker back and forth, Jerrica stays completely silent. Her Allen Academy ranked dead last, so she has zero room to talk. Silwyn turns to Jerrica, bringing up that dangerous incident that went down at the Magical Beast mountain range. Because of that, she really needs to know where the finals are happening. Normally, the final stage is set in an isolated forest away from the city, so students can unleash their absolute maximum power. The arena is heavily prepped with massive magic circles placed everywhere to keep out any wandering wild beasts. Jerrica confidently promises the issue is totally fixed. Both the Academy staff and the Imperial Army just finished securing the perimeter. She confirms the finals will take place in the illusory forest as planned. All that is left now is drawing lots for the brutal preliminary brackets. The other principals breathe a sigh of relief. They raise a toast to a completely flawless tournament. Fast forward to the next morning for the prelims. The rules drop: each rival school gets exactly 10 fighters. But Kyoto gets 11 total participants, since they won the championship last year. Strangely enough, the martial arts department students look completely exhausted and are falling asleep. They are fighting super hard to keep their eyes open. Lucas notices how tired they are but shrugs it off for now. Then the brackets hit. The very first match is Den from Kyoto versus Derek from Allen. Kai instantly calls it. Derek is totally doomed with rotten luck, having to face a monster like Den right out the gate. But Lucas isn't so sure. Derek wields intense fire magic, which is the perfect direct counter to Den's ice abilities. The bell rings and Derek charges in. But trust me, you're not ready for this. Den casually summons a massive ice wall, stopping him dead in his tracks. You and I are jumping right into the action. His fire erupts instantly, but before he can blink, Den knocks him completely out. Game over. Kyoto takes the first preliminary match easily. Den just shakes his head, completely disappointed by the pathetic talent level over at Allen Academy. Seeing Den's terrifying strength firsthand, Lucas realizes a harsh truth. Julia absolutely does not stand a chance against him. Match number 2 puts Holy Academy's Aurora against Iwa from Allen. Despite facing a powerhouse like Aurora, Iwa looks completely unfazed. She is visibly eager to step up and show everyone exactly what she is capable of. The Holy Academy crowd goes wild, cheering for Aurora to crush Iwa. Hearing them, Aurora suddenly blushes, promising her classmates she will bring home the win. The second Aurora ignites her fire magic, Iwa immediately feels the terrifying weight of her raw power. But instead of backing down, she is actually hyped to fight Aurora, desperate to prove her own incredible strength to the entire crowd. Iwa loudly taunts her opponent, demanding she stop with the flashy tricks and just attack. In response, Aurora simply waves her hand, unleashing a massive wave of fire that forces Iwa to quickly throw up a defensive barrier. Aurora looks genuinely impressed, realizing Iwa somehow manifested her raw mental strength into a physical shield. Deciding this might actually be a fun challenge, Aurora smirks and unleashes a second, even larger blast of fire magic, completely engulfing the arena. Forced on the defensive, Iwa braces herself while Aurora literally rides her flames into the sky, mocking her. Aurora laughs, pointing out Iwa is doing nothing but hiding. She asks if she even has the energy to strike. Without warning, Aurora blasts her with another fiery strike, hitting Iwa so hard that she screams out in absolute agony. Here is where you and I need to watch closely. The arena is engulfed in fire, and Aurora thinks she won, but she is wrong. Iwa's eyes suddenly turn ice cold. She glares up at Aurora, boldly declaring that she is about to lose this match. Instantly, an overwhelming mental strike slams into Aurora's brain, leaving her screaming in pure, agonizing pain. Shaking, she stares down at Iwa, desperately demanding to know how her mind was just breached. But Iwa relentlessly dials up the attack's intensity, warning Aurora that slipping out of this mental prison is going to be impossible. Right then, Iwa psychically chokes Aurora, stepping up to finish the job for good. But suddenly, Aurora smirks. She casually tells Iwa that she was only messing around. Aurora effortlessly shatters the mental domain, immediately blasting out a massive pillar of fire that completely overwhelms Iwa. Iwa shrieks in agony, frantically asking how Aurora broke out when she was supposed to be completely trapped inside her illusion domain. The blast forcefully knocks Iwa straight to the ground, but someone is watching closely. Lucas can clearly see that something is off. At first, Aurora genuinely lost control to that mental magic, but then she just miraculously snapped out of it to reverse the whole fight. Aurora looks down at Iwa, admitting she only played along. She openly mocks the fallen girl, saying she is just as arrogant as the Academy rumors claimed. She honestly admits Iwa's magic would have worked, if only she had not already analyzed it during the pre-festival exhibition. Horrified, Iwa realizes her trump card was exposed days ago, and just like that, Match 2 officially wraps up with Aurora standing tall as the clear victor. After the dust settles, Derek helps a battered Iwa walk away from the stage, quietly asking how anyone could shatter her signature mental magic like that. He suspects Aurora secretly wields mental magic too. But Iwa immediately shuts that down. It is impossible, because a person can only receive one single god's blessing. By the laws of this world, absolutely nobody can wield two different types of magic. Still, she is absolutely certain Aurora is hiding some dark secret. She strongly urges Julia to be incredibly careful around her. Lucas, meanwhile, connects the dots. He knows that training the mind through intense martial arts actually builds a natural immunity against mental spells. That is exactly how Julia easily blocked Iwa's sneak attack the other day. Now, Lucas cannot help but wonder, is Aurora secretly a high-level martial artist too? Let's pause for a second, because you and I know this is bad. Lucas suddenly notices his classmates looking strangely exhausted, completely drained. Watching his twisted plan work perfectly, Greg flashes an evil smile. It turns out this is no accident. If this mysterious drain continues, every single one of them will slowly lose their strength until they literally drop dead. Shortly after that chilling realization, the fifth match kicks off. It is time for Julia to face Kyoto Academy's Tegan. The instant it begins, Julia fires off a devastating lightning strike, but Tegan barely blocks it using his earth magic. Sweating, Tegan knows that direct hit would have ended him instantly. He realizes right then that he absolutely cannot afford to clash head-on with a monster like Julia. Acting fast, he encloses himself inside a massive earthen dome. Outside, Julia relentlessly rains down lightning to completely shatter his defenses. But the moment the wall breaks, she realizes Tegan vanished completely underground. While scanning the arena for his location, she suddenly gets hit by a sneaky petrification spell, severely slowing her down. Lurking safely underground, Tegan can vividly sense his spell connecting. With Julia's terrible lack of real combat experience, he is completely convinced he already has this victory secured in the bag. He raises the ground, striking Julia from all sides. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see how she survives this cliffhanger. Stick with me here. Julia is trapped, and she just lost her staff. The students are absolutely freaking out. If Julia goes down right now, that is 3 consecutive losses, which is a total disaster. But wait, they suddenly notice Julia smiling. Before anyone can even blink, a massive ball of pure lightning starts forming right up in the sky. Tegan loses his mind seeing this. There is absolutely no way she should be casting magic right now. She completely ignores him. Boom! That giant lightning sphere slams into the ground, shocking him so violently he starts crying for his mommy. The impact is so devastating that Tegan is dragged right back up to the surface, completely drained of all his strength. Tegan collapses in total defeat. Julia floats down, revealing she had been storing up magic before he hid. Tegan is absolutely stunned that she predicted this entire scenario before the fight even started. That is the exact reason she never dodged his attacks. Realizing he got completely outplayed, Tegan throws in the towel, and Julia is officially crowned the winner of the 5th match. The matches wrap up for the day, and the Allen Academy students finally see a tiny ray of hope. Still, they think Aurora and Diane are way stronger. Fire and water elements easily beat lightning, right? While everyone celebrates her epic victory, Julia suddenly gets a secret message from her brother. Later that night, she heads into the mountains to meet him. She wonders why Lucas called her out so late. Is he going to praise her epic prelim performance? Nope. Lucas just looks at her deadpan and asks one serious question. Now pay close attention, he asks if she really wants to win this final match. Julia confidently says yes. Lucas gently pats her on the head, smiling at her perfect, determined answer. But then reality hits. He bluntly tells her that fighting Aurora or Dion at her current power level is a guaranteed, crushing defeat. He explains those two completely outclass her in raw magical power and actual battle experience. Diane is the real threat here. His magic resistance is off the charts, built up from surviving countless life-or-death combat situations. Because she relies on lightning magic, putting even a single scratch on Dion is going to be nearly impossible. Julia begs her brother for a solution. He admits he has one, but warns her that it is going to be brutal. Julia does not even hesitate. She is fully prepared to endure anything if it guarantees victory. Seeing her resolve, Lucas grins and declares that the real, hardcore training starts right now. Suddenly, Uru appears out of thin air, slamming Julia down. Just as she tries getting back up, a massive ice wall blasts her away. She looks up to find Lucas riding Uru. He announces he will forge her into a weapon through extreme conditions, and he is not holding back at all. Without warning, he launches a barrage of massive ice shards, forcing her to sprint. Terrified, Julia screams, asking how he can even use magic. He simply cites his contract with Uru. Apparently, you and I both know this is insane. A contract with a high-ranking beast shares their abilities through physical touch, and Uru is a level 6 fire and ice monster. Merged with his own aura, that power skyrockets to unbelievable heights. Before Julia can even process this, her own brother mercilessly stomps her. Even Uru begs him to chill out, but Lucas swears he is already holding back. He yells at her to quickly build up her ice resistance, or she is literally going to freeze to death. Furious, Julia ignites her aura. She vows to show him her true strength, reminding him they don't call her a genius for nothing. She easily shatters his ice trap. But mid-celebration, a gigantic, freezing maze instantly spawns, locking her right back in. Julia cries out in agony, but Lucas coldly reminds her that he's barely started. He orders her to escape or die trying. Bursting out, she finds him patiently waiting to strike again. He nails her again, forcing Julia to erupt with a massive magical shockwave. It quickly devolves into an all-out brawl between her and Uru. When the beast finally runs dry on mana, Julia thinks she actually survived. Nope. Lucas forcefully feeds them both recovery pills, demanding they get back to it because the real training hasn't even started. Soon enough, both Uru and Julia are on the ground begging. A few hours later, Iowa wakes up and realizes Julia is totally missing. That's where we leave it. She's confused, until Julia stumbles into the lobby utterly battered. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because things are getting wild. She barely stays standing using her staff before crashing hard. Iowa immediately rushes over, totally panicked, asking who the heck beat her up. She barely whispers back that it's no big deal, she was literally just training for the finals. Iowa quickly carries her inside. That's when Julia casually drops that her brother promised she now has 200% resistance to ice magic. Iowa is absolutely stunned. How could Lucas drag Julia through such pure torture right before tomorrow's massive final match? But Julia just smiles. She brushes it off, saying this intense hell just guarantees her total victory tomorrow. Honestly, she's fully ready to make her opponent experience every single ounce of the suffering she just endured. Iowa totally freaks out. She looks like an absolute battle addict right now. Cut to the next day. It's the Goddess Memorial Festival Finals, and Holy Academy sits at 2 points. Kyoto Academy also holds 2 points, while Allen Academy trails with 1. Here's the deal for the finals. Every school sends in 1 champion. The whole thing takes place in a special domain. That way, they can blast full-power magic without destroying the entire venue. The principal finishes setting everything up. He gives the signal, telling the final fighters to step right through the magic circle. Now watch this closely. Dion steps up, extremely smug, claiming he'll crush everyone with overwhelming power. Aurora glares at him, completely disgusted by his insane ego. But honestly, it just fires her up to beat him down. Meanwhile, Julia looks like she's literally half asleep. The crowd whispers, assuming she's given up entirely and just doesn't care about getting knocked out. The martial arts kids start doubting her too, which instantly earns them a brutal smack on the head from Lucas. See, after yesterday's training, Lucas and Uru had to soak in medicinal baths for 12 hours straight just to survive. That's how brutal it was. Julia just chugged a basic healing potion and passed out cold for the entire day, but the others have no clue. Since they're all acting sluggish, Lucas passes out some special energy tonic pills to hype them up. Iowa is still stressing out, worried Julia is pushing her limits after sleeping all day. But Julia confidently promises she's totally ready. Right before she enters the ring, Iowa hands over her stuffed bunny. Julia smiles, thanking her she accidentally left it behind during her secret mountain training trip. Oops. She blurted that out before realizing it was supposed to be a total secret. But no matter how hard Iowa prees, Julia stays totally zipped. Back in the stands, those tonic pills kick in fast. The guys recover their energy and start loudly cheering her on. Julia waves back, stepping right into the danger zone. Meanwhile, Iowa is still sweating, terrified of what Lucas actually did to her friend. Iowa gives her a gentle head pat, begging her not to go overboard. Win or lose, she's still an absolute prodigy in her eyes. But Julia locks eyes with her. She is absolutely going to win. The second she steps inside, she teleports to a random drop zone, just like the others. Julia instantly remembers Lucas's strategy lay low and hide, while Dion and Aurora tear each other apart, saving her energy. She follows the plan perfectly. But out of nowhere, Aurora senses someone hiding behind a massive tree. I know what you're thinking, Busted, right? Julia panics, and the entire crowd holds their breath, expecting a brutal showdown right here. While the whole stadium is stressing over this massive early clash, Lucas just sits back, cool, calm, knowing exactly what's about to happen. Moments later, Aurora slowly backs away, seeing absolutely nothing. She's confused as hell, swearing she heard someone there. Suddenly, a massive ice blast explodes in the distance, totally giving away Dion's exact coordinates. She smirks. Of course, Dion is the only arrogant jerk flashy enough to advertise his position. Aurora immediately dashes toward him, and Julia finally drops her camouflage, reappearing unharmed. The entire crowd goes wild, totally mind-blown as she materializes out of thin air. What kind of broken stealth magic was that? Lucas just chuckles to himself. He's seen this exact trick before. It actually unlocked during their hellish survival training. Julia was so pushed to the edge, she literally wished she could vanish. And fueled by sheer desperation, she subconsciously created a spell that completely erased her presence. Not that it worked on Lucas, he still tracked her down and dragged her back to training. Now, Lucas smiles. Everything is perfectly on script, forcing Aurora to face Dion first. The exhausted winner will then face Julia. An absolutely insane battle kicks off between the two powerhouses, both wondering where Julia is hiding. Dion arrogantly laughs, telling Aurora he actually wanted a 2-on-1 fight so he could completely crush them both at the exact same time. But whatever he decides, he'll just eliminate her first, and wrap this up fast. The two rivals clash head-on, launching forward with absolute terrifying destructive power. You're going to want to see this. The crowd finally realizes these absolute monsters were holding back earlier. Viewers are stunned seeing Dion fighting up close like a master martial artist, leaving absolutely zero openings for any counterattack. Stick with me here, you're about to see why Den picked the mage path for maximum growth, while still training in martial arts and magic to become absolutely unstoppable. Lucas is seriously impressed. Den just wants raw strength and doesn't care how he gets it, which is exactly the right mindset. Honestly, Lucas wishes everyone thought like Den. Then martial arts wouldn't get such a bad rep. Kai turns to Lucas, asking who takes the win today, and Lucas admits based purely on raw power, probably Den. But Iowa drops in out of nowhere. She thinks Lucas has it all wrong, totally convinced that Aurora is still hiding a massive trump card. Kai practically freezes to death the second Iowa suddenly crashes the scene. Seconds later, the match is over. Den absolutely beats Aurora down, taking the win. Kai instantly teases Iowa for being dead wrong. But right on cue, Julia steps onto the battlefield, exactly as planned. Julia asks Den if he seriously just crushed Aurora. Den smirks, bragging that his ice magic is the strongest in the world, meaning there is absolutely zero chance he loses this festival. Den unleashes a massive attack, trying to one-shot her right there. But Julia instantly throws up a crackling lightning shield to defend herself. She dashes backward at lightning speed to soften the heavy impact. But before she can even blink, Den suddenly appears behind her, blasting a heavy ice strike that puts Julia on the defensive. But she isn't even sweating his movements. Why? Because compared to Lucas during their training sessions, Den is honestly kind of slow. Den gets completely pissed that all Julia does is run away. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. Magic circles surround Julia, and a massive ice tower erupts with Den standing right on top. He laughs, telling Julia he specifically picked this spot because of the heavy groundwater beneath them. The ring on his finger glows blindingly bright. He erupts with power, ready to show Julia why he is Kyoto Academy's #1 student. A colossal ice spear dives straight toward Julia. Den is absolutely certain she is completely finished. But Julia actually blocks the devastating strike with her lightning spell, even though she is visibly straining. Even Den is completely shocked she blocked it. He openly admits she is moving way better than she ever did during the prelims. After successfully deflecting the deadly trajectory, Julia actually taunts Den, playfully flicking her tongue right at him. Julia tries to put some serious distance between them. But to her absolute shock, the solid ice has already covered the entire area. Suddenly, a surprise attack blasts her out of nowhere. She barely manages to block it just in time to stop any major physical damage, but Den's onslaught is completely overwhelming. She finds herself desperately blocking ice attacks from every single direction. Den holds all the winning cards. He confidently looks down at the struggling Julia, promising to freeze her straight down to her soul. Julia is slammed hard into the ground. The crowd totally panics, but Lucas? He stays perfectly calm. You and I know Lucas planned this. Aware of Den's power, he already boosted Julia's ice resistance to 200%. He is absolutely certain there is zero chance Den's freezing moves will shut down Julia's upcoming counterattacks. Den is caught off guard. His cold attacks aren't freezing her at all, meaning she stepped into this arena seriously prepared. But honestly, he doesn't care. It just makes things more fun. He taunts her, saying he absolutely loves watching a weak girl suffer and struggle all by herself. Den unleashes his magic, freezing the entire arena and turning the zone into a brutal, frozen wasteland. As if that wasn't enough, Den spawns massive ice golems to jump her. But Julia keeps her mental focus sharp. She charges up a devastating lightning attack, blasting the tower and her surroundings to shatter both the golems and Den's high ground. Even Den is forced to dodge to avoid getting fried. He actually commends her, admitting she is putting up one hell of a fight. But Julia's desperate efforts seem completely useless as the shattered golems just regenerate again. She refuses to quit. She surrounds herself with crackling lightning spheres, keeping the monsters back while slowly chipping away their health. But this drains Julia's stamina fast. Kai watches, totally disgusted by how shameless Den is for spamming ice golems against her. Lucas smirks, telling Kai this is exactly why Julia hid until Den fought Aurora. She needed him to burn through a chunk of his magic first. Hearing this, Kai's eyes light up. He realizes Lucas is hinting that Julia can actually still win this. But Iowa is seriously stressed, seeing zero chance of a comeback. The whole arena is solid ice, and Julia is taking cold damage from every single angle. The second Julia notices those golems regenerating slower, she smiles. She taunts Den right back, asking if his magic tank is finally running on empty. Den is annoyed but forced to admit she's way stronger than he initially expected. But he glares at her, saying there's nothing she can do now. She is getting completely crushed today, no matter what happens. Den slowly drops back down to the ground, charging up one ultimate attack to finish this match for good. Den creates a freezing zone to drain her strength, swearing she can't escape. What do you and I think? Can she survive this? Let's dive right into this epic showdown. Dion taunts her, claiming all her hard work is completely useless, and he is just dying to see her break down in absolute despair. Massive ice golems start hunting Julia down. But she easily dodges every single strike because Diane's movements are clearly getting way slower. She can instantly tell the guy is running on fumes. His magic power is draining fast, yet he desperately forces himself to keep that freezing domain active. Not holding back, Julia blasts a massive lightning strike straight into Dion's main golem. Diane just stands there, totally cocky as the sparks fly. He is absolutely convinced his thick ice can ground her lightning. Big mistake. Julia calls him out, explaining that lightning only fails to shatter ice when the voltage is pathetically weak. But if that lightning is truly legendary, nothing stops it. She proves it right then and there, unleashing a massive electrical storm that completely swallows the whole arena. Diane instantly feels the deadly danger. Panic sets in. He knows he has to bail from the ice field before his armor shatters and he gets fried alive. He suddenly spots a tiny opening to counterattack. But in a flash, a blinding sphere of pure lightning spawns right in his face. Game over. Julia calmly tells him there is zero escape. Trapped inside this electromagnetic field, her lightning magic actually multiplies in power. Watch closely now. Julia drops so much raw magic that it violently rips through Dion, making him scream in pure agony. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Jaws are dropping everywhere because this does not look like a normal freshman spar. It is a bloodbath. Jeremy's buddy nervously nudges him, asking if Julia hits him with this kind of crazy lightning too. Jeremy? He is too stunned to even form a sentence. Down in the pit, Diane violently crashes to the floor, completely wiped out. Julia smiles. Almost shocked she actually pulled this off. She casually strolls over to Diane's burnt body, checking if he is still breathing. Meanwhile, Dion is completely spiraling. He cannot stomach the humiliation of going back to his terrifying sister and admitting he lost. He knows his sister's ruthless personality all too well. To her, failure is absolutely never an option. He absolutely has to secure this win, even if it literally kills him. Since arena damage carries over to their real bodies, Julia is completely blown away that Diane tanked the full brunt of her max power lightning head-on and hasn't blacked out yet. But suddenly, Julia feels freezing ice creeping up her boots. Before she can even process the threat, Dion staggers right back onto his feet. His whole vibe changes. Looking completely demonic, Diane snarls that he has actually built up a hardcore resistance to lightning. His eyes glow a sinister red. He blitzes straight at Julia, roaring at the top of his lungs that no pathetic little spark is going to keep him down. Julia desperately jumps back, but Dion teleports right behind her in a flash. She barely twists out of the way just in time to dodge his brutal strike. We both know this is bad news. Dion fully surrenders to his monstrous power, his body mutating as he vows to end her with one final, devastating blow. Julia grunts, struggling hard against his sudden, overwhelming physical strength. Her mind is racing. Where the hell is he pulling this power from when his magic core is completely empty? Ignoring his horribly charred skin and smoking muscles, Diane relentlessly charges at her like an absolute madman. She grits her teeth in sheer agony. The biting cold from his strikes is 10 times deadlier now. She frantically calculates how she can possibly survive this monster. He looks like an unstoppable beast right now, sure. But Julia knows the truth. Diane is running on fumes and seconds away from crashing. She stays totally calm. She trusts Lucas, and he has literally never miscalculated an enemy's true strength. Locking in, Julia readies her trump card, so she does not get crushed. Diane rushes in for the kill, but she holds her ground, charging up a massive spark. Dion closes the gap. He fires a brutal ice spike at her, but it gets partially blasted away. Boom! Before he can even blink, Julia slams her staff right into his jaw, pumping raw lightning straight into his veins. She coldly reveals her secret. That strike? It was all of her remaining lightning, compressed into one single hit 10 times more lethal than anything she used before. Half her face is literally frozen solid. Still, she looks right at Diane and admits his strength is incredible. But she confidently looks him in the eye and declares that she is the one taking home the ultimate victory. Before Diane can even argue back, that massive electrical charge detonates inside him. It completely fries his last drop of energy, and he finally collapses to his knees. Julia lets out a relieved smile. It is finally over. But deep down, she knows she would be dead meat right now if Lucas had not trained her so brutally. Out of nowhere, a blazing fire spell blasts Diane, slamming him face first into the dirt. Aurora suddenly steps out of the shadows. She cheerfully sighs, acting super relieved that Diane has finally been taken out. Up in the stands, Iowa completely panics. She admits Diane is stubborn as hell, but honestly, she always knew Aurora was faking her earlier loss to him. Since Lucas seemingly miscalculated this massive ambush, Iowa nervously wonders what his backup plan could possibly be now. But surprisingly, Julia does not even flinch. Lucas had already warned her about this exact worst-case scenario happening. Aurora starts yapping about her sneaky tricks. But honestly, you and I both know the real fight is just beginning. Let's jump right back in. Julia admits she's curious, but she needs to know if Aurora is actually going to spill the truth without hiding anything. Aurora just smirks and reaches straight into her top. Julia totally panics, thinking she's about to strip right there, and screams that this isn't what she meant at all. Laughing it off, Aurora tells her to relax and whips out a glowing red crystal pendant, which she proudly calls Roar's Promise. This right here is her ultimate secret. As long as this pendant is around her neck, any kind of mental attack is completely useless. Even better? She actually taps into the pendant's stored magic to mind control her enemies. But there is a catch. Once that magic is fully drained, the crystal is basically a useless rock for an entire 24 hours. Everything suddenly clicks for Julia. Aurora used this exact trick to make Dean think he'd won, right before hiding herself in the shadows. It also perfectly explains why Iwa's mind magic couldn't even leave a scratch. Aurora admits that Dean's mental strength was absolutely insane, completely draining the pendant's reserves in a single blast. Julia isn't judging though. She flat out says that at their level, the methods don't matter, winning is the only thing that counts. But then, Aurora gets right back to business. She tells Julia to just forfeit. Why? Because Julia is running on fumes, has zero magic left, and can't possibly fight back. That's the only reason she even revealed her secret. Aurora keeps on yapping, but Julia shuts her up by firing off a quick warning shot. Message received, she is absolutely not surrendering. Shocked that Julia is still standing her ground, Aurora hesitates. But Julia hits her with the cold truth, they won't know if she can still fight until she actually tries. Fine then. If Julia wants a beatdown, Aurora is happy to deliver. Before Julia can even blink, a massive magic circle erupts right beneath her feet. Sensing the terrifying power radiating from it, she instantly activates her speed boost, desperately dashing away from ground zero. But here's where it gets wild, watch this. Aurora's fire easily catches up as she taunts Julia, saying she just wanted to warm her up after getting frozen earlier. The flames grow even more violent, scorching Julia without any mercy. Flashback to training, Lucas explicitly warned Julia to keep some mana in reserve since Aurora was a wild card. But after her massive attack on Dean, Julia's tank is practically empty. Caught in a blazing fire tornado, Julia gets ragdolled through the air while Aurora just laughs, begging her to quit. Overflowing with confidence, Aurora mocks her. She can't even run away, let alone launch a counterattack. Suddenly, sparks of lightning start crackling inside the tornado. Breathing heavily, Julia admits that Aurora is right, she is completely exhausted. But by riding the momentum of Aurora's own magic, she can still strike back. Boom! A massive lightning bolt shoots out of the cyclone, slamming into Aurora. And Julia isn't done, she weaponizes the melted water from Dean's ice to supercharge her attack radius. Taking the blast head-on, Aurora brushes it off. She smirks and says a little spark like that isn't nearly enough to stop her. But then, Julia flips the script. I know what you're thinking, she's out of moves, right? Wrong. Julia reveals that First Strike was just bait. Now, she's unleashing every last drop of her magic to end this. Aurora warns her of basic physics. Lightning and fire colliding equals a massive explosion. And since Julia is trapped right inside the Phoenix tornado, she's the one taking the most damage. Impact. A terrifying shockwave rips through the arena, sending Julia tumbling across the ground. She coughs up blood, her stuffed bunny slipping right out of her grip. Barely conscious, Julia stares at the sky, wondering if it was enough. But as the smoke clears, a heavily wounded Aurora is still standing. Wiping her face, Aurora admits that was way too close. She's honestly impressed that Julia is crazy enough to literally throw her life away for a win. Pushing through the pain, Aurora unleashes one final, devastating blast of fire straight at Julia to finish the job. Watching from the sidelines, even Lucas totally loses it, convinced that this is a fatal blow. As the deadly flames roar closer, Julia watches helplessly. Is this really how it ends? Is she going to die after working so hard? Suddenly, the little bunny's eyes flash with a blinding light, asking if she wants to win. Right before impact, a massive surge of lightning intercepts the fire, triggering an epic explosion. Aurora thinks she's finally won until the dust settles. There stands Julia, an absolute beast, with raw lightning violently surging across her entire body. Aurora freezes in pure shock, completely unable to process the absolute insanity happening right in front of her eyes. Without saying a single word, Julia instantly casts an overwhelmingly powerful, advanced tier magic spell. Chantless, an apocalyptic wave of raw lightning erupts forward. It blasts Aurora with so much force, it almost shreds her completely down to the bone. Even the spectators safely outside the arena are left with their jaws on the floor. Julia's power level is just flat out unbelievable. The Academy principals have no choice but to swallow their pride. These three contestants just displayed strength light years beyond anything they anticipated. Looking at the massive crater, Silwyn suggests delaying the award ceremony. But then Jerica steps up, telling the other two he has a much better proposal. So what do you and I take from this? Jerica demands they grant this trio a direct audience with the goddess. Because these kids, they're the future pillars of the entire empire. Alright, stick with me. The entire academy gathers for the massive ceremony. Jerica drops a massive bomb. Julia just set a new record as the youngest goddess memorial winner ever. Dayan swallows his pride. He admits Julia is incredibly strong, but swears he absolutely will not lose to her next time. Aurora instantly teases him for already planning his next big rematch. She pulls Julia into a tight hug, playfully offering to be her sparring partner from now on, instead of the totally defeated Dayan. Aurora is genuinely amazed by Julia. It is not every day another girl completely outshines her, but Julia is not about to let Dayan hold a grudge. She playfully taunts him back. And before they even realize it, the trio is actually getting along nicely. The prize presentation kicks off shortly after, calling the principals from every single school up to the main stage. Plot twist. The prize they hand the trio includes an emblem that grants access to the legendary Temple of Wisdom. Usually, only the absolute champion gets this, but pay close attention here. Jerica explains that all three showed such insane skill. The council decided they all earned a rare audience with the goddess herself. The rival principals are completely stunned. Jerica, the actual winner, was the one who suggested this? They have no clue what his real angle is, but you do not just throw away a golden opportunity like this. Julia happily tells Aurora and Dayan they need to play nice. They are officially going to be temple visiting buddies now. Meanwhile, Kai notices Lucas looking super stressed, which is weird since his sister just won. When Kai calls him out, Lucas claims he is just deep in thought, trying to figure out the perfect reward for Julia. Iwa immediately scolds him. It is not a reward, it is compensation. Thanks to his insane training, Julia almost died before the event. Lucas defends himself, saying he plans to treat her to amazing food and let her recover slowly in a healing spirit spring. Collins points out a massive flaw. The closest spirit spring is a full day of travel away. Lucas admits that ruins his plan. Lucas sighs, wishing they could magically find a place with great food and a spring. Right on cue, Kai smirks and says there actually is. He flexes that House Teroy has an ultra-effective spirit spring and world-class chefs. Plus, his estate is actually massive enough to invite the entire class over. Kai immediately invites the whole squad over, dashing off to tell Teshi about the spontaneous trip. Lucas watches them, wondering when exactly those two got so ridiculously close. Soon after, the entire group finally arrives at House Teroy, warmly welcomed by the eager maids. Collins and the rest are totally blown away. The house literally looks like a giant castle. Kai smugly tells everyone to make themselves at home and hit the spirit spring before dinner starts. The maids lead them to the baths, but Lucas suddenly spots something really weird in the hallway. I know what you are thinking. That creepy portrait is totally watching them. Meanwhile, before Kai can even join the others, his parents suddenly summon him away. Later, a maid accidentally swaps Julia and Iwa's bathrobes. Iwa looks stunningly hot, while Julia is practically drowning in oversized fabric. The scene cuts. Kai steps into his father's office. The room absolutely reeks of cigarettes, meaning something extremely serious has happened. His dad admits Kai's grades are fine, but that is definitely not the reason why he called him in today. He warns Kai to make sure his friends behave tonight. Apparently, they are expecting a highly important guest to arrive later. Kai nods, secretly breathing a massive sigh of relief that he is not getting chewed out for the absolute mess he made at school. But at the exact same time, he is totally confused. Why are his parents so stressed out when his friends are literally just taking a bath? Meanwhile, the purple-haired maid is bowing, desperately thanking Julia and Iwa for forgiving the whole robe mix-up. If the master ever found out about it, she would be fired instantly. Julia sweetly tells her to relax, then asks Iwa when she is finally getting in the water. Iwa stubbornly says she will only get in once the maid leaves. She hates having strangers around while bathing, trusting only a select few. Right on cue, Mina and the rest of the squad crash the bath without warning. Julia gets super excited seeing them, so a panicked Iwa immediately dives into the pool. She violently clings to Julia, wondering if they rushed over just to grab the spot near her. Soon, everyone happily soaks, and the maids even deliver some really tasty snacks. It turns out Julia secretly invited them all. As they chat, she proudly brings up her big brother, Lucas, to the group. A maid overhears and asks about him. Julia beams, boldly claiming he is literally the absolute kindest older brother in the entire world. Iwa fiercely disagrees. She quickly reminds everyone about the absolute hellish training Lucas put them through just days ago. Julia forces Mina to call him wonderful. But you and I both know the real chaos is just beginning. Stick with me here. Despite Mia praising him, Iowa absolutely refuses to admit Lucas is cool. Mina jumps in, arguing Lucas is a good guy, just way too overprotective of his little sister. While the group bickers about absolute nonsense, that purple-haired maid watches them from afar. Intense. Staring. Teshi is the first one out of the hot spring. Freshly changed, she bumps right into Kai. Kai practically dies from embarrassment as Teshi steps way too close, demanding he show her his usual training spot. Face completely tomato red, he stammers out a yes. Honestly, Kai has zero clue what she wants from him. He has no idea she just wants to check out the estate training ground. Meanwhile, the guys are chilling out. Everyone besides Lucas quickly hops out of the water for some cards. Sitting alone, the pool triggers dark memories for Lucas. Flashbacks of his past life. Relentless workplace bullying. The memory hits so hard he punches the spring floor, cracking the solid stone. Suddenly, the purple-haired maid bursts in, asking if he is okay after hearing that massive bang. Lucas plays it completely cool, lying that he just slipped. The maid totally ignores his excuse, rushing straight into the water to treat his supposed injuries. Before he can even reject her, she is already waist-deep, claiming she will get completely fired if she ignores a wounded guest. This leaves Lucas seriously wondering if House Teroy is just insanely strict with their staff. Since she is already soaked, he just lets her do her thing. Then, she grabs him from behind, babbling absolute nonsense. She starts massaging his arm, totally obsessing over how well-built martial artists really are. Now watch closely. The very second she mentions enjoying Julia's company, the mood drops completely and Lucas goes absolutely feral. The terrified maid visualizes a giant, crushing hand as Lucas demands to know what she did to his sister. But right before he grabs her, she leaps out of the water. Lucas instantly realizes she is a trained martial artist. Those reflexes? Definitely not maid material. Springing from the water himself, he readies his stance and coldly asks what her real business is in House Taro. Backing up to the towel rack, she plays innocent, claiming she is just a broke fighter doing chores for cash. She tells Lucas that Julia and the others have been hyping up his insane skills all day. As a fellow martial artist, she admits she heavily admires him. Suddenly, she launches wet towels right at his face, wanting to test his actual strength firsthand. Using the flying towels as a smokescreen, she rushes in. But he casually dodges every single strike, noting that he never felt any real killing intent when she sneaked up on him. As the two close the distance, Lucas questions what exactly she finds so interesting about him. He blasts her back with a punch. Sliding away, she admits his overwhelming strength caught her eye. The lady sharply twists a towel into a brutal whip, but Lucas casually tanks the heavy strike with one arm. She wraps it tight around his forearm, trying to yank him off balance. Bad move. Lucas violently pulls back, slamming her face flat into the dirt. Staring down at her, he tries to figure out her real identity, but draws an absolute blank. Right on cue, Kai yells from outside the door, checking if Lucas is still in the water. You and I know exactly what he is thinking. He can easily pin her down until Kai walks in for answers. He lunges, but she teases that they will have to finish their little game another time. Lucas growls that she is absolutely not escaping. But before he can land the knockout blow, weird magic flares up. She completely vanishes. Lucas stands there totally baffled. Kai bursts inside, shouting that it is dinner time before Julia literally devours the entire buffet. Lucas instantly defends his sister, but Kai fires back that the squad is entirely to blame for her massive appetite. Iowa and the gang constantly spoil the girl with sugary snacks, and honestly, Julia never says no. In a massive twist of events, we see the purple-haired lady inside a guest room. She slips on a mask, the exact same one worn by the mysterious woman at the festival. Kai's parents suddenly walk in, bowing and addressing her as the Saint Princess, demanding to know her plan. She just gives them a playful shush, whispering that her little brawl today is strictly their dirty secret. A few days later, the Academy gathers to send off the Goddess Temple representatives. The crowd is absolutely buzzing until Jerica steps up, commanding total silence. He gives a grand speech, explaining how the festival goddess grants only the most elite students the honor of standing in her holy presence. Julia, Diane, and Aurora are temple-bound. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. But wait, let's jump right in. This year, no teacher escort for the trio, even though the road to the temple is absolutely packed with serious danger. Jericho uses his magic to summon a tiny bird, handing it straight to Julia and explaining that this little guy will guide them safely there. Julia? She takes one look at how incredibly plump it is and instantly considers keeping it for emergency rations. Jericho asks everyone to offer their prayers as the trio finally sets off. Maya and the rest of the students quietly pray that they make it back alive and bring ultimate glory to their prestigious academy. Heading out, Julia warmly thanks everyone while swearing to return safely. Meanwhile, Jericho quickly dismisses all the other students back to their regular classes. Now pay attention here. Kai tells Lucas it is pretty sad they are not giving the trio a proper escort. Collins and Sharp chime in too, mentioning how completely disastrous it would be if some evil force ambushed them. Lucas is totally caught off guard by his friends acting so negative out of nowhere, and they immediately try to backpedal and apologize for it. He suddenly remembers they suffered from these exact same weird symptoms before, so he made them take those healing pills. Clearly, those dark symptoms have returned. Lucas instantly realizes he needs to dig deep and figure out exactly what is messing with his friends' minds. But right before he can do that, he has a much more important issue to handle. Meanwhile, Julia and her squad are making solid progress away from the school when Dia spots a suspicious object flying right toward them. Watch closely. Dia instantly casts an ice shield to block the incoming projectile, which actually just turns out to be a wooden stick. Julia examines it closely, noting it is super weird since it does not look like an ambush weapon. Aurora starts teasing Den, calling him sweet for stressing over a tiny twig. But Julia suddenly notices the tip of the wood is actually completely scorched. At that exact moment, Lucas finally catches up to the group, sticking to the shadows and stealthily leaping across the nearby rooftops. Turns out, he completely ditched class and left a magical clone behind to sit through his lectures. That exact clone was training and accidentally punched the stick away. Get this, that fake body only holds 10% of his actual raw power. Back at the academy, Seagal watches the clone train. He is absolutely shocked that Lucas lost control and snapped a stick off the dummy, something completely unprecedented. At that exact moment, Lucas senses a strange aura lingering from the finals. Trust me, whatever unknown presence is hiding inside Julia's dummy is going to be absolutely insane.